The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 22, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Chuck Edwards to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through recent confirmed reports, we now know that after January 6, 2021, the Capitol insurrection, Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito flew an upside-down American flag in front of his home for several days. This is just the latest brazen act by an out-of-control, extreme MAGA justice whose conduct is directly responsible for current opinion on the Supreme Court being at record lows. The inverted flag was a well-known symbol flown by far-right extreme MAGA activists in early 2021. Extremists who believe that the former president's nonsensical election lie and who supported the goals of the January 6th assault on this body and our democracy. Federal judges cannot make political displays, and Alito is a Supreme Court justice. He knew exactly what he was doing when he expressed solidarity with January 6 criminals. To quote Esmeralda Santiago, "Tell me who you walk with, and I tell you who you are." Time and time again, Alito has shown us who he is, a far-right extreme MAGA ideologue who's anything but impartial with regards to justice. In 2022, Alito followed the directives of the former president and the far-right extreme MAGA camp to defy the will of the American people and 50 years of legal precedent by writing the decision to reverse Roe versus Wade. Along with his fellow extreme MAGA justice, Clarence Thomas, Justice Alito has routinely failed to report large luxury gifts paid for by some of his friends, private flights, and other payments to him and his family by wealthy far-right extremists. Worst of all, Justice Alito has also openly failed to recuse himself from any of the several January 6 related cases currently before the Supreme Court. And his bias is clearly showing. During last month's oral argument before the Supreme Court in the Donald Trump election interference case, Alito cozied up to Trump's absurd legal argument that past presidents are completely immune from criminal prosecution. You should recuse yourself. In last month's oral argument in a separate case involving charges against the January 6 Capitol insurrectionists, Alito revealed his view that prosecutors may have gone too far by daring to charge these defendants. You should recuse yourself. Justice Alito is someone who will do everything in his power to make sure Donald Trump and the January 6 insurrectionists evade prosecution and accountability for their crimes. For the sake of our democracy, Justice Alito must immediately recuse himself from all and any January 6 related cases before the Supreme Court. Justice Alito's behavior also underscores the need for Congress to immediately pass H.R. 926, the Supreme Court Ethics, Recusal, and Transparency Act. With H.R. 926, Supreme Court justices like Samuel Alito will finally be held subject to the same ethics and recusal standards as other federal judges in matters that are meaningful and enforceable. Until this occurred, Justice Alito and his insurrectionist worldview will continue to dominate our highest court, representing a threat not just to the rule of law, but also to American democracy itself. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards presumptive nominees for the office of president and to direct their remarks to the chair. With that, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Captain David Robert Witty for his exceptional service to Arkansas's 4th Congressional District and to extend my heartfelt congratulations on his upcoming new role with the Arkansas Air National Guard as chaplain for the 189th Air Wing at Little Rock Air Force Base. David has been an invaluable member of my team for nearly a decade, demonstrating his dedication and commitment to public service. He currently serves as my Deputy District Director and Military and Veterans Affairs Representative, as well as the Assistant Pastor at Grace Lutheran Church in Little Rock, and as Chaplain for the 777th Aviation Support Battalion for the Arkansas Army National Guard, all roles in which he has excelled. Since 2015, he has played a crucial role in the Service Academy nomination process for Arkansas students and assisted thousands of his fellow veterans, helping them navigate complex casework and ensuring they receive the support they deserve. His work has not only benefited those individuals, but has also had a significant impact on Arkansas's 4th Congressional District. David holds an impressive resume with an undergraduate degree from Concordia University and master's degrees from the University of Arkansas Little Rock and Liberty University. He also shares my love for the great outdoors and loves visiting our national parks, as you can see pictured here with his lovely wife, Megan, and their 4 children, Milo, Ike, Ames, and Etta. It's been a pleasure getting to know David and watching his family grow over the past 10 years, and I look forward to many more of continued friendship. While his absence from our office will be greatly felt, we wish David well on this next endeavor of his service to our country. He will undoubtedly make a positive and faithful impact in his new capacity with the Arkansas Air National Guard. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
There we go. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Marisela Garcia, whose distinguished career we celebrate today. Marisela will soon retire as the CEO of Gads Hill Center after 12 years of transformative impact. A fellow Guatemalteca, Chapina, Ms. Garcia immigrated to the U.S. in the 1980s seeking refuge from the Civil War. In our country, Garcia founded Casa Guatemala to support newly arrived refugees and co-founded Women for Guatemala to build solidarity among women in the U.S. and Guatemala. Marisela's impact has been felt across the state of Illinois. In addition to her years at Gads Hill Center, she has led the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights and the Latino Policy Forum. Her work has empowered countless families, especially Black, Brown, and immigrant families, providing them with the education, the resources, and hope. On behalf of Illinois 3rd Congressional District, the Guatemalan community in my district, it is my great honor to commend Marisela Garcia for her exceptional leadership. Su legado nos recuerda la fuerza, la resiliencia y las contribuciones de los inmigrantes a la hora de forjar un futuro mejor. Gracias, Marisela. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Debbie Resnick for 30 years of distinguished service to our communities, especially working to address homelessness. It is well known that Debbie has a standout philanthropic career. She has changed systems, strengthened sectors, and launched life-changing programs. What is lesser known is her legacy as a champion for young leaders. I met Debbie at the age of 19, having just been promoted to a leadership position in a Chicago nonprofit. And she made a commitment to me then to support me that day and has honored it every single day since. 21 years later, I am who I am, standing here in Congress, in no small part because of Debbie. While Debbie is stepping down from her position at the Polk Brothers Foundation to pursue new adventures, we know that she will continue to be a tireless advocate for a more just and loving society. On behalf of Illinois 3rd Congressional District, it is my great honor to commend Debbie Resnick for the lives changed, the impact made through service in our communities. Congratulations, and thank you, Debbie. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Reverend Walter Slim Coleman, whose transformational leadership and powerful legacy has shaped the political and spiritual consciousness of so many. There is so much we have won in Chicago and across the nation that would not be possible without the witness of Reverend Slim Coleman. A retired United Methodist pastor, Reverend Coleman and his wife Emma Lozano showed us how to truly love our neighbors when they opened the doors of Adalberto United Methodist Church in Humboldt Park to provide sanctuary to Elvira Arellano and many other undocumented immigrants fighting from deportations. They laid the groundwork for Chicago to declare itself a sanctuary city. And as a movement builder across several decades, his work with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, Students for a Democratic Society, and eventually the Rainbow Coalition showed us how to build multiracial, multicultural solidarity movements that center our mutual liberation. He laid a foundation of solidarity for both Chicago's first Black mayor, Mayor Harold Washington, and Chicago's most recently elected mayor, Mayor Brandon Johnson, to take up their positions on the 5th floor of City Hall. As an organizer, Reverend Coleman showed us what people power can do, whether through his work to establish local school councils through Chicago, register thousands of voters in the 1983 mayoral election, or build coalitions around housing, education, and jobs. His life and his legacy will continue to be a light in dark places, reminding us that un pueblo unido jamás será vencido. To his wife, Pastora Emma Lozano, who we love, we are with you. Pastor Coleman may precede you in his homegoing, but you are not alone. On behalf of Illinois 3rd Congressional District, it is my privilege to submit this commendation into the congressional record to honor the life, the legacy of Reverend Walter Slim Coleman. Rest in power, Pastor Coleman. Rest in power. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Would the gentlewoman provide a translation of her remarks to the desk? The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Sam Simamaker, who is retiring this week after 64 years with the White River Broadcasting in my hometown of Columbus, Indiana. Sam grew up in Pulaski County, graduated from Indiana University in 1954. He started his radio career in Goshen and later covered the Indianapolis Indians for WTTV. Sam joined WCSI on January 1st, 1960, and over the past 6 decades, he has covered generations of high school athletes, receiving multiple awards, including the Indiana Basketball Hall of Fame and the Indiana Sports Writer and Sportscasters Hall of Fame. Sam and his trademark, "Holy Cow," will be truly missed. I congratulate and wish Sam the best of luck in his retirement. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Ed Jenkins, who was named Indiana Teacher of the Year. An Indiana native, Ed teaches English at Franklin Community College High School in my district. Those who know him say Sam is dedicated to his students and passionate about instilling a love of reading. I want to thank Ed for his work to grow our next generation of leaders. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize former Fire Captain Mike Buckley. Mike served the Rushville Fire Department for 32 years, retiring as captain in 2017. He later worked for the Indiana State Police as a motor carrier inspector. I recently met Mike and learned of his cancer diagnosis at a benefit in his honor at Glenview Volunteer Fire Station. I'm so proud that that community is supporting him in this challenge, and I'm grateful to have met him. God bless Mike and the entire Buckley family. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Franklin County College student Emma McLeish, who recently received the American Red Cross's Life-Saving Award for Professional Responders. Last year, Emma used her Red Cross training to help save lives twice. In July, she unexpectedly helped deliver a neighbor's baby, and then in October, she saved a man suffering from cardiac arrest. Emma is a true hero, and it's my honor to recognize her today. Mr. Speaker, this weekend is the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500. Beginning in 1911, the first Indy 500 was unlike anything the world has ever seen, with 40 qualifiers fighting a 500-mile race for an overall total purse of $27,000. 80,000 spectators came out to watch Ray Harron drive into victory, and a tradition was born. The greatest spectacle in racing has evolved over the last century, but its time-honored traditions keep racing fans coming back every Memorial Day weekend, like I will this weekend. This year promises to be no different, hosting hundreds and thousands of people from all over the world. I wish all this year's drivers the best of luck, and I'm glad to say this is May. Mr. Speaker, the state of our southern border is a travesty, and this administration refuses to face the facts. I'm here to repeat what we all know and what we've all said. Border security is national security. We have seen over 7.8 million illegal aliens cross ever since President Biden took office, bringing chaos, crime, and terror into our country. It's time to take a real action, build the wall, grow Border Patrol, and reinstate the policies that we know work. Mr. Speaker, inflation under this administration continues to hit record highs. We are all paying the price for this administration's mistakes. In April, the average Indiana household was paying $948 per month than they were in January 2021. Everything from electricity to rent to groceries costs more under this administration. Numbers don't lie, and Democrats can't keep pretending everything is okay. I strongly urge the Biden administration to quit ruining the American middle class. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz, for 5 minutes.
I rise today to recognize the life and legacy. Let me go back. I rise today to honor and congratulate Hemet Police Chief Eddie Poost on his retirement after serving the city of Hemet for over 27 years. Police officers spend their lives putting service before self, striving to make a positive change in their community, and Chief Poost embodies that through and through. Chief Poost began his career with the City of Hemet Police Department in 1996. After Police Academy, he started as a patrol officer. During his career, he worked a number of assignments, including 16 years in SWAT, until eventually being appointed as the 18th Police Chief of Hemet Police Department. In addition to his 4-year tenure as police chief, he also served for 10 months as the City of Hemet's interim city manager. After almost 30 years as a pillar of leadership in the Hemet community, Chief Poost has displayed accountability, strength, and compassion during his service. In every rank and position Chief Poost held, he was incredibly committed to tackling the issues that improved the safety and quality of life for the residents he served. On behalf of the people in Hemet, San Jacinto Valley, and the entire district, we appreciate every moment Chief Poost dedicated to protecting and serving us. His service to the community is nothing short of exemplary. Thank you, Chief Poost, for tirelessly working to keep the people of Hemet safe for the past 27 years. I rise today to recognize the life and legacy of Mr. Richard Moreno Ramirez, a pillar of the Coachella Valley and exceptional athlete. Mr. Ramirez was an accomplished athlete, coach, athletic director, educator, and loving husband, father, grandfather, and so much more. Known as Mr. Green and Gold, the colors of his beloved Coachella Valley High School, Mr. Ramirez was a man of and for the community. He was a beloved mentor for many and a leader in the community. He was my activities director and athletics director while I was a student athlete and ASB president at Coachella Valley High School. His whole life, he worked to foster a sense of school spirit and community pride that empowers students to create the change they wish to see in the world. I learned 3 key lessons from Mr. Ramirez that I will always carry with me. First, your roots matter. Second, school and community pride is important. And third, to always serve the community. Mr. Ramirez was born on October 16, 1941, on a ranch in Thermal, California, to parents Ramon and Dolores Ramirez. Raised in the eastern Coachella Valley, he attended Coachella Valley High School, where his love for sports took root, playing for their baseball and football teams, where he excelled at sports, winning 3 baseball and 2 football championships. After graduation, he attended Riverside City College and then went on to California State University, Long Beach, where he achieved great success in both academics and baseball, so much so he brought home the university's first baseball title in 1964 and was recently inducted into their Sports Hall of Fame. After college, wanting to give back to his community, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work. He returned home to serve the community that raised him at Coachella Valley High School for the next 40 years. While athletic director at CV High School, he always instilled a sense of school spirit and community pride in all students. Even throughout his retirement, Mr. Ramirez always put service above self, and he served on the board for many nonprofit organizations. He was also dedicated to cultivating the next generation of leaders through the CV High School Alumni Association, where he raised funds to provide scholarships for local students. Each athlete, student, teacher, neighbor, and friend will undoubtedly recall Mr. Ramirez as a pillar of the community. So together, as we mourn his passing with his wife, Dr. Diane Ramirez, his children, Ronan and Roderick Ramirez, grandchildren, Rosen and Sophia, and all his friends and loved ones, we honor his legacy as a man who returned home to his roots and gave his all to serve his community and others. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor George Hayek, a native of Victoria, Texas, who passed away on May 4th at the age of 104 years. George's 104 years marked a life well lived. He was a wonderful man whose life truly emulated the values of faith, family, and freedom that built the American miracle. Growing up in the family of grocery store business, George learned the early value of hard work and the importance of family. These values guided him throughout his long life. When his country called, George answered the call without hesitation and served in some of the most significant battles of World War II, including D-Day, the Battle of the Bulge, and the Ardennes Campaign. It's because of the bravery of men like George that we enjoy the freedoms we do today. After returning home from the war, George continued his journey and became an entrepreneur, where his work ethic, dedication, helped him to grow a successful local business. He was always ready to give back to the community and even served as a volunteer firefighter, but it was at home where George truly thrived, where he built his beautiful family with his devoted wife of 75 years. He loved nothing more than spending time with his children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and even great-great-grandchildren. Quite the storyteller. Those closest to him know him of the captivating family tales that he would tell, along with his friends, of those significant battle campaigns that he was in. And faith was the key central focus to George's life. Oftentimes, George's powerful voice could be heard singing hymns loudly in worship, praising the Lord with all his heart. This faith guided him, giving him strength and comfort his whole life. As we look back on George's life, we are reminded of the profound impact one person can have on a family, a community, and a nation. George's life is a testament to service, love, and faith, and he fully lived, loved deeply, and served honorably. As we honor him today, let's remember the legacy that he left and strive to live with the same courage, dedication, and love that he showed every day of his 104 years. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Officer Kyle Hicks of the Corpus Christi Police Department, who tragically died in the line of duty on April 24th, 2024. Kyle was a dedicated husband, father, and public servant to all who knew him, known for his selflessness, steadfast integrity, and tireless commitment to his community. Kyle was 12 years old when he became a Texan, where he graduated from Grace Preparatory Academy in Arlington, marking the start of a life devoted to public service and dedication to others. Family was central to Kyle's life. In his early years as an employee of Chick-fil-A, he met his future wife, Cassie, whom he married in Arlington, and they soon became proud parents of 4. It didn't take long for Kyle and Cassie to pursue public service as a family. Even after being promoted to general manager at Chick-fil-A, Kyle decided to follow his dream and serve and protect his community. And in January of 2023, he graduated from the police academy to become an officer with the Corpus Christi Police Department. As an officer, Kyle Hicks was beloved by his colleagues, known for his quiet strength, his unique sense of humor, his unwavering integrity. Throughout his career as a police officer, Kyle devoted himself entirely to the safety and well-being of our families and our community, serving to make Corpus Christi a better and safer place for everyone. As we grieve his loss, we take comfort in knowing that he lived a life of profound purpose. His sacrifice is a testament to the courage and dedication of our law enforcement officers, inspiring all of us to honor his memory through our commitment to service. John 15:13 says this, "Greater love has no man than to lay down his life for his friends." It's humbling to think that we get to enjoy the blessings of liberty because of people like Kyle who've committed their life to service. May God bring comfort to his loved ones and grant them his peace, which surpasses all understanding during this very difficult time. Our prayers are with them. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor my friend Barry Romo, who passed away earlier this month. Barry was a decorated Vietnam veteran who, having seen the horrors of the U.S. role in Vietnam, became a leading organizer. He challenged the Pentagon and White House narratives about the conflict, and he organized actions on the National Mall, at the Supreme Court, and at Arlington National Cemetery to protest the war. Barry was the national coordinator for Vietnam Veterans Against the War for more than 40 years, and in that role, he advocated greater health care coverage for veterans affected by Agent Orange and other toxins. His activism later extended to other social justice causes like affordable housing, veterans, homelessness prevention, and workplace fairness. Barry was a longtime resident of the Logan Square neighborhood in Chicago, where he was a mentor to other veterans as well. Our community will miss you, Barry. Rest in peace. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes from Illinois, Mr. Bost, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of the 2024 Farm Bill. The Farm Bill touches the lives of every person in this country, no matter who you are or where you're from, rural or urban or suburban. That's why it is such an honor to be the Southern Illinois voice for the House on the House Agricultural Committee. You know, I've been given the opportunity to build an incredible relationship with our farmers across my district, and I've sought their input in traveling around to meet with them where they're at. Their feedback has been critical in this process. And for me, this Farm Bill is a partnership with my people. Farmers and producers in my district understand the positive impact the Farm Bill has on rural communities. Now, in Southern Illinois, agriculture is our second largest employer, just behind Scott Air Force Base. And I'm proud to serve the 10,000 producers in one of the most diverse ag districts in this United States. In addition to growing staples like corn, soybeans, we're also home to a variety of specialty crops, livestock, and dairy. While each one might be different, they all share the same goal: a strong farm safety net. Our farmers produce the food, fuel, and fiber that this nation runs on. They play an essential role in our communities. It's only right that we support them and have their backs in times of need. That is why the Farm Bill exists. It is not just written for good times, it is also written for bad. When your crops fail, the Farm Bill provides a safety net. When you need a loan to save a family farm, the Farm Bill ensures access to credit. When your community needs an updated water system, the Farm Bill secures that funding. When your rural home lacks internet access, the Farm Bill bridges that gap for broadband service. And when you need help feeding your family, the Farm Bill supports healthy nutrition programs to make sure Americans don't go to bed hungry. The Farm Bill has always been a top priority for me. By reinforcing crop insurance, boosting commodity reference prices, we're supporting the agricultural industries on their worst days and investing in them into tomorrow. This is vitally important. Now, another key priority of mine is ensuring farmers are not able to not only feed folks at home, but around the world. My district is blessed to be located between the Mississippi and Ohio rivers. We are strategically placed to export our commodities abroad. In 2022, Illinois exports for corn and soybean totaled over $3.5 billion. The MAP and FMD programs play a critical role in moving commodities from farmers to field to foreign markets. However, these programs are often oversubscribed and underfunded, leaving producers at a competitive disadvantage on the global market. We need to bolster these programs and expand into new markets and strengthening our trade relations. Lastly, we need to establish guidelines for large solar panel projects that are eating up acres after acre of prime farmland. My constituents have had enough. We must give local communities a say in the approval of the process. That is why I'm pleased that the Solar Act, has been included in this legislation. We're giving producers the flexibility to use solar energy on their farms while setting guidelines for large projects. To close, Mr. Speaker, I would like to restate my support for the Farm Bill. The bill is a big win for our farmers. It will have a big impact across the country, and I urge my colleagues on the Agriculture Committee to support this bill as it moves through the markup process tomorrow. And I hope it will receive strong support on the House floor as well. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today during Military Appreciation Month and ahead of Memorial Day to recognize some of the many Virginians who have contributed to Virginia's proud legacy of military service and those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. Earlier this month, I reached out to families across the 7th District, asking them to share stories of service, recognizing the unwavering courage and commitment of their loved ones who have answered the call to serve our country. I'm honored to work on behalf of so many military families and veterans, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to stand here today to read some of the extraordinary stories I received. Lisa Harms from Stafford County recognized her daughter, Second Lieutenant Sabrina Harms, who is currently serving in the U.S. Air Force, a UVA alumna, granddaughter of World War II and Korean War veterans, and the niece of Vietnam and Persian War veterans. Sabrina is in her 3rd year of medical school at the Uniformed Services University of the Health Sciences and will graduate as a family medicine doctor next May to care for our service members, veterans, and their families. Thank you for your devotion to our country and fellow service members, Sabrina. And Lisa, you must be incredibly proud. Bonnie, who lives in Stafford County, shared with me the story of her father, Jesse James Verling, a lifelong Orange County resident. Mr. Verling never talked much of the details of his service in the Philippines and in the European theater during World War II. However, following his passing, Bonnie opened his safe deposit box and discovered his military decorations, getting to understand more about her father's brave and dedicated service on behalf of our country. Our nation owes an immense debt of gratitude to every one of our neighbors who put on the uniform. Thank you, Bonnie, for recognizing your father's service and allowing me the opportunity to do so in the congressional record. William Haas from Prince William County shared his father's story of service. William Brokaw Haas Sr. served in the U.S. Army during World War II, having enlisted straight out of high school. After seeing combat during the Battle of the Bulge, he was transferred to Okinawa following Germany's unconditional surrender, and he ultimately served on both fronts of the war. His resolve, courage, and commitment to democracy are an inspiration, and I'm glad to have received his story and have the opportunity to recognize his service. Stephen from Orange County recognized many members of his family who served to preserve the freedoms we enjoy as Americans. His father and 2 uncles who served during World War II, his brother who served in Vietnam, and his brother who served stateside as a member of the detail at Fort Myer, responsible for interring the honored dead at Arlington National Cemetery. Stephen wrote, quote, "As they say, freedom isn't free, and we should all be thankful every day for those willing to pay the price." Stephen, I'm grateful for your family's sacrifices on behalf of our country. And as we head towards Memorial Day weekend, we remember the Virginians who bravely defended and died for our country. Virginians like Second Lieutenant Leonard M. Coward III. Leonard's sister, Lauren Salinas, wrote to me about her brother's career and service. After growing up in Culpeper County, Leonard graduated from the U.S. Military Academy at West Point in 2003, and he was deployed in early 2004. And he was killed in action in Iraq on May 16, 2004. He is buried at Arlington National Cemetery. And Lauren wrote, quote, 20 years have passed, but I remain grateful for the support and the love we still receive from many who knew Leonard in the community. We will never forget the Virginians whose individual sacrifices allow us to enjoy the promises of freedom. And my heart is with Leonard's family as they continue to hold his memory and spirit with them. Every one of our neighbors who are serving or have served in the United States of America's uniform, and those who have ultimately paid the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our freedoms, we honor you. This Memorial Day, I encourage all of my colleagues and all Americans across the country to reflect on the service and the sacrifice of the brave service members, our neighbors, friends, and loved ones, those who paid the heavy price of freedom as we remember those who never came home. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the 100th anniversary of the U.S. Foreign Service. Over the past century, Foreign Service officers, many of whom call Virginia home, have worked tirelessly around the globe to help maintain the global leadership of the United States. Throughout my career, I've had the privilege of working alongside many Foreign Service officers. These Americans display an unwavering commitment to our diplomacy and our national security. And as we celebrate 100 years of modern American diplomacy, let's pause to reflect on the invaluable contributions made by these public servants on behalf of our country, even while facing threats and working far from their hometowns and oftentimes their families. I stand here today to express my profound gratitude to these officers, as well as to honor the hundreds of members of our foreign service who have given their lives in service abroad. To recognize this important
The
centennial,
gentleman's time has expired.
I encourage my colleagues to support the mint to commemorate the coin celebrating 100 years of the U.S. Foreign Service. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langsworth, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Jackie Walker on her remarkable career after 40 years of service as an anchor and reporter for WIVB Channel 4 News in Buffalo. Today, Jackie steps away from the anchor desk for the last time. For decades, Jackie Walker has been a trusted and beloved journalist tasked with delivering the very best news with joy and the very worst news with grace. There's a reason she's been awarded an Emmy, as well as the prestigious Silver Circle Award in the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. Jackie has also been inducted into the New York State Broadcasters Hall of Fame and the Buffalo Broadcasters Hall of Fame. These are just a few of her awards and achievements. If I were to read the entire list, I'd be here all day. As she signs off today, Western New York is losing a universally trusted voice, delivering the news of the day to the Buffalo-Niagara region. Jackie is an immense talent that has helped to shape so many historical moments for our community. In fact, Jackie is the longest tenured news anchor at one station in the history of the Buffalo media market. She leaves huge shoes to fill behind Channel 4's anchor desk tonight, and she will be sorely missed. Mr. Speaker, Jackie's integrity, her commitment to excellence, and her dedication to her craft set a standard for journalism that will continue to inspire future generations of reporters and anchors. As Jackie Walker embarks on the new chapter of her life, I want to thank her for her immense contributions to our community. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the career of John Murphy, the voice of the Buffalo Bills that announced his retirement just a short time ago. When you're from Western New York, the Buffalo Bills are part of your DNA. And John Murphy was a fixture of the Bills announce team for over 30 years. John Murphy served side by side with the legendary Van Miller, and they embody the spirit and the passion of Bills Mafia. As he steps away from his role as the voice of the Bills, we not only reflect on his career with immense gratitude, but also celebrate the legacy he's left behind. John's journey with the Bills began as a color analyst, but in his last 19 years, as the voice narrating every play that made him a household name. His voice became synonymous with Bills football, and the excitement and the authenticity John brought to the booth made it feel like you were right there on the sidelines with him. We all have fond memories listening to John, whether it was describing a game-winning drive or a critical defensive stop. John captured every second of the drama and joy and sometimes heartbreak that is Bills football. Thank you, John Murphy, on behalf of Bills Mafia, for your years of service. You are truly one of the greats, and we will miss hearing you each and every game day. Go Bills. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life, the career of my good friend Jim Zimer, who has dedicated 32 years of his life to keeping manufacturing jobs in Southern California. Jim is retiring from his position as president of Toyota's first North American manufacturing facility in our community. Under his guidance, that manufacturing auto plant in Southern California is still there. As a fellow Bruin, Jim started his career with a finance team in 1992, and by working hard, he made his way up to management. And his dedication and his efforts leading that manufacturing success, that plant's manufacturing success, they recently celebrated 50 years of existence in Southern California. And Jim has also been a committed member of our community, serving on the boards of the Long Beach Chamber of Commerce, the California Conference on Equality and Justice, and the Long Beach Ronald McDonald House. Jim, I want to take this moment to thank you for your leadership, your dedication, and always recognizing the backbone of America's manufacturing, its workers. Jim, you've shown exemplified key values in our Southern California community. Jim, thank you very much. And Jim, let me say, Week 5 will live forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Dela Cruz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection, the woman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it was 9 months ago that I introduced a resolution in the House of Representatives expressing support for diplomatic action to ensure water deliveries from Mexico to the United States under the 1944 Water Treaty that is still in effect. This resolution passed with bipartisan support, and still to this day, the Department of Agriculture, the IBWC, and senior leadership at the State Department have not been able to secure water for our South Texas farmers. So you ask, well, what does this mean to us? What is the result of their lack of action? Well, let me tell you what that result is. In South Texas, one of our largest employers, the Rio Grande Valley sugar growers, closed. That's job losses of 500 people. And just like those crops that have no water, 500 jobs in our district went to dust. But what is the bigger impact of that? The bigger impact of that is that we no longer have a sugar mill in Texas. What does that mean to all Americans across this country? That means that we will now have to rely on other countries to satisfy that sugar that was being produced in South Texas. That means that we're more reliant on other countries when we in the United States have the capabilities and have the businesses to produce our own sugar. It is simply unacceptable. The situation continues to get worse. In fact, as of May 4th, Mexico owes the United States more than 850,000 acre-feet of water under this treaty. In December, I had a call with Secretary Blinken, and I was left with the impression that he saw this just as important as we did in South Texas. However, our attempts to have follow-up meetings with the Secretary have proven unsuccessful. I've called both the Secretary of State, Secretary Blinken. I've talked to and called the U.S. Ambassador to Mexico to put pressure on Mexico, but yet our phone calls, our emails, they go unanswered. They are leaving South Texas farmers to fend for themselves. And what does that mean? That means that our citrus industry is now at risk of no longer being around. One day we will look at the citrus industry and we too may see them close their doors forever. And it is simply unacceptable. The lack of progress from this administration is an outrage to the men and women who are now out of work. It is an outrage for our farmers and our communities in South Texas who depend on these industries. But you know what? This is an outrage to all Americans. Food security is a matter of national security. And I wish that Secretary Blinken, I wish that our Agriculture Secretary, and I wish our U.S. Ambassador to Mexico were just as outraged as I am, just as outraged as the people of South Texas who have lost a sugar mill and who are watching the slow death of our citrus industry. I am encouraging not only Secretary Blinken, the U.S. Ambassador to Mexico, the IBWC, to start making this a priority. I am working with appropriations because I believe that if we cannot get our water, if we cannot save our citrus industry, if we cannot save the jobs that industry allows, if we cannot save our farmers, then Mexico does not deserve to have any money appropriated to them. I believe that we need to use every tool that we have available to force Mexico to abide by the treaty. We want our water. We demand our water. National security is food security. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Wexton, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you may know, last year I was diagnosed with progressive supranuclear palsy, or PSP. It's basically Parkinson's on steroids, and I don't recommend it.
Just a minute, please. Please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you may know, last year I was diagnosed with progressive supranuclear palsy, or PSP. It's basically Parkinson's on steroids, and I don't recommend it. It's affected my ability to speak, so I'm using this text-to-speech app to make it easier for you and our colleagues to hear and understand me. I rise today in support of PSP Awareness Month. Over the past year, I've come to personally know how scary and devastating a condition PSP can be for those of us battling it and for those close to us who love us and want us to be well again. Despite its life-changing impact on more than 30,000 Americans, PSP remains relatively unknown to the general public. I am on a mission to change that. For those of you who are not familiar, PSP is a neurodegenerative condition that occurs when a buildup of a protein called tau damages brain cells, particularly in the parts of the brain that control speech, balance, coordination, and eye movement. With a rare disease like PSP, there is a lot of confusion about what it is and also what it is not. As you've noticed, it has affected my mobility. In less than a year, I've gone from striding confidently into and around this chamber to relying on my walker to get around. PSP affects how loudly and clearly I can speak, which is not an ideal situation for a politician. In conversation, I've asked people to just ask me to repeat myself if they can't understand me, or find a quieter space to talk so I can be heard. I'm grateful that I've received such accommodating support from my colleagues and the staff here in the House that allows me to use this text-to-speech technology to be able to participate in committee hearings and to speak on the floor. PSP has no cure and its cause is unknown. Some medications may help temporarily alleviate some symptoms, and an active lifestyle and physical therapies can help to slow its progress. Whatever your politics, when it comes to illness, progressive is not a good thing to be. While I will never train for or compete in another triathlon, by working out regularly and doing physical therapy, I've improved my posture and balance to help prevent falls, a common source of serious injury for people with PSP. And I have a rescue inhaler and certain medications I can take immediately before social engagements that can help improve my affect and my speech. While PSP has clearly taken a toll on my body, it has not affected who I am inside. My fellow women members know I'll still chime in on the group chat with a joke or barb, which do not need to be repeated on the House floor. I still keep my staff on their toes by riding down ramps around the Capitol complex on my walker, as if they were mini roller coasters. And I'm still just as dedicated to doing my job of serving my community in Congress as the very first day I got here. I share the personal details of my journey with PSP not because I want to be told how inspiring I am or for you to feel sorry for me. I speak about what I'm going through because there are tens of thousands of other Americans out there who are fighting the same battles I am, and many of their loved ones, colleagues, and neighbors are having similar struggles with how to deal with the rapid and scary changes happening to the person that they know and love. They're likely spending months or even years going to doctor's appointment after doctor's appointment anxiously hoping for answers, but are left with more questions because too few medical providers are familiar enough with PSP to know what telltale signs to look for and diagnose. In fact, one of the most common ways to diagnose and differentiate PSP from Parkinson's is signs of brain atrophy seen in an MRI scan, which appears in the shape of a hummingbird. The hummingbird sign has become a symbol for PSP, which is why I'll be wearing a PSP Awareness hummingbird pin today. Raising awareness of PSP can mean quicker, accurate diagnosis, the development of more effective treatments, and more time for those battling PSP to take on this disease with all the resources and support available. I'm determined to use my platform to raise awareness of what PSP is and the urgent need to do more to fight against it. I'm proud that over 80 of my colleagues from both sides of the aisle have joined me on a resolution to recognize May as PSP Awareness Month. I've also championed the national plan to end Parkinson's Act that would help bring greater resources to discovering the causes, effective treatments, and a cure for Parkinson's and related Parkinsonisms like my PSP. This bipartisan legislation passed the House last year with overwhelming bipartisan support, and I hope that the Senate will take it up very soon and send it to President Biden's desk. Madam Speaker, I've spent my career uplifting the stories of those in need. I am committed to continuing that work now on behalf of the PSP community and making the most of this platform that I have for as long as I am able. I urge my colleagues to join me this month to raise awareness of PSP and work together to fight this terrible disease. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today I rise on behalf of my constituents in Western North Carolina to highlight the dire situation at the southern border and to advocate for the enforcement of our nation's immigration laws. The Biden administration continues to break records, and not in a good way. The number of individuals on the terrorist watch list that were apprehended illegally crossing the southwest border increased 2,500% from fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2023, and a record-breaking 301,000 migrants were caught trying to illegally enter our country in the month of December alone. Our country's border control agents are overwhelmed and they're underfunded. And what has President Biden done? Nothing but open our southern border up to more illegal immigrants and chaos. I went to the Tucson sector of the southern border last year to witness the crisis for myself. I saw millions of taxpayer dollars in the form of unused border wall materials rusting away in the hot Arizona sun. Local law enforcement pointed out to me where the border wall ends at the top of a hill and shared how cartel members sit on the Mexico side of the mountain peak to serve as a lookout. These cartel members are able to see for miles and signal to illegal immigrants when the coast is clear so that migrants can then flood our open border. Many of the illegal immigrants trying to cross our border are military-aged men. They're not families and children. They're cartel members trying to smuggle fentanyl into our borders and to cause harm to our communities. Local law enforcement shared how difficult it's been to step up when executives in the federal government refuse to prioritize our national security. I sympathize with Cochise County law enforcement, and I think every law enforcement officer across this country can sympathize too. Sheriffs across this country have told me that they've asked to meet with Joe Biden to tell him firsthand of the problems that they're having, and their requests, for some reason, have not been granted. Why will the president not meet with them? Is he afraid of the truth? Since 2021, America has seen an unprecedented surge at our southern border. Customs and Border Patrol reports over 7.6 million encounters, and the Secretary of Homeland Security has affirmed more than 85% of the migrants caught illegally crossing our southern border are ultimately released back into the country. That's nearly 6.5 million migrants released into the interior of the United States by the Department of Homeland Security since January 2021. Now we have record levels of fentanyl flowing across our borders, courtesy of the Mexican cartels. Over 27,000 pounds were seized last year, and it's destroying the very fabric of our communities. In 2022 alone, illicit opioids claimed the lives of 313 members of my district. That's 313 sets of mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, friends, and loved ones gone due to drug trafficking promoted at our southern border and ignored by our country's president. During my time in Congress, I've co-sponsored, helped pass legislation in the House to secure the southern border and end this administration's radical and dangerous border policies. I was proud to co-sponsor and vote for H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, over a year ago, last May. Senate Democrats and President Biden could take real concrete steps to solve this migration crisis and to address everything from court backlogs to the trafficking of unaccompanied children if they would just get behind H.R. 2. But they haven't. Why are Democrats so adamantly opposed to common sense legislation to protect Americans and close our southern border once and for all? Instead of supporting the strongest border security package in American history, the Senate has proposed a do-nothing border bill that enriches criminal networks, uses taxpayer dollars to fund organizations that facilitate mass illegal immigration, codifies Biden's open border policies like catch and release. As terrorists, drugs, and weapons flow freely into our country, I believe that we should be putting American people first, not playing political patty cake. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, this is a week that farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers in my state of Kansas have long awaited. The House Agriculture Committee will finally mark up a 5-year farm bill. I want to start by saying thank you to Chairman G.T. Thompson for leading the committee in developing a bipartisan, comprehensive, fiscally conservative farm bill that gives our farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers the certainty they deserve. Around this time last year, the chairman and I hosted a farm bill listening session next to a wheat field in my district. We heard from 150 Kansans about their priorities for a farm bill. They were clear. They need a farm bill that gives them certainty as they work day in and day out to feed, clothe, and fuel the world. The Farm Food and National Security Act does just that. This farm bill strengthens the farm safety net and protects crop insurance. Agriculture producers in Kansas understand firsthand how important that is. In February of 2021, Kansas had 13 consecutive days of below freezing temperatures, which is a 40-year record. Our producers worked around the clock to protect their cattle and ensure they survived. Just last summer, drought and market conditions in Kansas caused producers to abandon the highest number of acres of wheat since World War I. Wheat farmers have seen a 35% decrease in production in the last year as a result. Madam Speaker, the reality is Mother Nature is a very difficult business partner. One bad crop year could put the livelihood of our producers and their families at risk. This farm bill gives these hardworking individuals more certainty by strengthening the farm safety net, adjusting reference prices, and modernizing the livestock indemnity program, dairy supports, and conservation reserve program. The committee's farm bill also maintains American food independence and invests tax dollars in places we can see a return on those dollars. America is the freest country in the world, in part because we have never had to rely on another country to feed us. At the heart of that independence is agriculture, research, and innovation.
The Big First is home to some of the crown jewels of the animal health corridor, Kansas State University and the National Bio and Agri-Defense Facility. These institutions give the nation a scientific hub of world-renowned research. Kansas State University is conducting groundbreaking research into areas including new heat-tolerant wheat varieties and higher-yielding sorghum. The U.S. Department of Agriculture's state-of-the-art INBAF facility in Manhattan will conduct research into serious animal diseases threats to be an important backstop in protecting our nation's food supply. This work and America's continued ability to feed ourselves for generations to come depend on a 5-year farm bill that prioritizes food security as national security. Madam Speaker, this farm bill makes robust investments in the market access program and foreign market development programs that ensure our American producers remain in the international marketplace. It proactively addresses issues like deferred maintenance costs at land-grant institutions and the country's veterinarian shortage before that problem gets even worse. I've been to this floor nearly 30 times to push for my priorities in this farm bill: to protect and strengthen crop insurance, to promote trade programs that help America remain competitive and secure, conduct rigorous oversight of the executive branch to fight big government overreach, and invest in agricultural research at America's land-grant universities. I'm pleased that the Farm, Food, and National Security Act does just that. We need to pass a 5-year, fiscally conservative farm bill long enough to provide certainty and short enough for Congress to respond to market changes. Farm bills feed every corner of the nation, from New England to the islands of Hawaii, both our coast, down to the Gulf, and even the heartland of this country, including Kansas. American agricultural producers and consumers are counting on it. The legislation we mark up this week will have ripple effects for years to come. This body and Congress must use this legislation to address the concerns we've all heard over the last several years. When we kicked off our Farm Bill listening session last year, there were 3 combines parked behind us: John Deere, Case, and Gleaner. When you grow up on a farm, you're born into loyalty to one of these trusted American brands. They have different styles and features, but they are all designed to do the same thing: harvest. Our listening session that day and the bill that House Agriculture Committee marks up this week are no different. We all have different priorities and backgrounds, but we are all here to do the same thing: harvest, work hard, and effectively turn out a product, the Farm Bill. America's farmers, ranchers, and ag producers deserve it. America's food and national security depend on it, and Congress must deliver it. This Farm Bill is something our ag community can be proud of. It puts dollars in places where Americans can see a good return on their investment. It tightens budgets and reins in reckless spending that doesn't serve taxpayers. Most importantly, this bill ensures that American farmers, ranchers, and ag producers can continue to keep us all fueled, fed, and clothed. The Farm, Food, and National Security Act is the first step in the right direction, and I look forward to this week's markup. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Ciscomani, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember U.S. Air Force Lieutenant General Eugene D. Santarelli, who passed away on September 21st, 2023, at 79 years old. Lieutenant General Santarelli was a highly decorated 3-star general who commenced his military career following his graduation from the University of Notre Dame in 1966. A remarkable pilot, instructor, and mentor, he was qualified in and flew a dozen different aircraft types. Over the course of his career, he accumulated approximately 3,600 flying hours, including 901 combat hours. He commanded a numbered Air Force, an air division, and 3 flying wings in his 32-year career. General Santarelli is survived by his spouse, Kay Santarelli, sister Paula Anthony, and brother Francis. His dedication and service to our country did not go unnoticed. During his lifetime, he was awarded the Legion of Merit, Distinguished Flying Cross with Valor, Meritorious Service Medal, Air Medals, Aerial Achievement Medal, Air Force Commendation Medal, and Combat Readiness Medal. General Santarelli was at his best when teaching, mentoring, or leading through his own example. In the hearts of the Tucson community and AZ-06, Lieutenant General Santarelli remains a true hero. We extend our gratitude for his dedicated service and are eternally thankful for all his contributions.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the University of Arizona baseball team by clinching the Pac-12 Conference Championship after defeating Oregon State. The Wildcats lost their first two games and were in a must-win game on Saturday night. In Arizona fashion, they had a walk-off double, scoring 2 runs and winning the game 4-3. Head coach Chip Hale has a current season record of 33 wins and 20 losses and conference record of 20 wins, 10 losses. He is the first coach in conference history to be named Pac-12 Player and Coach of the Year. I met Coach Hale a year ago at High Corbett Field and know that he will continue to do great things for this program. As a former Wildcat, I know he has what it takes to take this team to the College World Series. Lastly, I would like to recognize Dawson Netz, a former intern in my Tucson district office, who is a team captain and pitcher. He was voted Pac-12 preseason all-conference player and is currently 8 games away from being the all-time leader in appearances for Arizona baseball. I'm excited to see what the future holds for these athletes, and good luck in the Pac-12 tournament. Bear down. Madam Speaker, I rise today in honor and recognize a group of talented Cochise College art students in the mural they painted in the city of Sierra Vista. The mural depicts the beauty of the San Pedro River and the wildlife in Cochise County, serving as a reminder of our connection to nature and the need to steward it wisely. Through its Neighborhood Partnership Initiative grant program, the City of Sierra Vista provides funding for projects like the mural and inspires community members to help beautify the city. The mural, which wraps around the Oscar Rim Community Center, is a passion project of Cochise College art instructor Jen Marie Selensnack and her students, and a testament to the creativity of our Sierra Vista community. To Ms. Selensnack and her students, thank you for your work and for making Sierra Vista an even more beautiful city. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Malliotakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the life of Lee Covino, a friend, a U.S. Army veteran, and a Staten Islander who dedicated his life to making our country and community a better place for those who served. Lee served our country in the U.S. Army during the Vietnam War, and after his service, he attended the College of Staten Island on scholarship from the GI Bill. It was here that his passion for Veterans Affairs flourished. He became a peer counselor for local veterans, and almost a decade later began working as an intervention counselor for the VA's Vietnam Veterans Outreach Center, assisting nearly 1,000 Vietnam-era and combat veterans across Staten Island and Brooklyn. In July of 1990, Lee was appointed to the cabinet of Staten Island Borough President Guy Molinari, where he served as the Veterans Affairs Advisor and Director of Contracts and Procurement. His service to our borough continued for another 2 decades, extending his tenure at Borough Hall through the administrations of James Molinaro and James Otto until his retirement in 2014. And in 2002, Mayor Michael Bloomberg appointed him to the city's Veterans Advisory Board, where he served until April 2015, retiring as the board's vice chairman. During this time at Borough and City Halls, Lee played a major role in bringing the Vet Center and the Veterans Affairs Clinic to Staten Island and obtaining a Staten Island bus link to Brooklyn's VA Medical Center. This week, New York City also will celebrate its 36th annual Fleet Week, a show of appreciation for our nation's Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard teams. Lee was instrumental in helping coordinate local activities and events for this grand recognition of our armed forces. And he also worked tirelessly to expand veteran services to minority-based areas and assist veterans with resume development and learning computer skills so that they could find employment and readjust to civilian life. Lee's dedication to New York City veterans did not end with his official duties. After his retirement, he continued to serve as an invaluable resource for many elected officials, including myself, where he helped our office organize our Veterans Roundtable and became reliable counsel for veterans-focused legislation and ideas. Because of the profound impact he has had in our community, Lee was installed into the College of Staten Island Alumni Hall of Fame in 1989 and was set to be inducted into the New York State Veterans Hall of Fame later this year. He was a member of the VFW, American Legion, Vietnam Veterans of America, the Catholic War Veterans, AMVETS, and New York City Veterans Alliance, the 369th Veterans Association, and he served as treasurer of the United Staten Island Veterans Organization, which sponsored our borough's annual Memorial Day Parade. Here we are at the Staten Island Memorial Day Parade in 2021, which Mayor de Blasio had originally canceled, citing COVID, until Lee's advocacy and leadership made the mayor reverse his decision, and we marched together honoring our fallen. And on Monday, Memorial Day, we, the community, we will march again, and Lee's presence, it will be noticed, and it will be immensely missed. Lee was a true American patriot who dedicated his entire life to service of others, and I know I speak for our entire community and city when I say his commitment to fighting for our veterans is extremely appreciated. Our office sends our deepest condolences to his daughter Marina and 3 grandchildren Melina, Michael, and Samantha as they grieve this tremendous loss. But they should rest assured that today they are in the history books of the United States Congress, and that his legacy of service and dedication will inspire us all as we continue to advocate for the rights and well-being of our veterans. I yield back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to a dear friend, a war veteran, and a real hero of California's 27th Congressional District who was taken from us way too soon. Mr. Bill Reynolds crossed into heaven and joined the Lord on January 11th, 2021, a couple of years ago. And as a young man, Bill crossed oceans and fought for this nation in the jungles of Vietnam. He fought in some of the war's fiercest battles while in Vietnam, including the Mekong Delta, where he was wounded but continued fighting alongside his brothers, the famous and heroic boys of 67. Bill earned a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart for his extraordinary bravery, but he never forgot his brothers who made the ultimate sacrifice, those that didn't come home, and he never stopped serving our nation when he returned home. Bill Reynolds dedicated himself to fellow veterans in California's 27th Congressional District and around the country. His work led to the establishment of the Veterans Memorial Wall in Newhall, California, and he personally documented the stories of countless veterans to ensure their service and sacrifices will be remembered for future generations. And I'm proud to say the endless service and sacrifice of Bill will now forever be etched in the heart of Santa Clarita as well. Right in the middle of my district, today we celebrate the official renaming of the Valencia Post Office to the William L. Reynolds Post Office Building, an honor that has been signed into law by the President of the United States. This commemoration is a fitting tribute to a man who dedicated so much of his life to this beautiful nation, both on the battlefield and in our communities. And it should be noted, and frankly, fitting tribute that about 63,000 postal workers themselves are veterans. So this is very apropos. Bill was a devoted husband to his beloved wife, Meg, who lives in Santa Clarita, a loving father and grandfather, and a friend to thousands. His legacy does not only live on in the medals he won or the landmarks that bear his name, but in the lives he touched and the community that he strengthened. And he left an indelible mark on me personally, and he continues to inspire me to serve this beautiful country in this capacity. In a time marked by stark political division, it was inspiring to witness both Democrats and Republicans unite in support of honoring this great man who epitomized the pinnacle of American valor and empathy. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to join me in honoring Bill Reynolds, a true American hero, by supporting this special tribute. May God bless Bill Reynolds and his family, and may God continue to bless this beautiful country, the United States of America. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise today to recognize Memorial Day. Our nation's greatness was earned by the sacrifices of a few, so that freedom and liberty would come to all. This weekend, we remember their sacrifices and their service. We're very proud that the tradition of Memorial Day originated in Pennsylvania and in a Pennsylvania community located in my district, Boalsburg, Pennsylvania. Dating back to 1864 in Boalsburg, Pennsylvania, the birthplace of Memorial Day, where 3 ladies decorated the graves of fallen Civil War soldiers. They met in the graveyard and they promised to come back the following year to be able to do the same thing. And from that simple beginning act of love and remembrance came the observance of Memorial Day. Now, every year on the last Monday of May, the people across this nation gather in town squares, at memorials, and in cemeteries of fallen heroes to pay tribute to those who gave it all. This includes our service members who are missing in action or prisoners of war. According to the Department of Defense POW MIA accounting agency, more than 80,000 American citizens who served in the Vietnam War, Korean War, and World War II are still missing in action. That's why I'm proud to have introduced H-Con Res 64, which urges our mutually beneficial trade agreements to include a commitment from trading partners to continue to search and recovery efforts of our nation's missing service members. In August 2023, I was notified by the POW MIA accounting agency that 2 MIAs from my district were identified and were returning home. Army Corporal Francis James Jury of Clearfield, Pennsylvania, and Army Sergeant Richard M. Shiro of Marionville, Pennsylvania, were deemed missing in action during the Korean War. Thanks to the hard work and dedication of the POW MIA accounting agency, these 2 heroes were able to be returned home and receive the proper burial that they deserved. This nation is united by our liberties and freedoms that our men and women in uniform take an oath to protect and to defend. We will always honor our brothers and sisters who fought in battle to uphold our way of life. May God carry them in the palm of his hand, and all of our service members in the palm of his hand. This Memorial Day, as we raise the stars and stripes, as we lay wreaths at monuments, memorials, and cemeteries, let us remember that our freedoms is thanks to those who served and those who died in sacrifice. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to comment on a controversy affecting the University of Wisconsin at Milwaukee this past week. Wisconsin at Milwaukee, like many universities in America, has been the site of bizarre protests in favor of Hamas. Milwaukee is the 2nd largest university in the state of Wisconsin. While the response to these protests by universities around the country can best be described as pathetic, Milwaukee is one of the worst. Israel has suffered an attack almost unprecedented in its brutality, in which Hamas and its supporters reveled in the horrific deaths of civilians, including young children. Israel's response can best be described as very measured, particularly given that Hamas has decided to hide among hospitals and other civilian locations. Certainly, Israel's response was more measured than our response during World War II, when you look at what was done to Tokyo, what was done to Dresden. So by comparison, there is no comparison. Hamas could end this war tomorrow if they would surrender, show Israel its tunnels, its arms, and surrender the hostages. They are entirely responsible for allowing this war to go on. The university statement to the protesters appears to blame Israel. Even before the October attacks, it should have been obvious who wears the white hats here. Israel is a modern, prosperous, and tolerant country in which even Muslims can build mosques and are allowed to vote. In Gaza, from childhood on, children are raised to hate Jews. People come from Thailand, the Philippines, and Latin America, not Jewish people. They flow to Israel to live and work there. Hamas leadership, meanwhile, takes their foreign aid from Europe and lives in Qatar and Turkey. The descendants of Yasser Arafat himself don't want to live in Gaza. They live in Paris. And even with this, UWM feels they should side with Hamas. The university has tried recently to amend their position, but they still display a moral equivalence in which they can't bring themselves to say there's a right and a wrong, a good and an evil in this conflict. Their bias shows further in that their first impulse was to meet only with representatives of the protesters and not with the broader community. And this despite the fact that public opinion polls consistently show the American public as a whole, including presumably the taxpayers who fund the University of Wisconsin at Milwaukee, have no problem figuring out who is good and who is evil. The university should apologize for developing their own foreign policy and spend some time with the broader community and learn what the vast majority of Americans and Wisconsinites think. Thank you.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibling.
Would you pray with me? Immortal and invisible God, all power belongs to you. Gracious and merciful God, in you is found unfailing love. With you, O Lord, are not competing natures, but the whole of life. In you, we discover both tenderness and strength. You love us with a parent's compassion and guide us with your firm hand. In our lives, may we learn to strike the balance between patience and persistence. May we show no ill will toward others, but have the wherewithal to bear their criticism and their ridicule. And when our anger is justified, may we be just as quick to forgive those who repent of their offenses. May those who are strong bear the feelings of the weak, and may those who are vulnerable bear witness to the strength of their empathy. In this body, may we acknowledge that we belong to one another and reconcile with those who attempt to dismantle our mutual purpose. In you, may we strive for restoration, encourage one another, be of one mind, and live in peace. God of justice and mercy, abide with us this day. In the power and love of your eternal name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announced to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Please join me in saying our nation's pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has agreed to Senate Joint Resolution 58, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Department of Energy relating to energy conservation standards for consumer furnaces, in which concurrence to the House is requested.
The chair will obtain up to 15 requests, 1-minute speeches from each side of the aisle. So what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request the consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
So be.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, farming is more than a profession. It is a true cornerstone of the American society. And no group has had a more significant impact on the evolution of modern society than our hardworking farmers. From the earliest days of our nation's founding, the work ethic and devotion of our producers is what pushed us forward. Before the sun rises, our nation's farmers, ranchers, and foresters have already been hard at work for hours, tending to their fields and caring for their livestock. Providing for our families goes beyond putting food on our tables. It includes clothes on our back, heat in our homes, and fuel for our vehicles. With each harvest, our farm families ensure that America and the world has access to a safe and abundant food supply. American agriculture remains America's backbone, and we must support the families that give us so much by passing an effective 5-year farm bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Michael R. McCormick, the remarkable superintendent of the Val Verde Unified School District, as he embarks on a well-deserved journey into retirement. With over 27 years of dedicated service to the field of education, Michael McCormick's career has been defined by an unwavering commitment to fostering educational excellence and nurturing innovation. Before assuming the role of superintendent, Mr. McCormick served as the Assistant Superintendent for Education Services at Val Verde. And under his stewardship, The district earned numerous awards and accolades owing to his thoughtful and diligent focus that puts students first. From championing STEM education to striving to close the racial education gap for his students, Valverde has thrived under his guidance. Superintendent Michael McCormick, your dedication to education has left an enduring legacy of inspiration and empowerment. Congratulations on your retirement, and thank you for your tireless commitment to excellence in education.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my district in Northern California, there's this catastrophic destruction of the Klamath dams. They're hydroelectric dams that provide clean, CO2-free power for about 70,000 homes. It's reducing the renewable grid that everybody seems to want, eliminating recreational assets, hurting property values, damaging the local economy, and making it tougher on agriculture in the Klamath Basin. You see many of these products right here that are grown in California, 90 to 99% of what America relies upon, even 100%. Some of those same crops are grown in that Klamath Basin. Won't be able to do that much longer if they keep tearing out infrastructure and taking the water away. The removal of these dams currently has released many millions of cubic yards of accumulated silt, which has ruined the water quality, killed hundreds of thousands of fish and the spawning beds they would have laying new smolts in. We've seen even full-size deer getting stuck in this and dying in that mud. Governors of California and Oregon seem willing to ignore these because they think it's a win to tear out the dams. Local farmers, again, are suffering. The project borrowed water from the dams to extend the irrigation system. You won't have that flexibility anymore with that out. You won't be able to grow some of these crops that Americans enjoy and rely upon. So we have this devastation going on all in the name of the environment, all in the name of saving some fish. In the meantime, they've destroyed and killed hundreds of thousands of fish and will continue to do so with this reckless dam removal that won't end here. It'll keep going. We'll have less hydroelectric power, less stored water, less recreation with this crazy type of thinking. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 moment.
228 days. That is how long it has been since scores of people were violated, maimed, tortured, and killed in Israel. 228 days since 252 people, including children and the elderly, were abducted from Israel into Gaza. Yesterday, I met with 4 of their families. Alex Danzig, a 75-year-old, was taken from kibbutz near Oz. He spent the last 30 years working at Yad Vashem, Israel's Holocaust Remembrance Center, teaching about the lessons of World War II. Ohad Ben Ami, a dual Israeli-German citizen, was kidnapped from kibbutz Be'eri. Ohad's daughter showed me one of the last photos she has of him, which depicts him being dragged into a van by a terrorist. Shakhed Dahan, I wear a dog tag in his honor, was a 19-year-old IDF soldier killed on October 7th. Footage of his lifeless body being dragged from the tank he drove was shown to me by his family. His body was taken to Gaza, and his family prays for its return so they can give him a proper burial. Matan Angrest, a 21-year-old IDF soldier, also abducted. Status unknown, believed to be alive. He shares a November 28th birthday with his younger sister. This past year was the first time they had ever marked their birthday apart. 228 excruciating days for these families. We must not forget them. Until they are released, I will keep saying their names and standing with their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objections, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate National Emergency Medical Services Week and honor the EMS professionals and paramedics who provide life-saving care across the nation every day. EMS professionals like Nick Olick, Chief of Scott County EMS in my home state of Indiana, Since he started serving in Scott County more than a decade ago, Nick and his team have turned around the Emergency Medical Services Department, and it is now self-funded, saving taxpayer money while also saving lives. This can be a heart-wrenching line of work. Last year, Nick suddenly lost a friend and colleague, and yet still he perseveres. While suffering through his own grief, he continues to respond to calls for service. Nick has also started a community paramedicine program to train future EMS personnel. He's an outstanding medic and an exemplar of the EMS profession. This week, we celebrate every EMS professional across the country as they contend for our communities wherever emergencies happen. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Chair, in the mid-20th century, the United States government conducted nuclear weapons development tests in the Southwest, exposing thousands of Arizonans downwind of the test site to ionized radiation from the fallout. Women, men, and children were diagnosed with terrible cancers from the radiation exposure. Many tragically lost their lives. Nearly 25 years ago, Congress attempted to make amends by passing the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, but without congressional action, RECA is set to expire next month, denying Arizona families the compensation they need to pay for health care treatments. The House has an opportunity to act right now to correct this injustice. More than 2 months ago, the Senate overwhelmingly passed the bipartisan RECA Reauthorization Act, a 5-year extension of the program. It mirrors my Downwinders Parity Act by expanding the scope of the RECA's coverage to Arizonans in lower Mojave County who were previously denied compensation. For too long, these downwinders have been left behind and overlooked. I urge my colleagues, give these people the justice they deserve and put this bill to a vote. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Request permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize all men and women in uniform who made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. Since our nation's founding via the Revolutionary War, more than 1 million Americans have given their lives to protect the freedoms that we hold dear today. Every fallen member of the armed services and their families deserves our deepest expression of gratitude, not only on Memorial Day, but every day. The words of Jesus Christ in John 15:12-13 apply to these heroes most deserving of remembrance when he said, "This is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you." Greater love has no one than this, that someone lay down his life for his friends. As we reflect upon the ultimate sacrifice of more than 1 million American service members this Memorial Day, may we also remember the family and friends they left behind. Their pain and grief are unimaginable, tempered only by the joy of their memories and the knowledge that they gave their lives in service to the greatest country the world has ever known. I join other Americans in offering them my prayers and heartfelt appreciation. May God bless them, and may God continue to bless the United States of America.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objections, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the Rockingham County Baseball League as they celebrate 100 years of America's favorite pastime. Founded in 1924, the Rockingham County Baseball League is the second oldest continuously operating league in the United States. J.R. Polyline Weaver, a sports writer for the Daily News Record, helped organize the league. The effort brought players together from 7 communities across Rockingham County in both spirit and game with a consistent schedule and designated rules. From there, the league would go on to include teams from up and down the Shenandoah Valley. The league has a rich history. It survived the Great Depression, World War II, and integrated with African-American players in the 1950s. RCBL boasts players who went on to play in Major League Baseball and even the National Basketball Association. Today, its fields remain a welcoming place that bring athletes together. Recently, the league's storied history and many accomplishments were highlighted in a new exhibit at the Rocktown History Museum in Dayton. It calls attention to the hard work of players, coaches, fans, and other community members who have shown care toward each other through the common love of baseball. Congratulations to RCBL on the many wonderful seasons they've enjoyed over the last century, and I wish them many more to come. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1243 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 77, House Resolution 1243. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 4763 to provide for a system of regulation of digital assets by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committees on Agriculture and Financial Services, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-33, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 5403 to amend the Federal Reserve Act to prohibit the Federal Reserve banks from offering certain products or services directly to an individual, to prohibit the use of central bank digital currency for the monetary policy and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 192, to prohibit individuals who are not citizens of the United States from voting in elections in the District of Columbia. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute, recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Last night, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H-Res 1247, providing for the House's consideration of several pieces of legislation. The rule provides for H.R. 4763, the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, to be considered under a structured rule. It provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Additionally, the rule also provides for H.R. 5403, the Central Bank Digital Currency, CBDC, Anti-Surveillance State Act. H.R. 5403 would be considered under a structured rule, and it also provides for 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Finally, the rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 192, a bill which would prohibit non-citizens from voting in elections in the District of Columbia, to be considered under a closed rule. It also provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying pieces of legislation, beginning with H.R. 4763, the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, or FIT 21. Mr. Speaker, I'm very glad that the rule provides for consideration of this legislation. As a member of the Financial Services Committee, we've spent countless hours trying to develop a responsible regulatory structure for blockchain technology and digital assets. These conversations have become increasingly necessary as regulators like the Securities and Exchange Commission have failed. Instead of developing a targeted and purposeful framework that would promote innovation and protect consumers, they have led with regulation by enforcement action. This approach threatens the United States' leadership in the future of digital assets, a future that could better protect privacy, reduce business costs, and empower more Americans. This flawed approach by the SEC has required congressional action, and FIT 21 is the joint response of the Financial Services Committee and the Agriculture Committee. FIT 21 establishes a framework consistent with existing law, but also appropriate for the digital assets in question and their unique characteristics. First, there is no clear current market structure for the regulation of digital assets in the United States. The SEC has merely been regulating by enforcement action. This leaves digital asset innovators and consumers to play a guessing game. This not only stifles innovation, it lends itself to the SEC picking winners and losers. Meanwhile, there's currently no way for digital asset commodities to be registered or regulated by the CFTC. Chair Gensler has repeatedly said most digital assets are securities. However, by his own admission, we know that not all digital assets are securities. In fact, it's estimated that 70% or more are commodities. This is among the most important reasons for the passage of FIT 21. The SEC does not regulate commodities. It regulates securities. The CFTC does not regulate securities. It regulates commodities. The advent of digital assets, which can be either securities or commodities, has created a regulatory black hole that FIT 21 seeks to remedy. By defining digital asset commodities and securities and creating a clear regulatory market structure, FIT 21 protects consumers and provides the regulatory clarity for digital asset developers to innovate. The framework offered by FIT 21 will give clear guidance to regulators and thus allow consumers to better judge digital assets for themselves, avoid scams, reduce instances of data theft, and lessen the potential for market manipulation. FIT 21 is good for our constituents and good for the country. I encourage all of us to support this important legislation. Moving on to H.R. 5403, the Central Bank Digital Currency, CBDC, Anti-Surveillance State Act. I'm a proud original co-sponsor of H.R. 5403 because I share the concerns of many of my colleagues about the consequences of a Federal Reserve Bank digital currency and what that could mean for our constituents and their privacy. If issued, a government-controlled CBDC would give federal bureaucrats the ability to track every transaction Americans make, as well as the ability to block any transaction they so choose. This would be an unprecedented level of surveillance in the daily lives of everyday Americans, and we should all be concerned about the potential threats to individual rights and privacy. A CBDC would give the government the power to shut off access to payments and freeze the bank accounts of law-abiding citizens and institutions for political reasons, just like we saw with the Canadian trucker protests or with Operation Choke Point. I hope all of my colleagues will join me in standing against the creation of a central bank digital currency by supporting this bill. Finally, this rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 192, a bill which would prohibit non-citizens from voting in the elections in the District of Columbia. Americans are rightly concerned with election integrity. Free and fair elections are essential to any democracy. We all agree on that. What we should also agree on is that non-citizens voting in elections undermines confidence in elections. It's why the District of Columbia's Local Residents Voting Rights Amendment Act is so objectionable. It allows non-citizens to vote in D.C. elections, including illegal immigrants and foreign agents. It goes without saying that these individuals in particular have interests that are at odds with our own. They literally represent the interests of other countries, including countries hostile to the United States. Why would we want to allow Russian or China or any foreign agent to vote on policies that impact the U.S. Capitol? It defies logic, but that is exactly what D.C. has inspired to do. My colleagues might ask why we even have an interest in the affairs of local laws in this respect. The answer is quite simple. D.C. has a unique and constitutional relationship with the United States Congress. A lack of confidence in American elections anywhere threatens the confidence in American elections everywhere. It is incumbent upon us to protect the integrity of D.C. elections when the district's elected officials fail to do so, when they allow non-citizens and people with loyalty to other countries to vote. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to consideration of these three important pieces of legislation and urge the passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentlelady from Indiana for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, there's really not much to say. If you were to listen to my friend on the other side, you'd think that these bills are going to change the world the second the ink dries, but they're not. This is just another week of wasted time. More of the same from the Republican leadership here in Congress that is completely out of touch with what the American people actually care about. H.R. 192 is another GOP attempt to meddle in D.C. politics. They spend more time worrying about Washington, D.C. than they do about their own constituents. And it's astounding to me that the party that claims to care about small government and local control wants to have the federal government tell local leaders here in D.C. how to run their local elections. Apparently, they're for local control unless it's local control by Democrats, in which case, never mind. And to hear anybody on the Republican side talk about election integrity is rich, especially from a party that is filled with election deniers. We are also here to consider H.R. 4763, a bill that provides an upper hand to the crypto industry instead of meaningfully addressing gaps in digital asset regulation. And finally, we will meet on H.R. 5403, a bill that prevents the U.S. from exploring digital currency. Now, I know my friends on the other side of the aisle are afraid of innovation, but 130 countries representing 98% of global GDP are looking into digital currency. Maybe, just maybe, it's something we should look into as well. Unfortunately, I think some of my friends on the other side want to go back to stone tablets. It's our job in Congress to address the privacy concerns, not to bury our heads in the sand and pretend like the world isn't moving forward. Mr. Speaker, it's all stunts instead of solutions, extremism over bipartisanship, and it's really a shame. This narrow majority could have given us a chance to work together in a bipartisan way. But instead, my friends over on the other side of the aisle have pandered to their most extreme members over and over and over again. They let the extremists kick out their own speaker. They let the extremists dictate the agenda on the House floor. They let the extremists take down 7 rule votes since January 2023, a stunning indictment of their ability to get anything done. And speaking of indictments, Republicans are skipping their real jobs to take day trips up to New York to try to undermine Donald Trump's criminal trial. No time to work with Democrats, but plenty of time to put on weird matching cult uniforms and stand behind President Trump with their bright red ties and like pathetic props. Maybe they want to distract from the fact that their candidate for president has been indicted more times than he's been elected. Maybe they don't want to talk about the fact that the leader of their party is on trial for covering up hush money payments to a porn star for political gain, not to mention 3 other criminal felony prosecutions he's facing. Now, I understand why my Republican friends want to distract from Donald Trump. They don't want to talk about how Trump had the worst jobs record since the Great Depression, how he sold out our allies and empowered our adversaries. So they bring silly things like this to the floor to deflect blame and distract from the fact that they have no real vision, just division, and no real plans to make life better for the American people. And with that, I reserve my time.
The chair would like to remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards presumed nominees for the office of the president. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to note that the bury the head in the sand approach is the very approach that Chairman Gensler has been taking with regard to the regulation of digital assets. Our colleagues seem to be less concerned about getting a regulatory framework for consumer protection and are hurrying to put in a central bank digital currency for digital surveillance. With that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, a few moments ago, I was admonished for stating the simple fact that the former president was indicted by a grand jury and is on trial in a court of law. That's not my opinion. It's just the truth. So I have a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman will state his inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, has the chair determined it's unparliamentary to state a fact?
The chair is not in a position to determine the veracity of remarks made on the floor.
Well,
that members must avoid personalities.
Yeah, well, that's unbelievable. Last week during debate, a Republican member of this House said, and I quote, "Watch the former president of the United States being hauled into court day after day with a sham trial," end quote. He wasn't admonished. I just referenced the same trial, and I was. So, Mr. Speaker, I have to ask a further parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman will state his inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it correct that members of Congress can mention the trial of the presumptive nominee for president, call it a sham, and question the integrity of the judge, but a reference to the mere existence of that same trial without any characterization that's out of order?
The chair will not issue an advisory opinion.
Well, one last parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker. Is this restriction originally founded, at least in part, on the principle in Jefferson's manual that, quote, in Parliament, to speak irreverently or seditiously against the king is against order, end quote? Is that what this is about? I have Jefferson's manual here.
Members must avoid personalities in debates. The chair will direct members to Rule 17 in Section 370 of the House Rules and Manual.
Yeah. So it is, in fact, based on what's in Jefferson's manual. Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump might want to be a king, but he's not a king. He is not a presumptive king. He's not even the president. He's a presumptive nominee. And I know you're trying to do your job and follow precedent, but frankly, at some point, it's time for this body to recognize that there is no precedent for this situation. We have a presumptive nominee for president facing 88 felony counts, and we're being prevented from even acknowledging it. These are not alternative facts. These are real facts. A candidate for president of the United States is on trial for sending a hush money payment to a porn star to avoid a sex scandal during his 2016 campaign, and then fraudulently disguising those payments in violation of the law. He's also charged with conspiring to overturn the election. He's also charged with stealing classified information, and a jury has already found him liable for rape in a civil court. And yet, in this Republican-controlled House, it's okay to talk about the trial, but you have to call it a sham.
We take down his words.
It's okay to say the jury is rigged.
Mr. Speaker, I demand that his words be taken down.
It's okay to say the court is corrupt.
The gentleman will suspend.
But not Trump is corrupting the rule of law.
Indiana, to demand that his words be taken down. The gentleman from Massachusetts will be seated. The clerk will report the words.
It's going to take some time, so let's just hang out here. We got to figure out exactly what the words were. All right, so Mr. Carl, we're gonna figure out exactly how we want to proceed here. He said stuff that's clearly out of order. Shooting at a timely demand. We're going to get the words back from the official reporters so that the clerk can read them. That's going to take some time. And in the interim, we're going to talk through what the options are to get out of this.
Order. The clerk will report the words.
We have a presumptive nominee for president facing 88 felony counts, and we are being prevented from even acknowledging it. These are not alternative facts. These are real facts. A candidate for President of the United States is on trial for sending a hush money payment to a porn star to avoid a sex scandal during his 2016 campaign, and then fraudulently disguising those payments in violation of the law. He is also charged with conspiring to overturn the election. He is also charged with stealing classified information, and a jury has already found him liable for rape in a civil court. And yet in this Republican-controlled House, it is okay to talk about the trial, but you have to call it a sham. It is okay to say the jury is rigged, but not that Trump should be held accountable. It is okay to say the court is corrupt, but not Trump is corrupting the rule of law.
The chair is prepared to rule. The words of the gentleman from Massachusetts accused the presumed nominee of the office of president of engaging in illegal activities. The presumed nominee for the office of president are according to the same treatments under the rules of the decorum in debate as a sitting president. This practice is memorialized in Section 370 of the House Rules and Manual. This is warranted even though a candidate may not have officially obtained the party's nomination once there is no reasonable dispute that the candidate will receive the nomination. The chair reaches that the conclusion in part based on the statement of the Speaker Wright of September 29, 1988. On that day, the Speaker made it clear that actual party nominees is not a prerequisite for treatments under the presided as though they are nominees. I messed that one up, I'm sorry. The chair has abolished members on the basis of numerous occasions and as recently as early today. This standard entails the application of the rules of decorum in debate. Therefore, although remarks in debate may include criticism of such candidate's official position as a candidate, it is a breach of order to refer as the candidate in terms personally offensive, whether by actually accusing or by merely insulting. Also, as such, in Section 370 of the manual, the acquisition that the president has committed a crime or even that the president has done something illegal is not in order. The chair relies on the precincts of March 19, 1988, September 10, 1998, and finds that the remarks consistently a personal attack. Without objections, the offensive words are stricken from the record. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentlewoman from Indiana for yielding the time. It's great to finally get to make a speech here. I'm a strong supporter of the legislation to be considered under the rule before us today, including the Central Bank Digital Currency Anti-Surveillance State Act, which will prohibit the Federal Reserve from pursuing a path that could jeopardize the financial freedoms and privacy of the American people. Around the world, we are seeing authoritarian regimes embrace digital currencies. And why? It is a means to more effectively and tightly control their people. That's why the Chinese Communist Party is actively developing a digital currency that will allow them to throttle the Chinese people's access to bank accounts and subject them to Orwellian social credit systems, among other forms of oppressive state control. Yet we've also seen freer democratic governments, not too different from our own, pursue policies in recent years to try to control their citizens' access to basic financial services, destroying their livelihoods in the process. In fact, it was our neighbors in Canada who recently shut down access to personal bank accounts of protesters who had the audacity to exercise their right to demonstrate in opposition to their government's draconian COVID-era lockdowns and vaccine mandates. Mr. Speaker, before coming to Congress, I joined our healthcare workers and others in the state of New York to protest against Governor Cuomo's oppressive, misguided COVID vaccine mandates that led to thousands of New Yorkers, including many frontline healthcare workers, losing their jobs. With tools like digital currency at their disposal, it creates a new pathway for the government to retaliate against those who speak up and voice a difference in opinion. If they had this power back then, would they have used it? Based on our experience with the Biden administration over the past 4 years and the weaponization of government agencies, I'm not surprised that the American people can clearly see the danger here. This administration, with regulation after regulation, policy after policy, has chipped away at the freedoms of the American people. Under President Biden, everyday Americans are left wondering if they'll be able to purchase a gas stove, drive an affordable car, do what they like with their private land, or even whether they can safely voice a conservative viewpoint without some form of reprisal from their government. We cannot take for granted our rights as Americans, especially when you have an administration captured and intimidated by the radical left that has weaponized our federal agencies against the freedoms of individuals, as the Biden administration has over the past 4 years. The American people are sick and tired of giving up their freedoms and being spied on by our federal government. First, it was warrantless surveillance through FISA. Today, it's a government-controlled digital currency. If we allow this dangerous trend to continue, what is next? Mr. Speaker, we need to pass the underlying legislation to prevent any further pursuit of an authoritarian policy like the creation of a centralized, controllable digital currency. Let's pass this rule and protect the financial privacy and the freedoms of the American people. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5403, the CBDC Anti-Surveillance State Act, a bill I was proud to co-sponsor, and I'd like to thank Majority Whip Tom Emmer and Chairman McHenry of the House Financial Services Committee for their work on this legislation to protect Americans' privacy and financial data. A central bank digital currency, or CDBC, would have devastating consequences for the Fourth Amendment rights of all freedom-loving Americans. Just as we've seen the federal government weaponized against conservatives, whether it's the IRS, the DOJ, the FBI, or even the Fed, no three-letter government agency should be able to trample on our Constitution. In 21st century America, the freedom to purchase goods and services necessary to care for and protect our families shouldn't be left up to the government. A CBDC is a slippery slope towards ceding that liberty. I urge all members to support this bill, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close and yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
America has always been a leader in innovation and technology, particularly in financial services. In order for this to remain the case, we must support regulatory structures that continue to foster that same innovative spirit without sacrificing privacy, provide necessary consumer protections, and preserve market integrity. Because before us is the opportunity to move legislation that could have a positive effect on the everyday lives of all Americans. H.R. 4763, the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century, or FIT 21, is a bill that delivers on all of these fronts for the future of digital assets here in the United States. Speaking of protecting Americans, H.R. 5403, the Central Bank Digital Currency, CBDC Anti-Surveillance State Act, ensures that the government is never in a position to weaponize the financial system against the American people. Innovation cannot come at the cost of sacrificing individual liberties. The issuance of a CBDC would only work to compromise Americans' rights and privacy. And finally, H.R. 192 protects the integrity of American elections here in the District of Columbia, and we must prevent it. Congress must step in when local officials in the district fail to protect election integrity in this most basic sense. Non-citizens, including illegal immigrants and agents of foreign governments, must not have the ability to vote in American elections at any level, anywhere. This is a basic issue of responsible governance. To ensure government is responsive to and protective of the people it serves, elections must not include non-citizens or foreign actors. I look forward to these bills moving out of the House this week, and I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Request the yeas and nays.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman rise?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote. Yep.
On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 203. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
We'd request a recorded
For what
vote.
purpose does the gentleman?
A recorded vote is requested.
Thank you. A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. all the members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 203. The resolution is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. House will be in order. For what purpose, gentlemen from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials on the bill, H.R. 4763.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 1243 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union to consideration of H.R. 4763. The Chair appoints a gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guess, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4763, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to provide for a system of regulation of digital assets by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I ask that I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Today, Congress will establish a new high water mark for digital asset policy. To be clear, this joint effort between the Financial Services Committee and the Agriculture Committee did not come together overnight, far from it. We've formed subcommittees, convened working groups, heard from countless stakeholders, and received input from members across the ideological spectrum in the House of Representatives. Last July, we passed the Bipartisan Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, FIT 21, out of our respective committees. Each step in this process has created a new high-water mark. The next step will be a broad bipartisan vote today to finally provide the robust consumer protections and clear regulatory framework established by this bill. FIT 21 will cement the United States' global leadership in technological innovation, invention, and adoption. Unfortunately, our current regulatory framework is preventing digital assets innovation from reaching its full potential. The SEC and the CFTC are currently in a food fight for control of these asset classes. They've created an impossible situation where the same firms are subject to competing and contradictory enforcement actions by the two different agencies, leaving consumers behind, leaving innovators behind. FIT 21 fixes this by creating a regulatory framework that will provide clear rules of the road and strong guardrails for the Americans engaging with the digital asset ecosystem. At its core, FIT 21 applies time-tested consumer protections to ensure the 20% of Americans who engage in the digital asset ecosystem can do so safely, and so more Americans can engage as well. Today, we have the opportunity to answer the calls of consumers, digital asset innovators, and the Biden administration. We can establish the next high watermark for digital assets here in the United States. I urge my colleagues to support consumer protection, innovation, and American leadership by voting for FIT 21. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I yield to myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 4763, which I am calling Not Fit for Purpose Act. This bill would deregulate a substantial portion of the crypto industry, taking them out of the purview of the Securities and Exchange Commission, or SEC, and allowing them to operate either under a lighter touch regulatory regime, under the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, or in what I have called a regulatory no man's land, with no primary regulator and virtually no regulations. For crypto, that would remain under the SEC's purview. This bill still provides major exemptions from critical securities laws. And if this wasn't bad enough, this bill is not just about crypto. Language was added to the bill after it was marked up by the committees of jurisdiction that would allow even some traditional securities to also exist in this regulatory no man's land. Specifically, I'm referring to Title II of the bill that defines the term investment contract asset. Assets that fall under this definition are explicitly deemed not to be securities and therefore not under the SEC's purview. But the bill doesn't provide an alternative legal framework for these assets. This represents an extreme MAGA libertarian approach where companies can operate without regulatory scrutiny and consumers and investors are on their own in detecting and avoiding fraudulent schemes. While Republican defenders of this bill have argued that this definition of investment contract asset is limited to digital assets under the bill, this is disputed by legal experts and SEC Chair Gary Gensler himself, who confirmed in a recent statement regarding this bill that it would have a broader impact on traditional securities. Interestingly, I don't hear any arguments from the Republicans at the Rules Committee hearing disputing that this would in fact be a regulatory no man's land, even if they insist it's just for crypto. Even for crypto, that would be transferred over to the CFTC. I have serious concerns about the loss of protections for consumers and investors. The CFTC is generally designed to deal with sophisticated institutional investors and traders. It doesn't have the same kind of protections that the SEC has for retail investors and consumers. Under all three avenues provided for crypto under this bill, the CFTC's lighter touch regulatory regime, SEC's weaker regulatory regime for restricted digital assets, or the regulatory no man's land. These are just a few examples of protections that would be stripped away. The right of an investor to sue, gone. Protections against conflicts of interest, gone. The right to critical disclosures that help investors make informed choices, gone. Enforcement by states against fraud and enforcement by the SEC for all of the above protections, including anti-fraud. H.R. 4763 would also upend more than 170 enforcement cases the SEC has brought related to crypto violations. These actions have been brought by both Democratic and Republican administrations to protect investors against crypto bad actors. The SEC is the federal agency on the front lines of enforcing our existing securities laws on crypto firms that have willfully chosen to ignore the law and defrauded consumers out of billions of dollars with these get-rich-quick schemes. Given this industry a free pass to avoid most all regulations cannot be the answer to the serious concerns that members have raised about crypto fraud. I've seen many efforts by Republicans acting at the behest of the industry to pass deregulatory regulation, but this is perhaps the worst, most harmful proposal I have seen in a long time. This bill would deregulate crypto and certain traditional securities to the extent that I and other experts have expressed serious concerns about this bill, causing a potential market crash and recession. I'm also reminded of how, over the warnings of regulators, Congress moved to deregulate of the over-the-counter derivatives. Remember the derivatives market back in 2000? The resultant financial crisis triggered the implosion of financial institutions, a wave of foreclosures, and trillions of dollars in lost wealth. And so I urge my colleagues, don't forget, you should not repeat the history with this bill. I want to highlight that Biden administration has released a statement of administration policy opposing this bill. The bill is also opposed by a long list of investors and consumer advocates, state securities administrators concerned about state preemption, labor organizations worried about the retirement funds of their members, environmentalist groups concerned about the undisclosed risk of crypto mining, civic organizations worried about the undue influence of financial and crypto industry over Congress's actions, academics, legal experts, and technologists. So I urge my colleagues to stand up. Don't be afraid of big crypto. Stand up for everyday investors and consumers. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I now yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the chair of the Agriculture Committee and partner in Fit 21, Glenn Thompson.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, I thank the chairman and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4763, the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, or FIT 21, which establishes a regulatory framework for digital assets while protecting consumers and fostering innovation within the United States. This legislation has been a long time coming. Since 2018, the House Committee on Agriculture has held numerous hearings, roundtables, and meetings, and introduced multiple pieces of legislation to bring certainty and clarity to the digital asset markets. For Congress to establish a comprehensive digital assets market framework, it was clear the House Committee on Agriculture and the House Committee on Financial Services needed to work in a collaborative manner. Chairman McHenry and I first met nearly 2 years ago to discuss this ambitious plan, and together we aim to develop the best policies possible. Over this Congress, members of both committees have engaged in robust and collaborative debates and educational sessions on current securities and commodities laws and regulations, as well as gaining a deeper understanding of the digital asset ecosystem. Through this process, we learned several key points, including the current process to determine if a digital asset is a security or not is unclear, unworkable, and impractical. The Commodity Futures Trading Commission lacks essential regulatory authority over retailing intermediaries in the digital commodity spot market. The treatment of customer assets held by intermediaries needs to be strengthened. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have claimed this bill will allow a substantial portion of crypto and some traditional securities to escape nearly all laws and regulations operating without any primary regulator. That is far from the truth. The legislation before us today enhances existing securities and commodities regulations to create an appropriate framework for digital assets. For example, a registered digital commodity exchange would follow regulations similar to those of the CFTC for derivatives exchanges, including monitoring trading activity, prohibiting abusive practices, reporting trading information, managing conflicts of interest, ensuring governance standards, upholding cybersecurity, and more. Mr. Speaker, Congress has a historic opportunity to enact legislation that not only protects consumers, but also ensures that the United States remains at the forefront of technical innovation. By supporting FIT 21, we can create a safer, more transparent, and more competitive environment for digital assets. Let us seize this moment to provide clear guidelines and robust protections, fostering a future where innovation can thrive responsibly within our borders. And I certainly urging all my colleagues to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the gentlelady from Washington State, the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, has a few questions for clarification. And I yield to the gentlelady for questions.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. I rise in support of H.R. 4763. Blockchains are new foundational technology which will reshape our daily lives. Through innovative design approaches, blockchains can be used in all kinds of applications like tracking products through supply chains or facilitating the tokenization of financial assets. Unfortunately, many American innovators are being pushed abroad by overzealous regulators. According to a report by Electric Capital, the U.S. share of blockchain developers has declined from 40% in 2017 to 29% in 2022. So I'm excited about this legislation, providing clear rules of the road. This is a clear complement to some of the work that we've been doing in ENC to ensure American leadership in blockchain technology. I just would like to clarify some of the non-financial applications and uses that may be unintentionally captured by the bill.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Appreciate the time. So based on conversations I've had, it's my understanding that the intent of this bill is to ensure that the current authority over certain restricted digital asset transactions remains with the SEC and that the CFTC would only be authorized to regulate certain intermediaries in spot digital commodity markets. Is this correct?
If your understanding of the legislation is correct, the intent of FIT 21 is to draw jurisdictional lines between the SEC and the CFTC as it relates to certain spot digital asset transactions.
Thank you. Can you clarify your intent when it comes to exclusive jurisdiction of the CFTC and how this would impact the current protections for Americans against fraud and market manipulation?
Now, FIT 21 provides the CFTC with exclusive jurisdiction over digital commodity spot market transactions which occur on or through entities or registered with CFTC. FIT 21 does not provide CFTC with the authority to directly regulate any transaction between two people which is not intermediated by an entity registered with the CFTC. Separate from FIT 21, CFTC has existing authority to police spot market commodities for fraud and market manipulation, which FIT 21 does not change.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Thompson, Chairman McHenry, and Representative Hill for the clarification and all your work. I yield back.
My time has expired. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Inclusion.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding me this time. Mr. Chairman, I've been a member of Congress for over 20 years, and I just want to say that this is probably one of the worst. It may not be the worst, but it's in the top 3 in terms of the worst bills that I have seen actually progress to the floor of the House. Anybody who is excited about this bill either has not read it or does not understand it. This bill is a radical rewrite of the securities laws in this country. As most people who know our history realize that in 1929, when the markets crashed, we established the Securities and Exchange Commission in 1934, shortly after the crash. And what that did is it created an agency that became the cop on the beat in financial services. They became the protectors of investors. And since that time in 1934, as courts have interpreted that law that is protecting investors, we've built up a body of case law that now makes the United States financial markets the most robust, and they become the marvel of the world. Everyone comes to the United States for investment because they know that their investment is protected and they will be treated fairly in the courts because we have well-defined laws. Well, this bill undoes all of that. This bill is a radical rewriting of the securities laws since 1934. It redefines what a security is. It allows financial companies to escape the cop on the beat. So now they can leave the jurisdiction of the SEC and go over to the CFTC, which has a fraction of, it's about 6 times as small as the SEC. So what will happen here is you'll see a migration of companies going out from under the SEC jurisdiction over to the CFTC, and this will cause havoc in our financial markets eventually. The one amendment I would have liked to see on this bill is that any company that becomes insolvent because of their involvement with crypto cannot receive a taxpayer bailout, because that's where this bill is heading. This is going to cause infirmity in the financial institutions in this country as they get commingled with crypto, and eventually we will be forced to be put in a situation where we're going to have to bail some of these banks out because of their involvement in crypto. This is a very bad bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote against it. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I now recognize the chairman of the Digital Asset Subcommittee on Financial Services, who's shepherded this bill along very well. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill. 2 minutes.
For what amount of time is the gentleman recognized?
I thank the chairman. This is, for those watching at home, it's like the tale of two cities, where one side is offering a work of fiction and the other side working a term of nonfiction. And I think over here, those that support this bill are supporting exactly the opposite of what I've heard on the other side of the aisle. You know, since last January, our two committees, Agriculture and Financial Services, have collaborated to make sure that we protect consumers and investors and the digital marketplace by preventing fraud, manipulation, front-running, other abusive practices, applying Bank Secrecy Act, AML requirements, and Know Your Customer rules, mitigating conflicts of interest, requiring firms to hold capital, segregate customer funds, have the right kind of custody policy, have registration for exchanges, dealers, and brokers who are working in digital assets, imposing reporting and bookkeeping requirements, building on the existing exemption regime for the offer and sale of digital securities to include robust disclosures to anyone considering a purchase. With that said, we hear a lot about the lack of legal clarity for the treatment of digital assets, which was the impetus for this legislation. But what does that even mean? Mr. Speaker, on this day, the SEC and the CFTC still contradict each other in court about whether a digital asset like Ethereum should be treated as a security or a commodity. Both cannot be true. When two federal agencies in the same administration cannot agree on the law, it should be up to Congress. And that's what the regulatory clarity that this bill, the FIT 21 Act, will bring. In fact, I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that FIT 21 is responsive to President Biden's own executive order and the Financial Stability Oversight Council report calling on Congress to enact a framework for digital assets that are not securities, and that's what we've done. I'm also proud that this measure is the product of committee work done through regular order and through good faith bipartisan efforts. All members should support this bill. I encourage a full yes vote from both sides of the aisle, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Good work, French. That was good.
I now yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've heard several times that this legislation is better than the status quo. There's a whole lot of reasons that's not true, but I want to focus specifically on this bill's utter failure to address the use of cryptocurrency by terrorists, foreign adversaries, and criminals. By the way, those issues, Treasury asked us specifically to address these issues with a whole bunch of reasonable changes. We introduced amendments. Every one of those amendments was rejected. The anti-money laundering provisions that are in this bill simply duplicate existing requirements. And yet, as the bill's supporters have actually argued, and Treasury has agreed, that the status quo is not sufficient to address the challenges created by cryptocurrencies. How do we know that cryptocurrencies are a problem for money laundering? Because the bad guys love crypto. Let's give you some examples. North Korean hackers have stolen $3 billion in cryptocurrency since 2017. White House national security officials have said last year that crypto theft and cybercrime have funded half of North Korea's nuclear program. Russia and Venezuela are both using crypto to evade U.S. sanctions. Venezuela recently said that because of the bite of sanctions, they are now moving to accept payments in crypto because that allows them to get money that we in Washington cannot track. Treasury Department's reviewing more than $20 billion of cryptocurrency that was laundered through a Russian-based cryptocurrency exchange. The Treasury Department has noted that Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, ISIS, and Al-Qaeda are all using crypto to finance terrorist attacks generally. Crypto is the preferred means of payment for fentanyl trafficking. Chinese businesses that sell fentanyl chemical ingredients to Mexican cartels have accepted millions in crypto payments. They've sold enough ingredients to make more than $54 billion worth of fentanyl pills. That's enough to kill 8.6 billion people if you're counting. Blockchain analysis firm Chainalytics said in January, and I quote, "Virtual currency is the dominant choice for buyers and sellers of child sexual abuse content." FinCEN basically said the same thing, said perpetrators of online child sexual exploitation are increasingly using convertible virtual currency to avoid detection. I could go on and on. These are not cherry-picked statistics. These are statistics from U.S. officials and from crypto firms, people who are entrusted with protecting our national security and care about this stuff. The Treasury Department asked for new rules to protect this. Every single one of those proposals was objected to either in the Financial Services Committee, the Ag Committee, or in the Rules Committee. If that was all this bill did, that would be one thing. But in fact, this bill goes out of its way to make it weaker by basically saying that anybody who uses unhosted wallets, decentralized or DeFi services is exempted from regulation, ignoring recommendations from both the Trump and Biden administration. Now, my Republican colleagues will boast that in this rule there's specific language that says that brokers and dealers are required to comply with anti-money laundering requirements. They're already required to do that. This bill does nothing to address that. It's exactly the same. You're going to brag about saying it's now illegal to speed. What we should have done, we should have made provisions to ban anonymous actors, to prevent you from saying, I want to move crypto from my account to yours, and I'm going to move it through an anonymous party so you can't tell what a bad guy I am. It should have banned people from using digital asset mixers that allow you to take a whole bunch of people, combine all their money together, and then give you something where you can't trace it through. If you want to understand how crazy this is, I would encourage you to go to your bank and try to deposit $10,000 in cash at your bank. Your bank will tell you, you have to tell me where that money came from. I'm going to take you back behind the counter. We're going to have to take your picture. We're going to have to get fingerprints because I do not like money laundering and I am obliged to protect it. By comparison, if you want to move $1 million of crypto from one person's account to another, send it through these mixers, send it through these anonymizers, you can do it. Do I have a little bit more time?
I yield to the gentleman an additional half minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
So we've got all these mixers that are used. Why were they not included in there? I don't know. I know why the crypto industry doesn't want them included in there, because they are profiting from people who are using these illicit services. The largest cryptocurrency exchange that stands to benefit from this regime helped to finance a legal challenge to the Treasury Department's case against Tornado Cash, which was the largest asset mixer in the world. This is a bad bill. It fails to address known problems. What it does do, however, is make the United States safer for drug traffickers, for terrorist funders, for child and drug traffickers, and for those who buy and sell child pornography. I did not know those groups had such advocates in Congress, but I am proud to oppose them and encourage all my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes from the gentleman from South Dakota, my good friend, Mr. Johnson, the chair of the Digital Asset Commodities Rural Development Subcommittee on the Agriculture Committee.
Gentleman is recognized.
Here in Congress, we're supposed to be in the problem-solving business, and my oh my, do we have problems in the digital asset space. In recent years, we have seen the FTX debacle, a debacle that happened under the regulatory regime that some members apparently are so enamored with, a regime that does not work today. We have seen chronic and disruptive overreach by the Securities and Exchange Commission. And we have seen innovation and investment flow overseas. Mr. Speaker, they seek markets that are more predictable. We are the only G7 country that hasn't figured this out yet. And so clearly we have problems. I would submit that Fit 21 is the solution. We, for more than a year, French Hill and I, working with Chairs McHenry and Thompson and members on both sides of the aisle, have worked hard to together craft a solution that increases regulatory predictability, that increases consumer protection, and that will foster innovation. I know that success has many fathers and mothers, and so I do want to thank Mrs. McHenry and Thompson, Hill, Emmer, Davidson on the Republican side. But I do need to especially recognize my colleagues on the Democratic side of the aisle, particularly Mr. Nickel and Ms. Caraveo, who have invested countless hours in getting this bill right. They have been joined by Himes, Crockett, Torres, Soto, Gottheimer, Davis. This bill, this success, would not be possible without their good faith efforts, and I thank them. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, members, it is no mystery why the crypto industry refers to be regulated by the CFTC rather than the SEC. Let's start with the substantial differences in funding and staff for the CFTC compared to SEC. In 2023, the CFTC employed roughly 680 full-time employees with an annual budget of $365 million, while the Security and Exchange Commission, the SEC, employed over 4,500 and had a budget of over $2 billion. Even with the limited funding provided to the CFTC under this bill, which is capped at $40 million and set to expire after 4 years, the CFT's funding would be only 1/5 of the SEC's budget. $40 billion is not sufficient to oversee more than 16,000 cryptocurrency. Let's not forget that the same Republicans that are bringing this bill to the floor are the same ones that proposed cutting CFTC's budget last year. Moreover, the CFTC is designed to deal mostly with sophisticated institutional investors and traders rather than retail investors and consumers. Therefore, the CFTC does not have the same level of protections for retail investors and consumers. And so, Mr. Speaker and members, I would simply say that we should look at this example. The CFTC has no mandate like the SEC that requires entities to act in the best interest of the investors or to put their clients' interests first. This is just another reason why I am very concerned about the light touch regulatory regime under the CFTC. With that, I now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Capital Markets.
Last week, we had Police Week. This week, the Republicans show us that they support crime in the suites. The effect of this bill short term will be to disempower the most effective investor protection crime investigation organization in the world, the SEC. But the long-term objective of the crypto billionaire bros is to create a new currency, and they've named it well. Cryptocurrency literally means hidden money. And if it ever becomes a currency, it means that we will not be able to enforce our tax laws except on wage earners. And we will not be able to enforce our laws against child and traffickers, drug dealers, and those who violate our sanctions. Now, the crypto bros have a lot of money. They make money by literally making money. They spread it around all Washington. They had Sam Bankman-Fried do it. Now he's in jail. Others have stepped forward. They've got a PR campaign. The Lakers don't play at enforced tax laws arena. They don't play at an arena dedicated to law enforcement. They play at crypto.com arena. But in spite of all that money and power, 3/4 of Democrats voted no on this bill when it was before our committee. There are those who say they want clarity. We have the clarity. The SEC has jurisdiction. What they really want is a patina of regulation, as little regulation as possible to claim to be regulated. Now, this bill would be bad enough if we were dealing with the original statute. And I know a lot of my colleagues have had meetings in their offices and they were told about this bill weeks ago, months ago. Some are leaning toward voting for it because they don't know that they dropped a new title in the bill just a few weeks ago. What does that new title do? Does it prohibit secret wallets, self-custody wallets? No. Does it outlaw the mixers that have as their sole purpose to mix up law enforcement? No. What does this new title do? It defines an investment contract in a new way, designed to make this bill not just applicable to crypto, but it says our regular stocks and bonds can be put on blockchain and have no regulation from the SEC. It is a dagger at the $100 trillion capital markets that we have that finance our whole economy. It doesn't just say, well, you're moving from SEC's tough regulation to the CFTC's weak regulation. It allows crypto to get no regulation by defining themselves as an investment contract. So this is a bill that will gut regulation of crypto and may gut regulation of all of our capital markets. But it goes beyond that. Its ultimate purpose is to move forward with this cryptocurrency project. Now, right now, crypto is not a currency. There are very few purchases of goods with crypto. You can't buy a sandwich. But if crypto becomes a currency, but the very few times, as Mr. Kasten pointed out, that crypto is used as a means of exchange, it's used by the worst criminals in the world. But if crypto does become a currency, then we will not be able to enforce our other laws. Now, we have to understand, every time a billionaire cheats on his taxes, a member of the Freedom Caucus earns his wings. The patriotic anarchists come forward and they say, we want a strong America and we want to destroy the power of the American government. You can't have it both ways. This is a bill that in the short term means no regulation for of crypto. Not just lighter regulation under the CFTC, but no regulation under their new title. It is a bill that could gut all securities regulation for the stocks and bonds that power the American economy. And then longer term, it creates a competitor to the U.S. dollar, which has one advantage. It's right in the name, hidden money. Hide your money from the IRS, from our sanctions enforcers, from everyone involved in the U.S. government. And then finally, crypto declares that it wants to partially displace the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency. If it's successful in that,
Yield
it will
30 additional seconds.
The gentleman is recognized
You have
for
to
30
understand
seconds.
how important it is. We, frankly, are not fiscally responsible in this House. We don't collect near as much taxes as we spend in benefits. We're able to do that without too much harm because of the role of the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency. We have fiscal policies that would make Argentina blush, but we're able to do it. The crypto bros see the incredible amount of money and power the U.S. government has by being the world's reserve currency, and they say no, they want to appropriate them from themselves. I yield back.
The gentlelady from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized. The gentleman from North Carolina has 19 and a half minutes remaining. The gentlewoman from California has 7.5 minutes remaining. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'd like to yield a minute and a half to my colleague and friend from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, who's been a great leader on digital assets and pragmatic policy here in the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, or FIT 21, which I'm proud to co-sponsor. This legislation is a product of hundreds and hundreds of hours of bipartisan collaboration, and I was proud to work with Chair McHenry, Digital Assets Subcommittee Chair Hill, and members of the House Financial Services Committee to get this bill on the floor. This is a big deal. We're currently relying on 90-year-old securities law written before the internet even existed, and Congress has never voted on a regulatory structure for crypto. Roughly 20% of Americans have invested, traded, or used crypto, so it's not going anywhere. Whether you love crypto or you hate it, you should support regulation, because the status quo just isn't working, and we can't wait for the next FTX to take action. It's clear there are regulatory gaps between the SEC and the CFTC. Right now, we are the global leader in financial services and technology in the United States. If we still want to hold this position in 50 years, then we need to pass FIT 21. Support for U.S. leadership in digital assets shouldn't be a partisan issue. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation, and I'd like to enter into the record a letter of support from the Chamber of Progress outlining how FIT 21 lays out strong rules of the road, consumer protections, and supports innovation. Thank you. I'll yield back.
The gentleman's request is supported by General Leave. The gentleman from North
I now
Carolina
yield 4
reserves.
minutes to the gentleman from
Gentlewoman
Illinois,
from
Mr. Foster,
California is
who is
recognized.
also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Financial Institutions and Monetary Policy.
The gentleman is recognized. Madam from California, can you clarify how much time is yielded?
Yeah, Maxine.
Will the gentlewoman from California clarify the time yielded?
4 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized
Yes.
for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Waters, for yielding. I rise in opposition to this bill, and while I'm encouraged by the dialogue and collaboration that's taken place between the House Financial Services Committee and the House Ag Committee on this bill, I believe in the potential of distributed ledger technology. I'm in fact the co-chair of the Congressional Blockchain Caucus, and perhaps the only member of Congress who's actually programmed a blockchain client. But this bill I cannot support in its current form. To that end, my office submitted 3 constructive clarifying amendments, none of which were made in order by the Rules Committee. This legislation contains several fatal flaws. First, this legislation largely shifts oversight of digital assets industry away from the Securities and Exchange Commission, which has a long track record of successfully protecting retail investors from abuse in the financial markets, towards the CFTC, which has traditionally overseen markets with significantly less retail participation. Secondly, it would create a safe harbor for wannabe pirates through a so-called intent to register that shields crypto firms from SEC investor protection rules before the agencies even have time to write the rules. Thirdly, the bill was not crafted through regular order. This version of the bill contains a new and dangerous title that was never considered by the Financial Services Committee, Title II, which would create a new class of, quote, investment in contract assets, unquote, which has the potential to undermine decades of legal precedent governing the securities laws and to create opportunities for regulatory arbitrage. Instead, it was airdropped in during closed-door negotiations and before it was materialized for a final vote today. That is not regular order. Finally, this bill also fails to address fundamental challenges of digital assets related to uncontrolled anonymity of self-hosted digital wallets that I believe must be addressed for the digital asset industry to accede to a healthy and sustainable future over the long term. For example, to be regulated as a commodity under this bill, no person or group can have owned more than 20% of the assets at any point over the preceding 12 months. How can this possibly be guaranteed when unknown fractions of ownership are held in anonymous self-hosted wallets? This bill requires the SEC to issue beneficial ownership disclosure rules. However, the SEC has little or no means of compelling individuals or firms in other countries to comply with such a requirement. This beneficial ownership test could be skewed by non-compliant foreign owners, or by individuals spreading their holdings across multiple wallets, or by dead or lost crypto that artificially inflates the amount of the asset that's currently judged to be in circulation. And the list goes on. This legislation actually ties the hands of the top financial crimes watchdog, the FinCEN, limiting their ability to respond to issues related to self-custody of digital wallets, which they will tell you is the main issue that they struggle with every day in trying to prevent financial crimes. So, given the widespread use of digital assets by bad actors, we should strengthen the authorities of FinCEN and not weaken them. My colleagues and I, as I said, offered several constructive amendments to this bill to clarify and address these issues, and the Rules Committee, controlled by the majority, unfortunately chose to exclude every one of them from today's debate. So given the content of this bill and its failure to address these issues, I cannot support this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, a great leader for digital assets, cryptocurrency, and innovation, Tom Emmer.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we have an opportunity to determine whether the next iteration of the Internet will be designed by Americans or if it will instead reflect the values of some other nation. The FIT21 Act gives us that opportunity and unlocks a larger conversation beyond innovation. This bill is about national security. It's about consumer protection. It's about global competitiveness. It's about shaping what the future global digital economy looks like and how it functions. Currently, all online transactions are intermediated. But as we move deeper into the digital age, digital assets are key to decentralizing the internet so Americans can transact directly with each other. Now, no intermediary needed. Without crypto, we don't have this ability. And I think giving Americans the choice to do business through an intermediary or directly with each other is important. Having that choice will fundamentally alter the digital economy, unlocking new opportunities for Americans and individuals across the world in ways we haven't even begun to contemplate. However, this Congress can no longer stand by as regulators squander this opportunity right within our grasp. This administration has demonstrated they simply are not willing to allow the digital asset industry to innovate in the United States. For every legal inconsistency or regulatory hurdle they produce, instead of coherent and informed guidance, they drive American digital asset users into less safe jurisdictions. That's why the FIT 21 Act is significant, to set clear and consistent rules for American innovators. Among the many important provisions in this bill is my Securities Clarity Act, bipartisan language tailored specifically to digital assets that provides the legal flexibility for a digital asset project to transition from centralization to decentralization. This transition is critical to the future peer-to-peer digital economy, and I thank the chairman and my friends on the other side of the aisle for working with me to incorporate this section into the bill today. Their work on this extensive framework will allow Americans to once again lead the way. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves.
My time.
The gentlelady reserves.
Thank you.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
May I inquire of the time remaining on both sides?
The gentleman from North Carolina has 16 minutes remaining.
I yield, and how much time?
The gentlewoman from California has 4 minutes. The gentleman is recognized.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, who's been a fantastic leader on the Agriculture Committee on Digital Assets, Ms. Caraveo.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. McHenry, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in support of H.R. 4763, the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, because the time has come for us to establish a comprehensive regulatory system for digital assets. About 70% of digital assets are currently unregulated. That leaves a large number of retail investors unprotected in a volatile market where many people have already lost their life savings. There is clearly a gap in oversight over our digital asset cash markets, and I believe the status quo is unacceptable. Despite previous volatility, a significant number of Americans continue to own and invest in digital markets in an unprotected manner. As Congress falls behind other nations in a race to establish a clear regulatory framework, we run the risk of industry players taking their services and customers abroad, including to foreign jurisdictions with insufficient regulations. Since we began this process over a year ago, I made it a point to work across the aisle with Chairs Thompson and Johnson to improve the bill as much as possible. I am happy to report that the bill retains many of the provisions that I fought for, with one of the most important pieces being a funding mechanism for the CFTC. Increased funding will be vital for the CFTC as they take on further oversight activities and engage in a rulemaking process. I would like to thank my colleagues, both Democrats and Republicans, who have helped strengthen the consumer protections in this bill, including strengthening disclosure requirements, market integrity, and transparency, stricter regulatory requirements for emerging financial technologies, prohibiting commingling of customer funds with firm funds, and establishing a process of temporary oversight before rulemaking is complete. I am excited about the innovation these technologies have to offer, which is why I believe they deserve a comprehensive regulatory environment. But making sure customers and retail investors are protected as they navigate the space remains a top priority. I believe we have made significant improvements in that direction. I am looking forward to continuing to move this bill forward, taking a first real step to regulate a market.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
And I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from California reserves.
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady from California has indeed been a great advocate for consumer protection. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Godheimer.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Bipartisan Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act. The well-reasoned, thoughtful, bipartisan legislation is a result of rigorous research and bipartisan negotiation by the Financial Services Committee, which I proudly helped lead with Representatives McHenry and Hill, and I want to thank them both and all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who worked so hard to make sure that consumers in our country are protected. Cryptocurrency is here, and it has a tremendous economic potential for our country. My state, New Jersey, ranks second nationwide in crypto ownership by proportion, and the key is now making sure we protect Americans who own it and ensure our country can realize the economic and jobs potential it has to offer. For that to happen, we need rules of the road to guide entrepreneurs and businesses and embrace innovators and protect consumers. This bill offers protections that are fit for the 21st century. Fit 21 takes common sense steps to safeguard consumer and in their investments and strengthen market oversight. The legislation includes key transparency and accountability measures. And at the same time, Fit 21 eliminates regulatory redundancies. Would you consider yielding me 30 more seconds?
I yield the gentleman 30 more seconds.
Thank you. So at the same time, Fit 21 eliminates regulatory redundancy, so the SEC and CFTC work together to protect investors and crack down on nefarious crypto users. Finally, this legislation spurs American-led innovation, encouraging entrepreneurs and businesses to invest here instead of going abroad to other nations with no consumer protections. I urge my colleagues to support this important, innovative, and bipartisan legislation. It's fit to become law if we work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
We'll now recognize for 1 minute the gentleman from New York, leader on the Agriculture Committee, Mr. Molinaro.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For far too long, the U.S. digital asset ecosystem has been plagued by regulatory uncertainty. Consumers, yes, have fallen victim to scams, hacks, market manipulation, and bankruptcies after intermediaries misused customer funds and were unable to meet their obligations. Thanks to the leadership of Chairman McHenry and Thompson, Representatives Dusty Johnson and French Hill, we finally have a framework, thanks to the work of many, before us today that will set a regulatory foundation to protect consumers and innovators alike, all the while ensuring future American leadership in this space. This bipartisan bill does, in fact, provide consumer protections and a functional regulatory framework that will ensure the digital asset ecosystem is safe for investors. This bill accomplishes this by delivering the transparency consumers expect and need to make informed decisions and prevent brokers from engaging in manipulative practices that harm American investors. This regulatory certainty will also drive financial inclusion by promoting technology that can foster economic growth in underserved communities and expand opportunities for economic participation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield my time and encourage my colleagues to support the bill.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I continue to reserve my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'll now yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, who is the vice chair of the Digital Assets Subcommittee and an OG, as they say, in the crypto space.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank the chairman. I rise in strong support of this long overdue legislation. It builds on the framework that my colleagues and I have worked on for at least 6 years, beginning with the Token Taxonomy Act in 2018. Its core is a bright line test to define what digital assets are securities regulated by the SEC and which are commodities under the jurisdiction of the CFTC. Innovators and investors will no longer risk their freedom and their fortunes by simply launching a company and raising capital. The law will be clear and regulation by selective enforcement must end. Additionally, and perhaps most notably, this bill also provides first ever federal level protection for self-custody of digital assets. This protection, which is very intentional, mirrors my Keep Your Coins Act, and it's a giant step towards restoring the right to privacy and private property, protecting permissionless transactions using digital assets. In an account-based financial system where Americans must rely on intermediaries, self-custody provides the only protection against third parties controlling the individual's transactions. Further, self-custody provides the first line of consumer protection where individuals can eliminate third-party liabilities who hold their assets. For too long, we have pushed innovation and investment in digital asset projects overseas as Congress has constantly failed to bring the clarity that we need. We finally have the chance to end this trend and solidify ourselves as the leaders in this industry. I urge the Senate to quickly take up this bipartisan legislation and send it back to the President's desk as soon as possible. Please vote yes. I yield back.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to submit the following statements for the record. The statement of administration policy from the Biden administration opposing this bill. The statement from SEC Chair Gensler raising serious concerns about this bill. A letter from the Treasury Department to me dated July 2023. Expressing serious concerns about this bill. A letter from that North American Securities Administration Association opposing this bill. A letter from 48 stakeholders opposing this bill. An excerpt from Coinbase's Form S-1 filing acknowledging the risk that Coinbase could be found to be illegally acting outside of securities laws. Excerpts from the SEC's complaint against Coinbase alleging that Coinbase was illegally acting outside of securities laws, and a summary of and key excerpt from the decision in the case of SEC versus Coinbase, finding that Coinbase was indeed acting illegally by failing to comply with existing laws. I reserve the balance of my time.
Without objection. Gentlewoman's request is covered by general leave.
What did she say?
The gentlewoman reserved. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I now recognize for 1 minute the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My home state of Kansas is a leader when it comes to agriculture innovation. A lesson that I've learned from Kansans is that we must be ready to respond to new technological developments as they come to life. Digital asset markets are no exception. As these markets have grown, they've lacked congressional guidance over who has regulatory and enforcement authority over them. Currently, participants are at the mercy of regulators who continue to assert jurisdiction and extend their authority through enforcement actions, all without legislation or direction from Congress. I urge my colleagues to support this bill to establish a framework consistent with existing financial market requirements while acknowledging the uniqueness of digital assets. We can and should give consumers, developers, and institutions a clear set of rules that provide certainty as they explore this new innovative technology. Digital assets and related blockchain technology have the potential to lead us to the next generation of internet technology. Everyone here should want America to be a place where this flourishes, and that is what Fit 21 does. It allows America to build on this potential. If we do not act now, we cede American leadership, talent, and innovation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on Fit 21, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Continue to reserve the balance
The
of my
gentlewoman
time.
from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'll now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, a great legislator in the digital asset and innovation space.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to focus on one particular aspect of this bill. It is responsive exactly to the problems in the digital assets market that we've seen over the last couple of years. In the aftermath of the collapse of FTX in 2022, we need to ensure that there are investor protection rules that prevent anything from happening like that again in the United States. Under the regulatory structure created by this bill, FTX would not have been able to register. FTX would not have been able to commingle customer funds that hurt so many of their investors. Some of my friends on the other side of the aisle have spoken about protecting investors. The great irony is that they are opposing a bill that would do just that. If you believe in investor protection, if you believe we need to respond to the disaster of FTX, then we need to pass a bill that would prevent the next FTX. The status quo will not work. It did not work in 2022, and it will not work today. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves.
Continue to
California
reserve the
is
balance
recognized.
of my time. Do they have? I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'm going to now recognize for 1 minute the gentleman from Tennessee, Great leader on the Agriculture and Financial Services Committee, Mr. Rose.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4763, the Financial Innovation and Technology, or FIT, for the 21st Century Act. As a member of the House Financial Services and Agriculture Committees, I am proud to support this bill, and its product is a joint effort between both committees. I commend both Chairman McHenry and Chairman Thompson for working on this bipartisan legislation. This bill confronts the litigation-heavy approach towards digital assets of the Securities and Exchange Commission, led by rogue regulator Gary Gensler. Chair Gensler has blown past the SEC's statutory mandate and instead forced investors and companies to operate in the dark, thus risking the United States standing as a world leader in digital innovation. The Fit for the 21st Century Act will allow the U.S. to reclaim our place as a world leader in innovation and provides clear rules of the road for cryptocurrencies. I urge members to join me in voting yes.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Continue to reserve the balance
Gentlelady
of
from
my
California reserves. Gentleman from
May I inquire how much time is remaining?
7 minutes remaining. Gentlelady from California has 4 minutes remaining.
I'll now recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, a leader on the Agriculture Committee, former chair of the Agriculture Committee, and a great leader on the Financial Services Committee. Also chair of the Science Committee, before I forget. Frank will yield you 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The United States has no meaningful federal regulation of the digital assets markets, and the attempts by regulators to apply existing laws are arbitrary and unclear. The fact is, the status quo does not work. Without a clear federal framework, we fail to provide adequate consumer protections and forfeit our international competitiveness. This hurts U.S. consumers, investors, and the entire economy. This is why this bill is so important. The legislation establishes a market structure framework that accounts for the unique characteristics of digital assets, adhering to the core principles of the Commodities Exchange Act. U.S. consumers are actively participating in the digital asset market, and we should ensure they are protected from fraud and scams. This bill does that. I'd like to thank Chairman McHenry and Chairman Thompson for all their work on this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
We'll now recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, who is the chair of the Oversight Subcommittee on the House Financial Services Committee. Yield 1 minute. 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry. And Mr. Speaker, since First Cryptocurrency Network was created nearly 15 years ago, the rules governing the digital asset ecosystem have remained unclear. As I learned while serving as chairman of the Capital Markets Committee, regulators have been using opaque guidelines and regulation by enforcement. Meanwhile, Congress has been working on a bipartisan path forward. Digital assets have the potential to revolutionize payment systems in the United States by allowing financial systems to become more efficient and more accessible to consumers. By passing a comprehensive market structure framework, responsible actors will now have greater certainty, and consumers will have greater protection from bad actors. Mr. Speaker, our markets are the envy of the world. We must not cede any ground. American innovation is a critical element of job creation and economic opportunity here in the United States. Congress must look to preserve this competitive advantage and not let it leave our shores. The FIT 21 Act is a historic first step, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentlelady from California.
I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Does the gentlelady have any additional speakers?
Yes, no more speakers. If the gentleman has no more speakers, I'm prepared to close.
All right. I now recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Kim, for 1 minute.
Recognized.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry. Millions of Americans from all backgrounds see digital assets as one of the many options to take wealth creation into their own hands. Unfortunately, U.S. is falling behind compared to other countries, and we have yet to establish a viable regulatory framework for digital assets. H.R. 4763 established a much-needed digital asset market structure framework that provides clear rules for digital asset firms while providing robust consumer protections. Thus, I believe this bill is very fit for the 21st century. The FIT 21 Act would enable innovation to flourish and the United States to lead the world in the development of digital assets. The EU, the UK, Hong Kong, and the list goes on, have established or are in the process of establishing a regulatory framework. The development of technologies and new financial services tools should be taking place here, not elsewhere. I urge a yes vote on H.R. 4763, and with that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentlelady from California continues to reserve. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I now yield to the Chair of the House Administration Committee and a great member of the Financial Services Committee and Innovation Policy, Mr. Stile, for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the FIT 21 Act. Blockchain and digital assets are transforming finance and reshaping, in particular, the way the internet works. But responsible innovators are being held back by stubborn Washington bureaucrats. It's pushing jobs and opportunities overseas. For the first time in generations, the U.S. is at risk of missing out on leading the next wave of technology. FIT 21 provides clear rules for digital assets and related businesses. It protects consumers and strengthens transparency and accountability. And it reestablishes the United States as a technology leader. I urge my colleagues to support the bill and bring jobs and opportunities and innovation in digital assets to the United States. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentlelady from California continues to reserve.
Continue to reserve the balance of my time.
And the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'll now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Curtis.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in favor of the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, which establishes much-needed regulatory framework for digital assets. Currently, the lack of clear direction from Congress, combined with the broad definitions of securities and commodities, has allowed the SEC to insert itself into the regulation of cryptocurrency. This has created uncertainty and hindered innovation. Meanwhile, other countries like Singapore, UAE, and even China have capitalized on our unclear regulatory environment. They've developed their own framework, positioning themselves as hubs for the digital asset ecosystem. I believe the United States, and particularly Utah's Silicon Slopes, which boast a growing and thriving blockchain industry, should be the global center for digital assets. This bill creates an appropriate framework for cryptocurrency regulation that fosters innovation and ensures U.S. leadership in blockchain technology, while also protecting against bad actors like FTX. The FIT for the 21st Century Act realigns the SEC with its appropriate regulatory role and designates the Commodity Future Trading Commission as the primary regulatory of cryptocurrency as a commodity. It also clarifies the SEC's roles in regulating digital assets. With that, I yield my time.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Continue to reserve the balance of my time.
And Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself the balance of the time.
It is recognized.
Yes, as we have heard today, the entities that stand to benefit from this bill are not ordinary investors trying to build wealth, but rather the crypto firms that have chosen to register with the SEC or otherwise comply with the security laws. They have already made billions of dollars unlawfully issuing or facilitating the buying and selling of crypto securities. And Republicans are now proposing to reward these illegal activities by making these activities legal. This is truly preposterous. You know, Mr. Lynch, when he spoke, He said this was one of the worst pieces of legislation he has experienced through his entire career. And I understand why. When I examine this bill and I see that the Republicans had created this new definition. And this new definition is known as the investment contract assets. Now, we've talked about this, but, even in the Rules Committee, while they were, talking about how this bill was going to protect consumers, they did not debate us about this investment contract asset because they know that it created a void. It created a no man's land. This was created basically so that the crypto companies could be in a space without regulation. But it goes further than that. It also covers traditional securities so they can be in a space without regulation. It is not enough to say this is a bad bill. This is not only a bad bill, this is a bill where the crypto companies decided they didn't like the SEC, they do not want to be regulated, and they were going to come to the Congress of the United States, and they were going to use their power, and they were going to use their influence to change the rules of the game, and that they were going to now go to where the commodities are regulated, and they're going to take the securities over there. I explained to you that the CFTC is a small agency. I explained to you that they don't have a lot of money. I explained to you how much smaller they are than the SEC. The SEC are the experts. It is 90 years old in the development of regulations for this country. And it is 90 years old, and it is respected all over the world. We're the envy of the world because we have an SEC. And so, when I talk about this void that has been created, there is no way that the members of this Congress can allow that to happen, to allow this no man's land to exist where the same crypto companies that are now refusing to register, who are unlawful, that you're going to exonerate, and then you're going to further give them the opportunity to operate without regulation. This is unbelievable. How can this happen in the Congress of the United States, in the House of Representatives, where we are supposed to represent the people? We have an SEC that is the cop on the block. We have an SEC that is expert in securities. This SEC goes into the courts and they fight tough battles. These battles are long. These battles are hard because they're fought by the crypto companies. But they don't give up because at least they have people who can begin to work on it. We try to give them more money to do their work, but they are denied additional appropriations by the opposite of the aisle.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
And I ask the chair, how much time do I have remaining?
2 minutes remaining.
Pardon me?
2 minutes.
Chair, urge a no vote.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's
Let me
recognized.
speak to this. The void is a lack of a definition of what is a digital asset in federal law. We have none. This bill established it. We have no consumer protections for crypto today. This bill establishes it, both at the CFTC with a robust oversight of this industry and the SEC with real clarity. That's what this bill does, is provide clarity for investors and consumers and innovators. We are falling behind Europe. This bill catches up so that we do not lose out on innovation policy to the Europeans, to the folks in the UK, to Singapore, to Japan, to Hong Kong, that all have regimes similar to what we're doing in this bill. This is an important bill. It's bipartisan work. Hundreds of hours have been put into developing this with members and staff. And I want to thank the great partnership that I've had with French Hill on the Financial Services Committee and Chairman G.T. Thompson on the Ag Committee and Dusty Johnson on the Ag Committee. But I also want to thank the great staff on the House Financial Services Committee, Allison Behuniak, who has shepherded this bill to this point, and Paul Balzano on the Ag Committee. They have worked in great partnership, in friendship, and worked through major issues. And I want to thank them for this important legislative product. We can promote American innovation, consumer protection, and leadership with a clear regulatory framework for digital assets. The next generation of internet technology is being written. It should be written by American innovators here in the United States. We can allow that innovation to pass us by, or we can seize the opportunity and pass this bill to provide real clarity for innovation policy here in the United States. Regulatory clarity and consumer protection, that is Fit 21. Let's vote yes on this bill and establish bipartisan support for crypto in America. And I yield back.
Yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill should be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendments in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Agriculture and Financial Services, print of the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of the Rules Committee print 118-33, modified by the amendment printed in House Part A of House Report 118-516, shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as the original bill for purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order, except those printed in Part B of House Report 118-516. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered read, shall be debatable for a time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118-516. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk made in order by the rule.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-516, offered by Mr. Kassar of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1243, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Kassar, and a member for opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may use.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chair, from 2017 to 2022, Americans who invested in the SSP index received about a 61% return on their investment. But Americans who invested in one of the top 12 cryptocurrencies that existed during that 5-year period did not make money. On the other hand, on average, they lost about half of their money. 3 out of every 4 Bitcoin traders during that time period also lost money. From FTX to Celsius to blockchain ATMs, the industry has repeatedly lost everyday Americans their money. So whether you are a crypto booster or a crypto skeptic, we can all agree, based on the facts, that crypto investment is a risk. And since it is a risk, we should want more oversight to protect Americans. But this bill before us today doesn't provide us more regulation. It doesn't even provide many Americans the same level of regulation as traditional finance. Instead, it creates a light-touch regulatory regime that can be manipulated by bad actors in both crypto and traditional finance, putting Americans and our 90-year securities laws at risk. My amendment focuses on one key area where everyday people who would invest in crypto under this bill will in fact receive less protection than Americans invested in traditional finance. The current flawed bill before us creates a crowdfunding registration exemption for crypto that is 15 times weaker than the crowdfunding exemption that exists in traditional finance. In the existing bill before us, someone could crowdfund up to $75 million from everyday Americans, and those Americans would receive just the most minimal of protections. We would never allow that in the non-crypto finance world. So my amendment changes the exemption cap to $5 million, putting that cap in line with our current laws. So at the very least, Americans making investments in crypto can get the same level of protection as crowdfunding investors in traditional finance. I hope that whether you are for the underlying bill or against the underlying bill like me, we can agree that this common sense amendment will help protect everyday people, and I urge everyone to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. Does the gentleman from North Carolina
I rise in opposition.
Gentleman's recognized.
And I'm opposed to the amendment. Look, today, digital asset issuers rely on exemptions under the current securities regime. And each exemption includes its own requirements under traditional securities law. What we provide in this act is purpose-built for digital assets. And what this does today, if you're raising money for a digital asset offering, the exemption is built for those other types of securities in the space. The SEC's disclosure regime is supposed to give investors the information they need to make informed decisions, but it's not built for digital assets. What we do in this act is provide certain disclosures for investors in digital assets, such as source code, token supply, governance mechanisms, and other aspects unique to crypto. That's what this bill does. What the gentleman from is rising to do is limit that aperture from $75 million to $5 million of those folks that can invest in these early stage innovations. What he's doing is restricting the opportunity for average everyday investors to get options like high wealth investors get today under securities law. The original exemption for regulation crowdfunding was something we put in law and with bipartisan support. With Maxine Waters is my co-sponsor on regulation crowdfunding. This very exemption. I've enhanced this. I put additional requirements here to make sure there are more disclosures, and we open up the aperture to $75 million so more folks can participate and so those blockchains can develop. When you make it to $5 million, it makes it impossible for you to actually scale up, especially with these inflationary times that our people are facing. So what I would urge is the House reject this amendment. The gentleman's arguments against this exemption have nothing to do with the exemption, but have everything to do with opposition to the bill. And I urge a no vote, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from California, Ranking Member Waters.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd like to thank the gentleman from Texas for attempting this amendment. As a matter of fact, there have been any number of members from this side of the aisle who've been attempting to amend this bill to try and make it better. And while I have great respect for all of those attempts, and if they had listened, if they had accepted, perhaps they could have made this a better bill. But at this point in time, no. Unfortunately, with all the work that this gentleman had done, Mr. Kassar and others, they will not accept any amendments. They're not going to accept his amendment. They don't think that the bill can be made better. And unfortunately, the bill is so bad, I don't think it can be made better either. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'm prepared to close and yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Our securities laws were created after the Great Depression, when this country understood that strong regulation protects Americans and is necessary for innovation and for our economy to thrive. We cannot hold cryptocurrency to a lower standard than traditional finance. And my amendment ensures that when it comes to crowdfunding, cryptocurrency is held to the same standard, and I urge all to support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
If I may inquire of the chair, the time I have remaining.
Gentleman has 3 minutes.
Well, thank you. Let me close with this, Mr. Chairman. We have this push and pull in the Financial Services Committee. And generally speaking, we have elected officials that say the American people's hard-earned savings are their hard-earned savings. But then we have paternalistic amendments like the one before us today that says, no, you're not smart enough to invest your own money. We have to put in these safeguards to protect you from yourself. I think that goes way too far. What we have done with securities laws is take average, everyday investors and disintermediate them from the greater economy. So average, everyday Americans don't get the benefit of economic growth, of Wall Street doing great, and earnings going up in corporate America. We've separated it because we made it harder for average, everyday folks to invest in companies, have ownership of companies. What we're trying to do is open that up a little bit. From $5 million of an exemption when you're raising money to $75 million. In the scope of our economy, in the scope of our capital markets, in the scope of economic opportunity and innovation, that is a very small aperture we're opening here. And we've done that. We've constructed this provision with a lot of Democrat input and Republican input, and that's how we came to the number of $75 million. It is already a compromise. But what the gentleman offers with this amendment is nothing more than saying, I'm paternalistic, and I'm therefore going to restrict your opportunity to invest your money as you see fit. Reject the amendment, vote no, and vote yes on final passage for FIT 21. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Chairman.
Amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentleman from Texas rise?
I'd like to request a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-516. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-516, offered by Ms. Pedersen of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1243, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Pedersen, and a member of opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
More than 20% of Americans have owned or traded cryptocurrency. Despite this, the U.S. still lacks a clear regulatory structure for digital assets, which is hurting American competitiveness and incentivizing some companies, unfortunately, to move overseas. While there may be disagreement about how to best establish the appropriate market regulatory structure, there is broad bipartisan agreement for preventing criminals from using cryptocurrencies for illicit purposes, such as money laundering, terrorist financing, and sanction evasion. My amendment would provide clarity and conformity to how the Bank Secrecy Act and regulations safeguarding our financial system from criminals are applied to digital assets. The base bill already calls for the Bank Secrecy Act to apply to digital assets. However, by amending the BSA directly and explicitly, expanding the definition of financial institution in the BSA to cover digital asset entities, we are providing certainty to the regulators and the Department of Treasury in their authorities to protect our financial system. Additionally, the amendment would also require a study to assess the risks posed by centralized intermediaries based in jurisdictions that lack robust anti-money laundering enforcement. While in most cases, American digital asset companies are already complying with the applicable requirements under the Bank Secrecy Act, we also have to be thinking about the threat of foreign companies with U.S. touchpoints that are not complying with equivalent controls or reporting standards. I would like to thank the Chairman, McHenry, and Representative Hill for working with me on this issue and their commitment to strengthening the anti-money laundering provisions in this bill. This amendment combined with the underlying bill will help provide more oversight into the digital asset market and support regulators' work to protect consumers and investors. While there is more work to be done to ensure the integrity of our digital assets market, this amendment is an important step forward, and I urge my colleagues to support the adoption of the amendment and the underlying bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
From Colorado reserves, gentleman.
Ask unanimous consent to claim the time in opposition, though I'm not opposed to the amendment. Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to accept this amendment. I think it's important we have a comprehensive regulatory framework for digital asset markets, yes. We also have to ensure that we have a consistent application of the Bank Secrecy Act and anti-money laundering provisions in existing law. Requirements on the digital asset intermediaries and exchanges are necessary so that bad actors don't exploit these markets for nefarious purposes. I want to thank the gentlewoman from Colorado for her work on this amendment. She's been focused on AML, BSA-related issues and the build up to us writing FIT 21 during the markup process in the Rules Committee, as well as the process, the process in the Financial Services Committee, then the process through the Rules Committee. And I appreciate her sincere engagement on this matter and for coming up with a very good amendment. I urge support of this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I want to again thank the chairman from North Carolina for working with me and others to make sure that you were able to bring a bipartisan bill with broad support to the House. I know that this has been years in the making, and congratulations for getting it to this point, and I appreciate your willingness to work with me. I also want to thank my team for helping me address an issue that I have concerns about, and with that, I ask for your support. And is that the last thing? I guess that's the last thing I'm supposed to say.
Gentlelady from Colorado yields. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'll now recognize the chair of the Digital Asset Subcommittee on the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Hill, for as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank Chairman McHenry. I thank the chair for the time. I want to congratulate the gentlewoman from Colorado on this very effective amendment because she shares that passion that we've all had through this entire process, which is to recognize that we need to have vigorous anti-money laundering, Bank Secrecy Act, and know your customer protections around digital finance, just like we do in the analog financial services system. Her bill will strengthen that. I just was reviewing the Treasury Department's 2024 National Security for Combating Terrorists and Other Illicit Financing, and it brings to mind what a better regime it is to have blockchain. Because a blockchain, Mr. Speaker, has the identity connected with the transaction. It leaves an ineligible mark cryptographically of those transaction amounts, makes illicit finance easier to identify, not less. Treasury points out that the top abusers, the top concern about illicit finance are misuse of cash, including bulk cash, misuse of financial products and services like money orders, easy formation and limited information required to create a legal entity, the use of casinos. That's what the Treasury Department says are the toughest, most challenging aspects of terror finance. And that's why this study will help us make sure that using blockchain is a more effective way to counter illicit finance in the world. So I thank the gentlewoman from Colorado for her support and for being such a constructive source of dynamic support for crafting FIT 21. And I yield back the balance of the time.
North Carolina is recognized.
Again, I want to echo what Congressman Hill just stated for the record. The gentlelady from Colorado has been a sterling advocate for enhanced BSA AML protections and ensuring we get against that we work against illicit finance. And I want to thank her for the efforts, and I'm willing to accept the amendment and urge its adoption. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 118-516. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-516, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1243, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment is pretty simple. It requires the Treasury Secretary, in consultation with the CFTC and the SEC, to complete a study and submit a report to Congress that identifies any digital asset registrants that are owned by governments of foreign adversaries. The report will determine whether foreign adversary governments are collecting or trading personal data about American citizens in the digital asset markets and evaluate whether foreign adversary governments are misusing or stealing any proprietary intellectual property of digital asset registrants. The GAO is required to complete a study and submit a report to Congress on the very same issues. This amendment would promote transparency regarding how our nation's strategic enemies may be exploiting the digital asset marketplace to invade the privacy of Americans and steal valuable intellectual property. In June of 2023, the financial services hearings that focused on the very bill that we are considering today, Aaron Kaplan, the CEO of Prometheum, the first and only SEC FINRA-approved special purpose broker-dealer for digital assets, stated that Prometheum and its CCP partners entered into a joint agreement in December of 2018 to develop a blockchain trading system where the Chinese partner took a 20% stake in Prometheum. In case anyone has any doubts about the CCP ties, Prometheum's Chinese partner's company was founded in 1969 by a former senior CCP official. In 2021, the party's Central Committee named a National Excellent Communist Party member. In July of 2023, several of my colleagues and I sent a letter to the SEC and the DOJ expressing our concerns with inconsistencies in Prometheum's public filings and the CCP's ownership of an entity that had the blessing of the SEC and FINRA to operate in the United States. I followed up on this letter in September 2023 hearing with the SEC's Gary Gensler, where he dodged my question and did not take my concerns of the 20% CCP ownership of Prometheum seriously. The fact of the matter is that because Chinese companies are genuinely required by Chinese law to share data with the Chinese government, these companies present substantial risk to the United States individual privacy and our national security. Chinese-owned broker-dealers like Prometheum, Webull, and Moomoo operate as registered entities here in the United States, and the Biden administration and Chad Gensler do not seem to care. Yet they attack American businesses operating in good faith with no regulatory clarity. This is simply how the CCP and other foreign adversaries operate. They infiltrate our markets while the Biden administration looks the other way and punishes American companies who are only trying to operate in the United States but face endless regulations by enforcement of the Biden administration. We need to pass FIT 21 into law because the SEC's current regulation by enforcement is putting the United States at a disadvantage and allowing foreign adversaries to gain an advantage in our U.S. crypto markets, all the while Gary Gensler attacks American public companies who have tried to work with the SEC and come in and register. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment to protect Americans from having their personal data shared with the CCP and other foreign adversaries. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves the balance of time. For purposes, the gentlelady from California seek recognition.
To claim time in opposition, although I'm not opposed. While I do not oppose this amendment, I would like to emphasize that the broad deregulatory nature of the Not Fit for Purpose Act is such that it would severely weaken our capital markets and make us more vulnerable to bad actors, both domestic and foreign. This amendment and the underlying bill do not protect consumers and investors. This amendment only requires a study on whether or not foreign adversaries are operating as digital asset registrants under the bill and collecting data on the U.S. consumer or investors. We should not just be studying this issue. We should be legislating strong data privacy protections that apply all across the board. Moreover, if TikTok was the inspiration for this bill, I would like to note that TikTok is not directly owned by the Chinese government. The concern was that it was vulnerable to being unduly influenced by the Chinese Communist Party. So if a China-based company was operating as a digital asset registrant under this bill, it would not fall within this study unless it was directly owned by Chinese Communist Party. It would be easy for our adversaries to simply stand up proxy companies that appear to have no direct affiliation with them to evade the scrutiny of the study in the bill. So while I plan to support this amendment, I don't think it provides any meaningful safeguards on consumer privacy, and it certainly does nothing to fix the underlying problems of the Not Fit for Purpose Act. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Speaker, how much time do I have?
45 seconds.
I yield the balance of the 45 seconds to French Hill. Congressman Hill.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from South Carolina. I rise in support of his amendment. It allows me to illustrate two things. One, that Prometheum, while it was approved as a special purpose broker-dealer for digital assets, has not accomplished anything. It has no business. And yet it also has this partnership with the CCP. So there's an illustration that Fit 21 would allow us to have the guidance on how to register a broker-dealer. And secondly, I support fully Mr. Norman and his concerns about the influence of foreign adversaries on people registered in the United States. It's a clear issue, and we have an investigation going on why the SEC has not pursued this itself. So I rise in support of the amendment. I support Mr. Norman's effort. It's a good amendment. Let's add it to the bill and pass Fit 21. Yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady's recognized.
The bill supporters have claimed that this bill is necessary to provide legal clarity as to when a digital asset is considered a security and when it is considered a commodity. But this bill is anything but clear. It is 253 pages of highly convoluted and poorly defined language. At the Rules Committee hearing yesterday, the Republicans testifying on the panel in defense of the bill could not answer a simple question from a fellow Republican as to whether Dogecoin would qualify as a security or commodity under this bill. They pointed to their 5-point decentralization test in the bill, which is again anything but clear. The current test for determining whether something is a security is called the Howey test. It has stood the test of time with guidance from the SEC clarifying its application, in addition to decades of case law expounding on how it applies to a variety of different assets. Even the courts have agreed with SEC's interpretation of the Howey test, classifying digital assets as securities in a strikingly consistent manner. The 5-part decentralization test in this bill has not been tested, and it would create a slew of new litigation trying to decipher how it applies. And so, instead of a study, we should remember that the fact that members of Congress and legal experts are struggling to agree on basic facts about what this bill would do just foreshadows the mountains of litigation that this bill would result in to figure that out. This bill provides the opposite of legal clarity, as the bill's supporters claim. Instead, it provides several more convoluted and untested definitions to replace the time-tested Howey test in place today. The only thing clear about this 253-page bill is that it results in the substantial deregulation of crypto, just as the crypto industry has asked for. I reserve the balance of my time.
Time's expired.
I will yield 1 minute to Mr. Sherman.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
This amendment gives the illusion that it prevents the bill from being useful to our foreign adversaries, when in fact we see Iran using crypto to avoid sanctions, North Korea profiting from crypto. We see Hamas raising huge amounts of money and being able to sneak around our efforts by using crypto. And finally, we see the crypto advocates viewing this bill as their ticket to move crypto into a competitor with the U.S. dollar. And then finally, with tomorrow's bill, they try to hobble the dollar by saying it can't be digital and we can't have a better payment system involving the dollar, and that's their system for having crypto outcompete the dollar. The administration opposes this bill, and even if you looked at it a few weeks ago, it's gotten much, much worse. I want to reemphasize, they added a new title that allows crypto to be completely unregulated and would allow for non-regulation of our stocks and bonds. So even if you liked this bill when you saw it 3 weeks ago, vote no.
The gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion chair, the ayes have it. The amendment.
Vote is requested.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 118-516. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-516, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Resolution 1243, gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer a simple but important amendment. While the underlying legislation allows the Commodities Future Trading Commission the authority to regulate digital asset spot markets, nothing in the bill should be construed as giving the CFTC power beyond digital assets. We all have seen good intentions around here, and nothing is punished like good intentions around here. So let's just make clear what the strike zone is for everybody. We're trying to define that strike zone. This amendment adds a sense of Congress that nothing in this act or any amendment made by this act should be interpreted by, to authorize any entity to regulate any commodity other than a digital commodity on any spot market. That's it. That's the whole thing. Again, this amendment simply aims to combat mission creep, if you want to call it that, somewhere outside the strike zone, and makes clear that Congress's intent is to only address digital asset spot markets in this bill and no more. So the courts won't have any questions. Mr. Gensler can't say, well, I'm not sure they did this, or they surely must have meant that. No, we cannot allow these agencies to take more and more power in the absence of express congressional approval. We've already seen Mr. Gensler aggressively pursue litigation against the crypto industry, people trying to do it the right way. While trying to rein him in, we ought to ensure the CFTC knows exactly what they can and cannot do, because he's not going to be there forever. There's going to be some next person that's going to come along and say, well, Congress wasn't really sure. We are sure, and that's what this amendment does, Madam Chair, and I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Must consent to claim time in opposition, though I am not in opposition to the amendment.
I'm
Will
opposed.
suspend. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
I rise and claim in time to claim opposition.
And is recognized.
Under H.R. 4763, crypto that is deemed to be a digital commodity would come under the CFTC's purview, which would include a new explicit authority for the CFTC to regulate crypto spot markets. However, this amendment would ensure that this new authority for the CFTC to regulate crypto spot markets does not include traditional commodity spot markets. It's already bad enough that this bill would result in mass deregulation of crypto and even some traditional securities too. This amendment takes the bill to the next level by trying to preemptively block the CFTC to oversee non-crypto spot markets. The bill's supporters continue to insist that this bill is only about crypto, but it has serious implications for traditional securities. And with this amendment, would now appear to have serious implications for traditional commodities also. It is wholly unclear while Republicans who have placed so much faith in CFTC to police the spot markets of digital commodities think that this agency is unable to oversee the spot markets of everyday commodities they currently regulate, like oil, wheat, and livestock. Excessive speculation in spot markets of tangible commodities is a real problem that can harm working families' budgets. For this reason, Democratic CFTC Commissioner Christy Goldsmith Romero has called on the CFTC to study excessive and harmful speculations in the commodities markets. Specifically, she has stated, and I quote, "The CFTC has an impressive surveillance program and an equally impressive cadre of commodity markets experts to rely upon as it seeks to understand these pressures of working families, farmers, and producers. We should use them more and more publicity," unquote. I agree with her. I urge you to stand up for working families and farmers by leaving the CFTC's existing authority to protect them from speculation in the traditional securities market fully intact. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman, my friend, Representative Johnson.
Gentleman from South Dakota is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to first commend the gentleman from Pennsylvania for his thoughtful and forward-looking amendment. Now, I think it's important that we set the record straight. This amendment would not, as some have alleged, strip the CFTC of all of its spot market regulatory authority. All of the anti-fraud and anti-manipulation powers that they currently hold would remain in place. This sense of Congress simply makes it clear that within FIT 21, that those do not provide the CFTC with grand new authorities over non-digital asset spot markets. And I think it's important we do that. There are clear and important differences between the traditional spot markets for commodities. Think about people buying and selling barrels of oil. That's not something everyday Americans are doing, but we do have everyday Americans engaged in the spot market for digital assets. Also, with regard to digital asset commodities, we also have a number of intermediaries that would be interacting with these retail consumers. Some of those intermediaries would certainly hold the cash of consumers either pending or after a trade. That's an important situation that we need to protect for that is not exactly like that in the traditional commodity market. So different marketplace, different threats, different set of tools. As the chair of the Digital Assets Subcommittee, I want to make it clear I support the gentleman's amendment. I do not want any part of FIT 21 to change the CFTC's authority over non-digital asset commodities. I commend the gentleman for his work, and I urge a yes vote on the amendment. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
Reserves.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Is it my turn? Yes. At the Rules Committee hearing, Republicans revealed their true intentions with this bill. My friend, Mr. Norman, stated regarding the investors who were defrauded by FTX, what he said was this, and I quote, "I blame the investor. I mean, would I get on an airplane with 2 wheels missing and 1 wing? They should have done their homework," end quote. Representative Austin Scott of Georgia on the Rules Committee doubled down on this kind of victim blaming, saying that he believed we should use a buyer beware approach. This is entirely offensive to consumers to simply say you should have known better than to get defrauded. The very definition of fraud implies that the consumer could not have been expected to know or understand some facet of a contract. But I would venture to say that this bill is even worse than just a buyer beware approach. This bill creates a facade of regulation that is designed to make ordinary investors and consumers think they are protected and that their investments are safe. But in reality, this bill will facilitate and legitimize fraud rather than warning consumers to beware of the risk. In addition to blaming millions of defrauded investors, Republicans continue to move forward with a bill that exempts these same crypto firms that were unlawfully issuing or facilitating crypto securities, giving them a get-out-of-jail-free card. This is what Republicans love to do. They blame consumers and investors who have been defrauded while also advancing bills to protect those same firms that are ripping off consumers and investors. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman, Mr. Hill.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for the balance of the time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for his constructive amendment. I think it's the absolute right approach. I want to associate myself with the comments from the chairman of the Digital Assets Committee for the House Ag Committee, Mr. Johnson, on that. Look, Madam Chair, colleagues, FIT 21 does exactly the opposite of what has been argued by the minority today. It gives a clear regulatory framework. It prevents fraud. It does require registration, custody, capital requirements. It gives clarity for the first time in American history to how we do securities and commodity oversight for digital assets. And the minority has also charged time and time again that somehow the great securities loophole is being offered and opened in this bill. That's just not true. It's just not a factual statement. The term investment contract is a fungible digital representation. It is not all these other items. In fact, the bill specifically says the term digital asset does not include notes, stock, treasury stocks, securities, security-based swaps, and a whole list. So it does not open the loophole that the ranking member of the Financial Services Committee charges. I urge a yes vote. I urge a yes vote for Mr. Perry's amendment. Let's have regulatory credibility and clarity for a competitive United States for the 21st century. Yield back.
Lady from California is recognized.
I yield the balance of the time to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman.
Gentleman from California is recognized for the balance of the time.
This amendment illustrates the problem. Commodity other than a digital commodity, but any commodity can become a digital commodity. Or you can have a contract or a derivative tied to the physical commodity that now becomes a digital coin. We're told that the bill does not allow stocks and bonds to be digital assets, but it does allow them to be defined as investment contracts. And if you get defined as an investment contract, you're without regulation. As to the underlying bill, keep in mind, the administration opposes it. 3/4 of Democrats voted against it before it got much worse. The bill got much worse a few weeks ago, so if you studied it before then, and I know the bill's been out there since July of last year, your analysis won't show you how this bill now allows digital crypto to go without regulation and opens the door to taking our traditional stocks and bonds and taking them out from the SEC. Vote no on the amendment, but especially vote no on the bill.
Gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Recorded vote is requested.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
To request a recorded vote.
The yeas and nays have been pursuant to the clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-516 on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 1 by Mr. Cesar of Texas. Amendment number 3 of Mr. Norman of South Carolina. Amendment number 4 of Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-516 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cesar, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-516, offered by Mr. Kassar of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does anyone wish to change the vote? Have all members voted? Does anyone wish to change the vote? yeas are 204, the nays are 209. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 118-516 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-516, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 408, the nays are... The yeas are 411, the nays are 0. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for the recorded vote on amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 118-516 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-516, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
$225 and the nays are 191. The amendment is adopted. There being no further amendment under the rule, the committee rises.
Madam Chair.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 4763 and pursuant to House Resolution 1243. I report the bill is amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. It's as fast as I can read.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the slate of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration the bill H.R. 4763 and, pursuant to House Resolution 1243, reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded by any further amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the chair will put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to provide for a system of regulation of digital assets by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed and without objection and motion. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Requesting a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 279 and the nays are 136. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House lays before the floor an enrolled resolution.
House Joint Resolution 109, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Securities and Exchange Commission relating to Staff Accounting Bulletin Number 121.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, that it adjourn to meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection? Order. Who's first? The House will be in order. Members, take your conversations off of the floor. Who's first? Entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Order. Members will take their conversations off the floor. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor the life of a dedicated first responder from Okanagan, Washington, Tiffany Furden, who we tragically lost last month. Tiffany was a volunteer firefighter and EMT for the Tonasket Fire Department and Aeneas Valley Fire Department, as well as a member of the Samaritan Riders, a group of motorcycle enthusiasts.
The House will be in order. Please continue.
A group of motorcycle enthusiasts who serve the medically challenged and socially disadvantaged children throughout our region. Her passion was making the world a better place, a quality which was clear in the work that she did. Tiffany's death is a loss for the whole community, but her legacy will never be forgotten. May her family and community continue to be blessed with her memory, and may she rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, with the American flag hanging, a white hearse gradually traveled down the highway, returning the remains of Staff Sergeant Robert L. Ferris, Jr. home. More than 80 years after his bomber crash, Sergeant Ferris joined his family and was finally laid to rest. He was a young gunner, 20 years old during World War II, when his B-17 was shot down. This past week, he was transported from Raleigh-Durham International Airport to New Bern, a journey that took him through Wilson. Our local fire department and others came to show respect and pay special tribute to this incredible hero. There are thousands of stories like Sergeant Ferris's. As we approach Memorial Day, let us honor our fallen soldiers, POWs, MIAs, and those killed in action. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Biden border crisis rages on, and American families are affected, including in their pocketbooks. At the start of 2023, the cost of illegal aliens crossing with Biden was over $150 billion. The burden of illegal aliens costs each American taxpayer nearly $1,200 annually. Corrupt Judge Merchan continues promoting the re-election of Donald Trump by relentlessly being bigoted and objectionable, earning an invitation as my guest for the Trump inauguration. The invitation was hand-delivered to the New York Merchant Office Monday by South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson. The shameful bias and bigotry of Judge Merchan has been exposed this week by esteemed Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz as, quote, unethical, unlawful, and petty, end of quote. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years in the global war on terrorism as it moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We don't need new border laws. We need to enforce the existing laws. Biden shamefully opens borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as repeatedly warned by the FBI.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize a specially crafted food that draws people from across the country to my hometown of New Haven, Connecticut. It is called abitz. After the original way, la pizza was pronounced in southern Italy. For more than a century, New Haven has been home to some of the most famous pizzerias in the country, known for everything from a plain sauce to white clam to mashed potato. And I proudly rise today to claim New Haven as the pizza capital of the United States. While there are other states that have their own pizza traditions, Connecticut has the most pizzerias of any state per capita and the most family-owned pizzerias of any state in the country. There is something special about New Haven abitz. Some say it is coal fire, some say brick ovens, some say it is char, some say it is the water used to make the dough. Personally, I believe it is the generation after generation of dedication to the craft. Historic pizzerias in New Haven area that continue this legacy include Frank Pepe, Pizzeria Napolitana, Modern Abizza, Zupardi's Abizza, Sally's Abizza, Ernie's Abizza, Yorkside Bar, Grand Abizza, and Zanelli and Abate Abizza, just to name a few. They have helped to establish a uniquely American culinary and cultural experience, making the New Haven one of the most respected and recognized pizza destinations in the country. And therefore, New Haven is recognized as the pizza capital of the United States. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the achievement of the girls soccer team at Frederica Academy with their back-to-back state title wins. The team defended their state title with a final score of 1-0 against the Westminster School of Augusta. The goal was scored by freshman Sophia Gregg, who outmaneuvered her defenders in the first half of the game. Gregg's goal was made possible by an assist from Mary Ford Fitzgerald. Frederica's strong defense was also able to hold off every shot attempt made at their goal. This win allowed them to go undefeated in the Georgia Independent Athletic Association AAA District 2 region, making them the #1 ranked team in the region. Congratulations to the young women of the Frederica Academy soccer team. I know I speak for the whole 1st District when I say we are very proud of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight an extraordinary initiative in the heart of Michigan's 11th District, Project Diamond, a groundbreaking program spearheaded by Troy's Automation Alley and the Oakland County Economic Development Office. This project encapsulates not just the spirit of innovation, but also the determination of our local communities and our industrious small to mid-size manufacturers. Project Diamond is revolutionizing additive manufacturing with 3D printing, positioning Michigan as a global leader, and delivering 250 3D printers to empower manufacturers in the automotive, aerospace, and defense sectors. This technology allows rapid prototyping, reduces lead times, and integrates seamlessly into existing supply chains, advancing our national manufacturing agenda. Mr. Speaker, as we look to future-proof our industries, let us support and expand initiatives like Project Diamond. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the incredible success of the Cincinnati St. Xavier High School swimming and diving team, and to congratulate them on winning their 44th state championship. The dedication and hard work of these talented athletes is second to none, as they have claimed 24 of the last 26 state championships, 4 of the last 5, and 44 out of the last 54. The St. Xavier Swim and Dive team, the Bombers, or Aqua Bombers as they are also known, won their most recent championship with a score of 302 points, beating out the runners-up by 73 points. The Bombers were led by Ohio 2nd District native Max Ward, who brought home first-place finishes in the 100-meter butterfly and the 200-meter freestyle. As a member of the St. Xavier Long Blue Line and a swimmer alum, I want to congratulate the talented swimmers, divers, and coaches on this incredible feat. If they made it look easy, it's because it wasn't. Go Bombers. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share the inspiring story of Antrone Juice Williams, a remarkable individual from Lucas County, Ohio. I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Williams 2 years ago, and since then his journey has been nothing short of extraordinary. Antrone is not just a dedicated athlete with the Special Olympics Lucas County Lightning, but also a relentless advocate for his community. As the former president of the Central Residential Advisory Board, he tirelessly represented over 11,000 residents in Lucas metropolitan housing. His entrepreneurial spirit led him to Ivy Entrepreneurial Business School, where he rose to new heights, becoming the CEO and founder of the HOW Inc. Foundation, helping others win. Antrone's achievements are vast, but perhaps most notable is his pioneering accomplishment as the first physically challenged man to become an independent provider. Antrone's story is a beacon of hope for those living with physical challenges. His story is a powerful reminder that our circumstances do not define us. Our spirit and determination do. Onward, Antrone. We are so proud of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to remember the life of a true American hero, Mark Woods, who dedicated his life to public service in the military, in law enforcement, and in his local community. A two-term U.S. Army combat veteran and a retired NYPD detective who served on the Joint Terror Task Force, Mark lived a life of service from the start. His passion for supporting fellow veterans through his role as director of the Joseph P. Dwyer Peer-to-Peer Veteran Service Program at Bridges and as a Veteran Service Officer in Rockland County was revered by all in our region. Mark was rightly recognized as Rockland County's 2024 Veteran of the Year thanks to his unparalleled efforts advocating for veterans and getting them the support and services they need and deserve. Beyond his work for the veterans community, Mark was a councilman in the town of Clarkstown and a dedicated family man. We extend our deepest sympathies to his family, especially his wife Jeannie and his son and daughter, who should know that Mark's legacy will continue to inspire and guide all of us. On a more personal note, Mark was a great friend, who I was honored to swear in as councilman in January, and I will miss him dearly. He was a humble and decent man whose work was rooted in service to the people of Rockland County. May God rest his soul, and on behalf of a grateful nation, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as the daughter of a Vietnam veteran and the representative for Oregon's 6th District, home to nearly 40,000 veterans. These brave Oregonians served our country, and now I have the great honor of serving them in Congress. They're hardworking people, some of whom carry with them scars, both visible and invisible, of their service. Returning to civilian life can be challenging. Mental health problems are all too common, and many veterans struggle to find stable jobs and housing. They put country first and their own comfort second. As members of Congress, the least we can do is to show them we care. That's why I was shocked to see House Republicans proposing $30 billion in cuts to SNAP in their Farm Bill proposal. Cutting SNAP was never on the table for Democrats. Yet my Republican colleagues have chosen to move forward with this reckless plan and take away up to 2 days' worth of food every month from hungry veterans, kids, and seniors. Why must my Republican colleagues deprive veterans of food when they fall on hard times? Why the unnecessary cruelty? Instead, we need to protect SNAP and ensure that those who have sacrificed so much for our freedom will have the healthy, nutritious food on the table. It's our job, no, our duty and responsibility to pay them back. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Sergeant Roy Springfield of Anderson, Indiana, who served in the U.S. Army for 3 years as a member of the elite Special Forces. Roy enlisted in the Army in 1961, where he completed his tour of duty in Vietnam and Laos. While evacuated in Special Forces base in Laos under intense enemy attack, Sergeant Springfield managed to grab an American flag and keep it from falling into enemy hands. He has retained and treasured this flag for more than 6 decades. After his time in the Army, Roy went on to service his community for 27 years as a police officer with the Anderson Police Department. In 1973, he also started the Police Athletic League in Anderson for disadvantaged youth. In recognition of his brave service to our nation, it was my honor to represent Sergeant Roy Springfield with the National Defense Service Medal and the Armed Forces Expeditionary Medal in January 26, 2024. I am extremely grateful for Roy's bravery and humbled to express our appreciation on behalf of the American people in Indiana 5th Congressional District. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Mrs. Hayes, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous materials into the record on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to my colleagues who have joined me for this extremely important SNAP Special Order Hour. Hunger continues to be a pervasive issue in America. According to the USDA, in 2023, over 42 million people rely on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, also known as SNAP, and 41% of those households have children. SNAP benefits are modest, averaging only about $6.20 per person per day, or about $2 per person per meal. SNAP benefits average only $6.20 per person per day, or about $2 per person per meal. The benefits of SNAP are highly targeted to focus on those with the greatest needs. 92% of SNAP benefits go to households with income below the poverty line, and 54% go to households at or below half of the poverty line. Additionally, every dollar spent on SNAP benefits generates as much as $1.54 to the local economy. House Republicans are putting forward a farm bill which would end the USDA's authority to increase the Thrifty Food Plan. The Thrifty Food Plan is used to determine the amount of benefits a SNAP recipient receives. USDA calculates the Thrifty Food Plan using a mathematical model based on the cost of food, the nutrients in the food, nutrition guidance, and what Americans are actually eating. The Thrifty Food Plan goes further than a simple adjustment for inflation to better ensure that people have access to food. The 2018 bipartisan farm bill directed USDA to regularly reevaluate the Thrifty Food Plan and SNAP benefit adjustments as food prices, dietary guidance, and other scientific standards shifted over time. The farm bill put forth by House Republicans would result in roughly $30 billion in benefit cuts, according to the Congressional Budget Office. That would impact every SNAP household in future years, including children, older adults, and people with disabilities. It would mean that the cost of the Thrifty Food Plan would be frozen, no matter what the science says about the cost of a healthy, normal diet. In the last 50 years, the Thrifty Food Plan has only been updated 3 times, in 1983, 1989, and 2006. But these updates did not increase SNAP benefits. As a result of the 2021 update, the benefits amounts were increased and the purchasing power of the plan to 21%. This led to $1.40 per person per day increase in SNAP's average benefits, or about 70 cents per meal. This is not a lot of money to begin with. However, this update lifted over 2 million SNAP participants out of poverty or above the poverty line, including over 1 million children. According to the Urban Institute, the 2021 Thrifty Food Plan reduced poverty for Black and Hispanic people, suggesting that reevaluation was addressing long-standing systemic racial issues. Additionally, a 2023 Data for Progress poll found that 66% have a favorable view of SNAP, including 83% of Democrats, 62% of independents, and 52% of Republicans. All Americans benefit from this anti-hunger program. A majority of Americans support increasing funding for SNAP, not cutting it. The total cut to SNAP and related nutrition programs under the House Republican proposal is roughly $30 billion. The average per person SNAP benefit would be roughly $7 less per month between 2027 and 2031 and jump to $15 less per month in 2032 and 2033. According to the budget and policy priorities, this cut would affect nearly 6 million older adults, 4 million people with disability, and nearly 17 million children, including 5 million children under the age of 5. Hunger is a policy choice, and SNAP is our most effective anti-hunger program, and we must protect the Thrifty Food Plan in the Farm Bill. Thank you. Additionally, I would like to submit 4 letters into the record in opposition of the House Republican Farm Bill from the American Federation of Teachers, the National Education Association, AFL-CIO, and AFSCME. All letters disapprove of the nearly $30 billion cut to SNAP. Thank you. And with that, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Brown.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Rep. Hayes for organizing the special order hour on SNAP. Today I rise because tomorrow the House Ag Committee will vote on the GOP's partisan farm bill. If passed, it will force severe cuts to the SNAP program that would risk benefits for years to come. SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, formerly known as food stamps, is a vital resource to families and individuals who have fallen on hard times. In Ohio's 11th Congressional District, almost 1 in 4 households rely on SNAP benefits to put food on the table. These are our friends, our family, neighbors, and my constituents. It shouldn't be controversial to want members of your community fed. On the House Ag Committee, I am committed to making that known, but this farm bill will see the largest cut to SNAP benefits in over 30 years, taking nearly $30 billion in food out of the mouths of people who really need it. Being poor isn't a condemnation of morals, but Republicans have shown they want to treat it that way, which is why I urge my Republican colleagues to reconsider their extreme proposal and to join Democrats as we continue to put people over politics. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Representative Weil, for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm grateful to the gentlelady from Connecticut for convening us this evening to discuss an issue that affects every corner of our nation, food insecurity. In blue, red, and purple districts alike, too many families struggle to afford the food that they need to keep themselves and their families healthy and fed. Throughout my time in Congress, I have used my voice and my vote to support nutrition programs because I am determined to ensure that in our nation, the richest in the history of the world, no one goes hungry. As part of this effort, I have prioritized key nutrition programs. In 2018, my very first vote was to reauthorize the Farm Bill, which funds many critical nutrition assistance programs that people in our community rely on. These programs include the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, known as SNAP, Meals on Wheels, Women, Infants, and Children, nutrition assistance, school breakfast programs, and summer meal programs. Now, extreme members of the House have put forward a farm bill that includes devastating cuts for SNAP participants that so many in our community rely on to feed their families. Their proposed bill would cut nearly $30 billion in SNAP benefits that families rely on to put food on the table every night. In 2023, 1 in 8 households, roughly 44.2 million Americans, experience food insecurity or lack of access to an affordable, nutritious diet. In my district, Pennsylvania 7, the greater Lehigh Valley area, nearly 40,000 households, or 13% of the households in our community, rely on SNAP to feed themselves and their families. In the richest nation in the world, no one should go to bed hungry because they can't afford to eat. And no one should have to worry about having enough food for their kids because politicians decided to play games with the necessary benefits that they rely on every single day. This is a moral imperative of the highest priority. Children's physical and cognitive development depends on proper nutrition. Quite simply, adequate food sets them up for success in school and throughout life. We must not abandon families in our communities that struggle with food insecurity. This should not be a partisan issue, and it is deeply disappointing to me that members on the other side of the aisle would put forth a bill that so severely cuts SNAP benefits. I will always stand up to efforts to strip benefits away from the most vulnerable members of our society, children. And I hope to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle on a bipartisan path forward that protects critical nutrition programs, including SNAP, in the upcoming Farm Bill reauthorization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Weil, for those powerful words. I now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Representative Chakowski, for 2 minutes.
Let me thank my colleague, Congresswoman Hayes, for
bringing us together today to talk about something so important. We do live in the richest country in the world at the richest moment in history. And the very idea that we would tolerate and even think about adding to hunger in America is beyond belief. It is a moral issue, but it's also, how could we even think about cutting the opportunity for our children, for our families, for older Americans, for people with disabilities, for people who simply can't afford to put food on the table? This is not because we have a shortage of the food that is available. It is not because there is not the funding to make sure that we take care of those in need. This is the beginning, pretty soon, of the hunger season, I say, because many schools now that have provided school lunch programs, school breakfast programs, may not be working at this in the months to come over the summer. And yet these children and families need to eat. And so I just say, how can anyone think about cutting the SNAP program? 60 million people in the United States, half of whom are children. No, it is just not tolerable. And so I just beg that we are going to make sure that everyone in the United States of America who is hungry will have food on the table, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Representative Vargas, for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I sincerely thank the gentlewoman from Connecticut for bringing us together tonight to defend the SNAP program. In America, no child should go to bed hungry. No family should have to worry about where their next meal is coming from. SNAP is the most important and effective tool we have to stave off hunger in our country. It is our first line of defense. And yet, House Republicans have proposed the largest cut to the program in decades. This is cruel, plain and simple. These proposed cuts stand to harm more than 40,000 families in my district, California, and over 40 million families nationwide who benefit from this program. Almost 80% of the people who benefit from SNAP are children, seniors, people with disabilities, and veterans. SNAP also boosts our local economies. Every dollar spent on SNAP benefits generates roughly $1.50 in economic activity. For too many people in our country, making ends meet is a daily battle. Programs like SNAP are vital tools for ending hunger and helping those who are most in need. They provide Americans with help they need to find the footing in tough times and to make life better for themselves and their children. We should be expanding these programs, not cutting them. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to add $18 billion of the cuts would affect households with children, which in a typical month would include nearly 17 million children. And with that, I'd like to recognize the gentlelady from California, Representative Barragan, for 2 minutes.
Thank you to the gentlelady. I ask Americans, are you a disabled veteran that receives food assistance or SNAP? How about a part-time college student or single mom on SNAP? Know that House Republicans are coming after your food benefits. House Republicans' Farm Bill would make the largest cut to SNAP in food assistance program in 30 years. Many American families are on the brink. They rely on SNAP to put food on the table. 86% of all SNAP benefits go to households that have children, or households with older Americans, or individuals with disabilities. As chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, I'm also concerned about the harm SNAP cuts will bring to communities of color, including Latinos. 40% of Latino adults report not having enough food to eat, more than any other ethnic or racial group. Over 5 million Latinos in the United States receive SNAP to put food on the table. Right now, a single person will receive at most $9 in SNAP assistance for food per day. To those in need, $9 can determine whether they can eat that day. 3 square meals a day should not be a partisan debate. Without SNAP, hungry Americans will be forced to choose between food to eat and necessities like electricity, running water, or medication. It's a cruel and inhumane choice we should not force on the American people. House Democrats will continue to fight to preserve and expand access to SNAP so that no family goes hungry. I urge my Republican colleagues to put people over politics and join House Democrats to protect SNAP. We must stand together for compassion, dignity, and the well-being of all Americans. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to add into the record that $9 billion of the cuts would affect households with preschool-age children or children under 5, which in a typical month would include about 5 million young children. I now recognize the gentlelady from Michigan, Representative Tlaib.
Thank you so much for my wonderful, amazing, dedicated, committed colleague from Connecticut who is today, as we say in Detroit, speaking truth to power when it comes to our most vulnerable in the United States. We've heard it over and over again, but we are in the richest country in the world. Millions of children, even though we live in the richest country, millions of children live in poverty, lacking access to necessities like food, housing, and health care. It's shameful. More than 44 million people in our country face hunger, including over 15% in one of the largest counties in my district, Wayne County. SNAP is essential food assistance program that has been a key tool in combating hunger in our most vulnerable communities. Now, my Republican colleagues want to cut this essential program that so many of our families rely on to feed their children. Shameful. The GOP Farm Bill would make the largest cut to SNAP in nearly 30 years. The bill threatens $27 billion in SNAP benefits for low-income families. It's utterly shameful. We must stand together strongly in support of expanding the social safety net and increasing funding programs like for SNAP and other child nutrition programs. These are essential in creating healthy, thriving communities. It is time to protect programs to combat hunger, not make extremist cuts. Working families in our country should not have to worry about where their next meal is coming from. In this body, we see it over and over again that we seem to find money for endless wars like this, but we can't seem to find the same resources to end child hunger in our country. You know, the first African-American woman ever to serve in a Congress was Shirley Chisholm, and she used to say, "Children can't learn if they're hungry." Well, children should and must have access to SNAP benefits to experience long-term positive outcomes like better health, improved learning, and higher success as adults. I don't think people realize the trauma of what people in our most vulnerable, and it's just not only our children, but our most vulnerable among us, the trauma they go through in going to sleep hungry. Access to nutrition meals is essential for every child's health and development. We know this. So why make these extremist cuts? We must continue to invest in universal school meals and so much more. I'm proud to co-sponsor the Universal Schools Meals Program and proud to say to all of my folks in the 12th Congressional District, I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to back down until we fully fund the SNAP benefits. It's the least we can do, Mr. Speaker, in this Congress. It's not just our children. It's our disabled neighbors. It's our seasoned residents. It's our veterans, working class, folks that are working hours and hours a day and still can't put food on the table. We must do better. Thank you again to my colleague in Connecticut for bringing us together today to discuss the importance of protecting SNAP. I yield.
Thank you. $5 billion of the cuts will affect older adults. That would affect households which means in a typical month, that would include more than 6 million individuals age 60 or older whose benefits would be cut. I now recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, for 4 minutes.
Thank you, the Honorable Congresswoman Johanna Hayes from the great state of Connecticut. Mr. Speaker, I rise because it is an imperative that this body move with all deliberate speed to pass a farm bill that is both responsible and enriching for the American people. The Farm Bill is one of the most fundamental pieces of legislation that we enact as a government. And not simply because of the dollars we dedicate, but more so because of the amount of people who are supported by the passing of this indispensable law. Unlike most of the bills we pass, the Farm Bill is not a dry and depersonalized legislative act. There are names and faces attached to food. There are real people in dire situations associated and connected to the success of this bill. Unlike most of the appropriations we allocate in this body, the Farm Bill is a moral document that reminds us that we owe each other as human beings. It brings us back to the fundamental things. It reminds us that politics of the future means nothing in the stomach of a child who is hungry. And to be sure, this bill compels us to move forward. This bill moves us beyond politics of blame so that we might embrace a more excellent way. In fact, I would go so far as to say that the Farm Bill is one of the few manifestations of the social contract this government makes with the American people. The SNAP program alone is a moral accomplishment that we have to reach for. Over 300,000 people make up my district in Illinois. Almost 73,000 of those households receive SNAP benefits. Almost 40% of these households have a child in them, and almost 45% of those children have some sort of disability. In fact, I would go so far as to say that the bill is one of the few manifestations of the social contract of this government that the American people deserve. The SNAP program alone is our moral achievement. And I say this because all of us know that 86% of the SNAP benefits go to the household of women and children. Mr. Speaker, we have to move with speed. Ask not what you can do for your country, but what your country can do for you. Let me tell you, there's a mutuality in this contract. We also have to understand that the state has to support the people, not simply the people, the state. The Farm Bill helps those that are in need when their backs are against the wall. Does this bill achieve that? No, Mr. Speaker. Taking food off of children's plates is not the best of the American ideal. We say our prayers, but we pray for the food we're about to receive. We do not pray for the food that has now been removed from our table by our government. We must indeed fight for the rights of all those women and children, disabled families that need our help. This is important because the time when we ignore cities and emerging farming centers is over. In the district that I represent, we celebrate community gardens and urban farms because in as much as I believe that access to healthy food is a right that all human beings should enjoy, it is also a responsibility that each of us must make and take into our own hands. Each of us must do whatever we can to ensure that our families have the sustenance and nutrition that require for a flourishing and the possibility of a great life. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say in closing, we need a farm bill that is responsible, taking food out of the mouths of the most desperate and those that are the least, the lost, and the left behind cannot stand. I will be opposing this farm bill until it is more responsive and we leave SNAP alone and ensure that every family is well fed in America. I yield back my time. I thank the Honorable Congresswoman Jahana Hayes for picking up this fight.
Thank you, Representative Jackson. We appreciate everything you said, and thank you for your words. I now recognize the gentleman from Mississippi and the chairman of the House Democratic Nutrition Task Force, Representative Thompson. Benny G. Thompson.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the gentleladies giving me some time. First of all, I'm one of those members who represent a significantly agricultural district who actually has its economy based on agriculture. I also represent the district that former Congressman Jamie Whitten represented, and ultimately he framed the Farm Bill in such that it did not pit rural America against urban America. This bill pits rural America against urban America, and that's not the purpose of a farm bill. And let's talk a little bit about it. You can't penalize the needy for the greedy. And what I'm saying in that respect is so many of people in this country are in need of nutrition benefits. That's why we have a farm bill. A substantial majority of the Farm Bill is devoted to nutrition, and rightfully so. So let's talk a little bit about where I am with it. Former Congressman, well, several Congresspeople. This is my fourth Farm Bill. I've gone through all of it. I've seen everything that's been had with it. But the important part is I serve as the chair of the 21st Century Agriculture and Nutrition Task Force, appointed by Alito Jeffries. We went all over the country. We heard from people saying, look, there are important things for the Farm Bill, but it's all about compromise and working together. So what did we hear people say? First thing they said, that food is medicine. If you're worried about health care in this country, if people don't have nutrition, that is a problem. Today, the cost of food is steadily rising, which means Americans cannot afford to purchase healthy, nutritious meals. In going around the country, there were a number of things that we heard from east, west, north, south. It said we must not eliminate the hot food ban for SNAP recipients. SNAP recipients should have the benefit of hot meals. We must address the hunger among college students. We should protect SNAP against harmful cuts to eligibility requirements. Now, you talk about eligibility requirements. Most people don't know that if you are on Social Security and Medicare, that counts against seniors' eligibility for SNAP benefits. But also in doing that and looking at it, our veterans are also penalized in the qualification for SNAP's benefits. But we also have those individuals who have made a mistake, they've come out, but they're ineligible for SNAP benefits. We always talk about second chance people. So why shouldn't formerly incarcerated people be eligible for food stamps? Those are things that we heard. But more importantly, this $30 billion cut, totally unreasonable. It makes no sense. And again, it puts and penalizes people over politics. I hope when this issue is taken up, Ms. Hayes, tomorrow, Democrats will stand firm in its opposition against it. If Republicans are genuinely interested in making this work, we can do that. But from the nutrition standpoint, don't penalize people who need help. The demonstration of their help is already here. I look forward, after this issue is defeated, coming back together, pulling people together, working through all the logistics, and not be cute about how we fund certain programs and defund other programs. Ms. Hayes, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to amplify the point that we have to have a farm bill that works for everyone. I often hear people say that we need a farm bill that represents farmers. I would challenge that we need a farm bill that represents everyone. Members often ask me, do you represent a farming community? And my response is, we all represent communities where people eat, and that has to be a part of the conversation as well. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Representative Presley, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Congresswoman Hayes. Before we began this special order hour, I approached Congresswoman Hayes to thank her for her leadership in pulling this together. And she said, "You're welcome, but I'm so sorry we have to do this at all. As am I, as are we all. Such a shame. But I thank you for your leadership and partnership in our fight to eradicate hunger and for convening us this evening." Mr. Speaker, I rise in solidarity with the over 50,000 SNAP beneficiaries in the Massachusetts 7th Congressional District, as well as the 41 million plus across our country. Parents who choose to go hungry because there isn't enough to feed both themselves and their children. And they would rather make that sacrifice rather than threaten the cognitive development and nutrition that their children need to thrive, and certainly to support their readiness to learn. I rise in solidarity with those families who, given the high cost of housing and food, are struggling because incomes are not keeping pace. Mr. Speaker, food insecurity is on the rise, but it doesn't have to be. Congress should not advance a farm bill that cuts $30 billion in SNAP funding. Now, to be clear, we are not here due to a deficit of resources for SNAP. We are here due to a deficit of empathy. A deficit of empathy for those who are food insecure. A lack of empathy for our most vulnerable and marginalized neighbors. This Republican cut to our nation's largest nutrition program will disproportionately harm our seniors, veterans, children, adults with disabilities, and working families. In my home state of Massachusetts, this cut will impact 1 in 6 residents, over 1 million people who depend on SNAP to put healthy food on the table. That alarming statistic is worse for Black and Latino families who are twice as likely to face food insecurity. For decades, SNAP has been a critical tool in reducing hunger for low-income people, lifting millions out of poverty, and improving health and well-being. To make it plain, food is medicine. Food is life. We should not tolerate the suffering of our neighbors as they live in anxiety and fear, wondering where their next meal will come from. Republicans need to stop playing with people's lives. Hunger is a humanitarian crisis, a moral failing, and a policy choice. I urge my colleagues to choose compassion and care over cruelty and callousness and support full funding of SNAP. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Representative Presley. And I would like to just add that children and some of our most vulnerable communities don't have lobbyists, but they do have members of Congress, and it is our job to make sure that we are actively working to improve their lives. With that, I recognize the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Representative Omar, for 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Representative Hayes, for your tireless effort. And yes, you are right. Children, the poor, the elderly, and the downtrodden do not have lobbyists, but they have us. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to Chairman Thompson's partisan farm bill. Hunger is rising at an alarming rate among U.S. households. In Minnesota alone, over 500,000 people are facing hunger, including over 180,000 children. SNAP serves as the first line of defense against hunger for children, for the elderly, for veterans, for those who have disabilities. Yet last week, Republicans unveiled the largest cuts to SNAP in nearly 30 years. This extreme proposal would slash SNAP funding, which provides food benefits for low-income families, by approximately $30 billion over the next decade, impacting every participant. And instead of proposing this unacceptable policy, we should be passing My Universal School Meals program. We should be fully funding SNAP. We should be fully funding WIC. Enacting this bill without dramatic changes would push more people below the poverty line and exacerbate hunger. I urge my colleagues to reject this proposal and prioritize our constituents over making political points. And I yield back.
Thank you. I would also like to add that in 2023, 1.2 million veterans participated in the SNAP program. I really don't understand why in this Congress, whenever we have to make tough policy choices, these are the people that are always targeted. Last year, during the debt ceiling negotiations, the program that was targeted and cut was SNAP and nutrition programs. In September, when we went back for the appropriations budget, the program and the hard lines that were targeted were once again feeding and nutrition programs. When will this end? At this point, I recognize the gentlelady from Vermont, Representative Ballant, for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. You have been a champion on this issue, and I'm so glad you've convened us here tonight. Look, over 41 million Americans depend on nutrition assistance to feed themselves and their families. And SNAP benefits reach millions of rural Americans every day. No state, no community, no congressional district in our nation is immune to hunger and food insecurity. And paradoxically, in rural areas that grow most of our nation's food, many households face real struggles with hunger. It's not just in metropolitan areas. And we know poverty is the root cause of hunger, and it's often acute in rural communities, like in my home state of Vermont, with 15% of households in rural areas facing food insecurity. Millions of working families, veterans, people with disabilities, seniors, children in rural communities cannot always afford enough food to keep themselves and their families healthy. Simply put, too many Americans are going hungry every day. But we have a vital program that actually helps to address this problem, the SNAP program. It provides monthly benefits to low-income families and individuals to help them to buy food. Now, Republicans attack, and it's just the latest attack on this essential program, would slash the program by $30 billion over the next decade. If enacted, the bill would make the largest cuts to SNAP benefits in 30 years, at a time when we have gross wealth inequality in this country. Slashing anti-hunger programs that we know work is stupid. It's inhumane. And it's also short-sighted. Even if you don't think we have a moral responsibility to feed the children of this nation and make sure they don't go hungry every night, even if you don't think it's a moral imperative, which I do, but if you don't, there are real consequences for individual Americans and for our healthcare system. When Americans don't have enough food, this greatly impacts the health of those who go hungry. Food insecurity can lead to type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, obesity. The gentlewoman from Connecticut and I are both former teachers. We know children who go hungry struggle in school. They have health problems. Americans who are food insecure are more likely to struggle with psychological and behavioral health issues. This year's Farm Bill should be providing more benefits to Americans. We should be expanding and protecting SNAP benefits. Instead, what are we doing? Once again, demonizing the poor. It's time that House Republicans drop their partisan extremism and work alongside Democrats to pass a truly bipartisan farm bill and actually help feed the American people. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Ballant. As my colleague stated, she and I are both former educators, and I really wish that before members of Congress cast their vote on these cuts to programs like SNAP, that they were forced to sit in a classroom on a Tuesday morning after a long weekend and count the number of kids who had their heads down on their desks. I wish that members were forced to sit in a classroom on any given day as a kid said they had a headache, third period, and you realize it's because they haven't had breakfast. I wish that members of Congress were forced to stand with you at the after-school program when a kid hung behind and asked if they could take something home for their little brother who's been home all day and they know they haven't eaten. I wish every member of Congress and everyone in this chamber were forced to do that before these proposals were put into a bill like the Farm Bill and before members voted on these things. And with that, I recognize the gentlelady from Michigan, Representative Stevens, for 2 minutes.
Thank you to my good colleague, the gentlewoman from Connecticut. And I reflect on this farm bill from a standpoint that at this period in time, Americans are paying more of their earned income for food than they have in the last 30 years. Our president's FTC chair has notified us that grocery stores, big grocers, some food manufacturers, but mostly the grocers, are price gouging. If you are middle class, if you are poor, if you are trying to save for college for your kid, if you are trying to save up for an unexpected occurrence. Food is squeezing the middle class and working families of this country. And we have a responsibility to pass a farm bill that addresses the needs of the hungry and addresses the needs of our middle class. We have got to get real. Because what we do is we say, oh, you know what, we're going to cap you at this income level. And if you're a single mom and you're raising your kid and you're $500 over that income level, you don't get the SNAP benefits. I am sick of this type of governance. I am sick of this type of means testing. We did this in the pandemic. It wasn't hard. Steve Mnuchin, you know, he was able to give everybody a capped unemployment level. But when it comes to food, and you got a Democratic caucus over here fighting over and over and over again. Free and reduced lunch in our schools. Thank you to the governor from Michigan for actually getting that done. We'd like to see that here in the United States of America. This is real stuff. And kids are going to school hungry, and kids are ashamed when they're carrying in those meal cards. And parents are worried. And so you know what we've got? We've got over $1 trillion of credit card debt. Because people can't go to the grocery store. They can't take their kids out to eat because it costs $50 for a family of 4. You can't get lunch for under $15. So what are we litigating here? You know, just filling the pockets of the grocers and the big business and the this and the that when we don't actually have a real North Star here in this chamber? Just one last fact. The maximum benefits of SNAP right now fell 19% short of covering basic meal costs. One study revealed that in 98% of counties, SNAP benefits did not cover the cost of a modestly priced meal. So we're not even meeting the bare minimum, my friends. We're not even doing the bare minimum. And the House Democrats are going to continue to stand up to this wrong-minded package that will not be serving the American people. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't help but reflect on the irony of us hearing every day about inflation and the rising costs of food and basic things that people need, while also proposing cuts to the most vulnerable people on an anti-hunger, anti-poverty program. I now recognize the newest member of our Democratic caucus, Representative Tim Kennedy, the gentleman from New York. You are recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking Congresswoman Hayes for leading this effort. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the 62,000 households in New York's 26th congressional district that rely on the SNAP program, I rise to urge my colleagues to oppose the changes in the Thrifty Food Program and the Farm Bill. In New York State alone, these cuts would result in the loss of $2 billion in SNAP benefits over 10 years and the loss of over $3.5 billion in total local economic activity. At a time when overall food insecurity in New York State has increased from 11.4% to 13.5%, and child food insecurity increased from 15.4% to 18.8%, the absolute last thing we should be doing is cutting SNAP benefits. These changes to the Thrifty Food Program will negatively impact benefit levels for summer EBT and funding for food banks. This is simply unacceptable. Instead, Congress should pass legislation to expand access to SNAP. That's why I co-sponsor the Enhance Access to SNAP Act, which would eliminate work for food requirements and expand benefits for millions of college students. In my district, our primary food bank, Feed More Western New York, has seen the need for food assistance in the community triple since the pandemic. And the number of people served today has already exceeded 10-year growth projections. As a nation, we have an obligation to eradicate hunger. This bill will do just the opposite. I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation as written. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentlelady from New Mexico and the leader on the Rules Committee, Representative Ledger Fernandez.
Thank you.
For 3 minutes, I'm sorry. For 3 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Representative Hayes, for organizing and for giving me this time, because I am here on behalf of my good friend and the ranking member of the Rules Committee, Jim McGovern, who Republicans silenced today for simply telling the truth about a criminal trial. Imagine that. On this House floor, we cannot state a fact about a trial. Here is another fact about the former president that represents a policy choice Democrats oppose. President Trump supported cutting SNAP by nearly 30% within 10 years. Mr. McGovern stands for the opposite. He stands up every week on this House floor with this poster, "End Hunger Now." If Republicans hadn't silenced him, he would have spoken tonight against the Farm Bill because of its impact on farmers. If Republicans hadn't silenced him, he would have spoken up for families who do not have enough food to eat. Similar to me, Mr. McGovern represents a district that includes thousands of farms and farmers who benefit from SNAP because they sell their produce into the program, but also farmers need to use SNAP because they don't make enough money. So we are starving the people who are raising the food for us. Mr. McGovern, like me, represents a district where, in my district, actually, 1 in 5 New Mexicans received SNAP benefits, the highest of any state. This Republican majority silenced him. So I'm here to read the remarks that the Republican majority might not want to hear from Mr. McGovern. These are his remarks. Mr. Speaker, Republicans are advancing a bill that cuts SNAP, our nation's first line of defense against hunger, by an astounding $30 million. He would have probably raised his hands and said, "You can't make this up." MAGA Republicans included a provision in their extremely partisan farm bill that will prevent SNAP benefits from ever being increased, even if a scientific review says they should be. The last reevaluation in 2021, which was the first update in 50 years, gave families an extra, wait for it, $1.40 per person per day to purchase food. That extra help has meant families can access more nutritious food. It has meant fewer skipped meals. It has meant better food security. Mr. Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues to oppose this MAGA Republican farm bill, which would cut future benefits and increase hunger for kids, seniors, people with disabilities, and other vulnerable adults. Those are Jim McGovern's remarks. While House Republicans silenced him today, they will never silence the truth that he speaks. We must end hunger now. We must answer the call. When I was hungry, you gave me to eat. When I was thirsty, you gave me to drink. Thank you, Representative Jahana Hayes, for your advocacy in bringing us together to heed this call.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Representative Goldman, for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much to my colleague from Connecticut. I rise today alongside so many of my colleagues to make one thing very clear. Republicans' proposed funding cuts to SNAP are unconscionable and will send millions into poverty and food insecurity. SNAP is an essential lifeline that working families across America rely on to put food on the table. In New York City alone, where I come from, more than 1.7 million people rely on SNAP benefits to help them feed their families. Nationwide, there are more than 41 million SNAP recipients. According to the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities, 92% of SNAP benefits go to households with income below the poverty line, and a shocking 54% go to households at or below half of the poverty line. So it begs the question, what do my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have against working families doing their best to succeed? Do you not care if our children go without food? It is just simply unacceptable. Food is a basic necessity. In the wealthiest country in the world, it should not even be a question whether our government is going to make sure that everyone, especially innocent children, have basic necessities. Our budgets show where our priorities lie. So let's reverse these draconian cuts to SNAP. Let's not cut taxes on the wealthy, and let's put our families and our children first. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to take a moment to thank all of my colleagues who participated in tonight's SNAP special order. And I'd like to just close by saying that these cuts will affect summer EBT, which is how most families feed their children over the summer, by $500 million in this Farm Bill. I'm not really sure if there's a full appreciation of who is affected by these cuts. I've been very transparent about my story in the fact that I grew up in a household that received food stamps. As a young college student and a single mom, I was working 2 jobs, attending community college, and still qualified for benefits. I promise you that my story is the same as every single member of Congress, a constituent in the district of every single member of Congress who just wants a shot, who just wants a chance at raising their children with dignity, who just wants a chance at moving their family from poverty into being contributors to society. Every single one of you has someone in your district just like me. Hundreds of families going through the same thing. Working families that'll be affected by the $11 billion in cuts that would affect their household and their earnings. I urge my Republican colleagues to rethink these proposals, to come back to the table and let us work on a bipartisan farm bill that helps everybody in America. Of all the things that we can say that we've done, I don't want taking food out of the mouths of children to be one of them. Tomorrow, we'll go into a markup on this farm bill, and we will review it title by title. There are 12 titles. The Thrifty Food Plan, which is what much of us have spoken about tonight, which is the mathematical system by which benefits are evaluated and based upon, was moved from Title IV, which is the nutrition title, to Title 12, miscellaneous and others. Nutrition is not miscellaneous. It is something that should be a priority in this country. It is something that we have the ability to do. Once again, it is a policy choice. I held out until I saw the text because I prayed about it and I hoped and I wished that the cuts were not as bad as I had read about in the papers and heard talk about, but they are. $30 billion in cuts are devastating to a program that is the most effective anti-hunger program that we have. I urge my colleagues to really consider their votes tomorrow on this farm bill and the impact that it'll have on children and families. And with that, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you. Today, House Republicans this week, in fact, are advocating for the American people and protecting them from bureaucratic overreach. We are pushing legislation that will protect Americans' right to financial privacy and create a regulatory framework for digital asset markets so American industries can thrive. I'm grateful to the Financial Services and Agriculture Committees for prioritizing this important issue, and I am grateful to have my friend and colleague from Arkansas here to share more about his work on this. I think one interesting element to this is we had a very strong approach and bill on this regulatory framework with regarding these various digital assets. And we garnered an incredibly strong bipartisan vote today that I think it's important to recognize this is not a messaging bill in any way, shape, or form. We are trying to make sure we do the thing that we are elected to do, and that is take care of this type of very important work legislatively and not cede this power to the bureaucratic state and the regulators. That's something that we accomplished here and we're accomplishing this week, and it's incredibly important to recognize that we're doing this through legislation and not just through an administrative state. And with that, I look forward to hearing from an authority on this, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill.
Well, I thank my friend from Utah for sharing some of the time tonight to talk to the American people about some of the important priorities that House Republicans have put on the floor for consideration in this House this week. House Republicans believe strongly that capital formation, jobs, careers, and opportunities are essential to economic growth in our nation. And look, America's economic growth leads the world right now. We're so blessed to have relatively low unemployment and ample work, but we're also leading in technology, and that's at the heart of what House Republicans have had on the floor today. First, let's talk about the internet. What has been more forceful in our lives, all of our lives, for the past 3 decades? The internet. And back in 1996, in this chamber, in this House, former Congressman Chris Cox of Southern California, later a SEC chairman, Securities and Exchange Commission chairman, Chris Cox was on this floor and he said, you know, we should not try to regulate or tax the internet. The internet is just a computer program. It's a computer platform. Let's tax and regulate the kinds of activity that take place on the internet. And so this House took the decision, the Senate joined them, to leave the internet as an open platform for collaboration. Think about that in the last 3 decades. If we'd not had the Telecommunications Act of 1996 and that resolution to not over-regulate and hamstring the internet by federal intervention, you wouldn't have the smartphone technology in your pocket. You would not be shopping and having your dog food come to your house delivered every month. It's been amazing to see what the protocols written on the internet as an open source technology benefited our country. So after email, it allowed us to set up our own marketing platforms on the internet, so-called Web 2, where we set up websites, we had interactivity with our customers, we sold products, we served as products, we took payments. And now it's time for people to have an opportunity to write applications on a blockchain, what we call Web 3. We want to own our own data. We don't want our data to be owned by Google or by Facebook or by big tech. Ideally, we'd like to own our own data, have our own data privacy, and all that is made easier and more effective by writing applications on a blockchain. And so today in the House, we had a big vote. We have 435 members here in the House. 279 members voted in favor of the Republicans' proposal for a regulatory framework for digital asset technology. This is setting up the regulatory framework that if you want to write an application on blockchain and you want to raise money around that, do venture capital effectively, right now there are no rules of the road for that. Zero. There's a regulatory gap. And that regulatory gap is in the purview of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Right now we have people who want to do Web 3 applications. They want to write programs for blockchain. They want to raise money for that and have that technology expand. But they're stymied by the existing laws and regulations of the Securities and Exchange Commission. So our fit for purpose act that we passed today by an overwhelmingly bipartisan vote sets up that framework. It directs the SEC and it directs the Commodities Future Trading Commission what to do, how to have the right laws, the right regulations so that people can trade digital assets. Like Bitcoin is a digital commodity, it's a cryptocurrency, but this affects, as I say, the future of technology and developing new forms of financial services that will lower costs for consumers, give people more choice, let people own their own data, have greater privacy, have less intrusion from big tech, own more of what they create, get paid for sharing what they create, and all that, in my judgment, is at the heart of Web 3, of the internet development, and the bill today, supported overwhelmingly by the Republicans and 71 Democrats that joined us for a total vote of 279 votes on this House floor, mean that once again, there's a bipartisan consensus that we want America to lead in technology. It's just like that bipartisan consensus back in the 1990s, led by Chris Cox, so long ago, that gave us the ability to have competitive new technology for cellular telephones and for an open internet so that we could creatively use it to build our businesses. So I want to thank some people that have helped make this a success over the past year and a half working on this. G.T. Thompson of Pennsylvania, the chairman of the House Agriculture Committee. Patrick McHenry, the chairman of the House Foreign Financial Services Committee. If we didn't have Patrick and GT's leadership, this wouldn't have been a priority in this House floor. Working with Majority Leader Steve Scalise, Speaker Mike Johnson, it became a priority for this House. So my hat's off to Chair McHenry, Chair Thompson for their leadership. It may sound like a small thing when you don't work here, but to see two large authorizing committees of the U.S. House of Representatives, Agriculture and Financial Services, working seamlessly together, it's a big deal. And they produced this bill, and I was proud to work on it with them with my colleague on the Ag Committee who does digital assets on the Agriculture Committee, Dusty Johnson of South Dakota. So the four of us led this effort, but we had help from our whip, Tom Emmer of Minnesota, and Warren Davidson, who have been leaders in decentralized finance and fintech and blockchain for years, long before this bill came to the floor. They were essential to that effort. And now for my friends on the other side of the aisle, Jim Himes of Connecticut, Richie Torres of New York, Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey, Brittany Peterson of Colorado, Ms. Corveo of Colorado. These were outstanding leaders on the Democratic side of the aisle who worked tirelessly with Republicans to draft this law to convince the American people that we do work together on this House floor. We do put America first. We do put American leadership and technology first. And a vote of 279, as I say, is a big vote on the House on a bipartisan priority to set the right course for a regulatory framework for digital assets. Who benefits? Consumers, investors, inventors, people who want to create new ways for you and I to do financial services, do health care together on a blockchain. So I think this is an exciting prospect. I think it was an important step for the House. The second bill that we'll be debating tomorrow is also led by Republicans, and it again says that the private sector should lead, not the public sector, not big government when it comes to digital payments. Many in the Democratic Party support something called a central bank digital currency, where you would actually end up banking at the Federal Reserve Bank. And your lack of privacy, your private information could be compromised because you'd be embedded in this large digital payment system called a central bank digital currency. Republicans are opposed to that. We prefer the private sector innovate in payments. As you see today in your own life, Venmo, Zelle, peer-to-peer payments, those are products of the private sector. Writing a check, product of the private sector. Making a debit card payment, a credit card payment, a product of the private sector. So we believe that's also the case when it comes to a tokenized payment stablecoin. We believe that should be a product of the private sector and not of the Federal Reserve or the central government. And so tomorrow you'll see House Republicans come to this floor and say that we do not want this administration or any administration to move forward with a central bank digital currency without a direct authorization of the Congress. Because we believe, as I say, so strongly in the private sector leading the way in payments and in the innovation for blockchain technology. We'll probably come to this House floor later in the year with a private sector-driven payment stablecoin bill led by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina. So, my friend from Utah, I want to say that those are some of the highlights today that I think show that on a bipartisan basis, Republicans are leading in technology in this House. And with that, let me yield back to my friend for a moment so that I can get a drink of water. Absolutely. And then I have a couple more things I'll say, and then I'll yield back to the gentleman.
We are here for you, sir. I will echo. We've got some comments on much of the financial services packages that we're putting on the floor this week. But your comments, this was a big deal. I would hope that folks could recognize that we're at a time where it's unknown. There's no rules in place for this innovation that's taking place in the financial market. And there has to be. It's good for every American, and it's good for our economy, and it's good for our industries to be able to have that structure, and we're putting that forward today. The big deal about this is, this is something that should pass as soon as it goes over to the Senate. It has got strong bipartisan support, and folks can recognize the importance of this moment, and House Republicans are leading to make that happen, to make that possible. We're not just again engaging in messaging bills on this type of stuff. This is legitimate, and it had a really, really strong vote today. Not as strong, I might mention, from my committee on the Ways and Means with the tax package, but this isn't a competition. It's not a competition. And I would like to yield back to Mr. Hill as he addresses the House for whatever time he may consume again.
Thank you. Well, I thank my friend from Utah, and I think that's an important comment, that this vote of 279 sends a strong message to the Senate that this House has done their homework. This House is prepared to advance technology that protects consumers, offers opportunities for investors, lets America lead, brings capital back to the United States that has left the U.S. due to the uncertainty and lack of leadership from the Securities and Exchange Commission and the lack of authority in the Commodity Future Trading Commission. So I hope that this is a sign that we can work together with our friends in the Senate and that we can make law in this financial technology advance, and as you say, not just have a messaging bill. Mr. Speaker, small business is at the heart of each of our communities, and I wanted to rise today to recognize the efforts of a good friend, a great entrepreneur, and one of my constituents, Julie Goodnight, and her bakery, Julie's Sweet Shop in Conway, Arkansas. Julie began her career in the bakery industry at the age of 17, and she worked for her father's bakery, Ed's. As the granddaughter of two World War II vets, Julie loved how her father's shop provided a place for local veterans to meet, share their stories over a cup of coffee and a donut. Beginning at Ed's in the 1990s, Julie worked to honor these local heroes by celebrating them with an annual Veterans Day event. And when Julie finally got that amazing opportunity that every American entrepreneur dreams of, opening her own shop on Veterans Day in 2013, she continued this amazing family tradition. Since its founding, Julie's Sweet Shop has honored over 1,000 local veterans at its annual Veterans Day celebration. I've had the honor of attending every Veterans Day event at Julie's, and I've seen firsthand the impact she makes on our community. I want to thank Julie's Sweet Shop for their outstanding service to our veterans in Central Arkansas and to wish them continued success in all of their endeavors. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Syrian Emergency Task Force, a nonprofit based in Central Arkansas. In May, the University of Central Arkansas awarded the SETF with the 2024 Community Partner of the Year Award for their work to relieve the suffering of those in Syria from Bashar al-Assad's deadly regime. In 2011, the Syrian Emergency Task Force was created in response to the Syrian government's war on its own citizens, many of the targets of which were innocent kids. It was called the Syrian Emergency Task Force because they thought it would be a short-term emergency in 2011. Here we are a decade later, and they're still hard at work on behalf of ordinary people in Syria. Last summer, I was honored to visit the beautiful children at SETF's sponsored school for orphans, the Wisdom House, in northwest Syria. While there, I heard devastating stories from these children who have endured and continue to endure continuous bombardment by the Assad regime, their Russian or Iranian co-conspirators, resulting in more orphans on the street and more families displaced. Under UCA graduate and SETF Executive Director Muaz Mustafa's leadership, SETF works with those in the region and beyond to bring the voices of the Syrian people to the international stage. They are determined to create a safe and free Syria away from the Assad dictatorship. And I want to say thank you to President Davis and many other leaders at the University of Central Arkansas for their support of SETF and their support of the organization's efforts to make a difference in the lives of the Syrian people suffering at the hand of Assad's barbarism. The SETF is more than deserving of this award, and I'm proud to continue to work alongside of them in Congress in combating the Assad regime and being a strong advocate for helping the innocent people regain their freedom, regain their country. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize these scouters from the Natural State Council who have been awarded national recognition in 2024. The Silver Antelope, created in 1942, honors scouters who've demonstrated exceptional character and provided distinguished service within one of Scouting's 16 territories across our country. The Natural State Council is delighted to see the recognition of Ray Dillon of Little Rock and Anthony Seitz of Conway as 2024 winners of the Silver Antelope Award. The Boy Scouts would not exist without the foundational help of their volunteers. They make Scouting successful. The responsibility for ensuring that our youth receive mentorship and guidance that they need to develop as strong leaders rests with volunteers like Ray and Tony. I congratulate them both on this national recognition of their decades of service. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the National Guard Professional Education Center in North Little Rock, Arkansas. In 1974, then Governor Dale Bumpers recognized the need for a place to train National Guards men and women from across the country, and he knew Arkansas would make the perfect place for such a facility. Beginning with an inaugural class of 30 soldiers from 12 states, the PEC now serves over 20,000 National Guard members from around the country every year at their base in North Little Rock, Arkansas. For 50 years, the Professional Education Center has been committed to the important work of ensuring the readiness of our National Guardsmen to respond to the challenges of today and the unknown challenges of tomorrow. The PEC at Camp Robinson is a credit to Arkansas and the nation, and I thank them for their service and dedication, and I know the next 50 years of our Professional Education Center on Camp Robinson will be absolutely just as productive and successful. And with that, I yield back to my friend from Utah, and I thank him for the time this evening.
Absolutely. Thank you to my good friend and colleague from the great state of Arkansas for his words tonight, for more so just to be able to encapsulate what you all have accomplished with these financial services packages that we're voting on this week. Again, they are a very big deal, as you mentioned, and look forward to sharing just a few thoughts of my own as we wrap up here. But thank you for the tireless work. These are meaty issues. They're hard for folks to truly understand. And it takes the real work of Congress to do stuff like this. So thank you for your leadership there. As I mentioned earlier, House Republicans are pushing legislation, again, to protect consumers and Americans' right to financial privacy. Values I believe everyone can support. And we witnessed that today with a strong bipartisan vote on this issue. The Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, also known as FIT 21, will protect consumers and encourage innovation by creating a regulatory framework for digital asset markets through legislation, not through regulators. One of the most common frustrations that I get back in the 1st District of Utah is this concept of why does the administrative state have so much influence? Why is there so much executive overreach? And this isn't just geared towards one administration. They're very frustrated with pretty much all of President Biden's policies, his executive actions, whether it be the student loan repayment stuff that he's doing, or just the inability to implement solid policy at the border, and all of the things that he removed in protections there. They are so frustrated at executive overreach in general, and I think you see that play out in why Congress oftentimes has such low approval ratings. Today was a day that we are pushing back against that. We can always blame the administration, but part of it is we have to look at ourselves and say, what are we doing to find a path forward, find a way to get something accomplished? And we've actually had several of these moments in this House majority, in this Republican majority, in this 118th Congress, and today was definitely one of those days. We are making it so the executive branch is going to work the way they're supposed to. This legislation should go to the Senate. It should get a vote. It will garner the same type of bipartisan support that it got here in the House today and should be signed into law. As digital assets and blockchain technologies continue to develop, FIT 21 takes a critical step toward market certainty for consumers and innovators. Rather than regulation by enforcement, FIT 21 will establish clearer regulatory lines between the SEC and CFTC, as well as ensure digital asset providers have a pathway to raise funds. FIT 21 would also protect consumers and the broader ecosystem through measures that establish transparent disclosure requirements, including requiring a digital asset developer to provide information about a digital asset project's ownership and operational structure, create a comprehensive registration system for digital asset institutions to serve customers in the market, and 3, ensuring that customer-facing digital asset exchanges and brokers provide disclosures to their customers and take steps to reduce those conflicts of interest, Speaker. We have seen what regulatory certainty and pro-growth policies can do to help American industries thrive. I commend Chairman Thompson of the Agriculture Committee and Chairman McHenry of the Financial Services Committee and members of both of those committees for their hard work on this important legislation, as we heard earlier from Mr. Hill. This is hard work. Actually finding consensus to move something forward is the tough work of Congress. We're also supporting, House Republicans are also leading efforts this week legislatively in supporting the CBDC Anti-Surveillance State Act, which is critical to blocking federal bureaucrats from creating a central bank digital currency. A CBDC could allow a China-like reality in which our financial system could be used against Americans as the government monitors transactions and tracks customer behaviors. As I shared earlier today, implementing a central bank digital currency is simply un-American. There are a few things that could totally infringe on our freedoms and autonomy more than currency. There are only a few things that could totally infringe on that more than a currency that can be closely tracked, withheld, and weaponized based on our behaviors, causes, and political leanings. This bill ensures Congress maintains its authority over CBDCs so that if a CBDC were authorized, it will receive robust attention and vetting by elected officials. I can't stress enough that with the way that this digital currency is trending, and we see it from other nations, the ability to quickly track it directly offends our American right to privacy on this important aspect of our financial freedom. And again, we're taking the steps today with the House Republican majority to find a path forward and do this the way that the Constitution envisioned that we would actually work here, to find a way to make this into law and to actually address these issues. It's a world that is, again, difficult to understand, and that's why this is such tough work. And again, I commend the members on the Financial Services and Agriculture Committee to get this right, to put forth the legislation, receive a bipartisan support, send it over to the Senate, and hopefully get passed into law soon. Mr. Speaker, thank you to my colleagues that participated in this and for the successful week that we're having back here in our legislative session, the last one in the month of May. We look forward to advancing more key legislation tomorrow. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time to the chair.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. Anybody who's watching the world events unfolding today is well aware that our dear friends in Israel are under attack, but they're not just under attack by Hamas. They are in fact under attack from the anti-Western civilization radical progressives across the globe, and in particular at the International Criminal Court. And in all ways, with respect to this attack on Israel, on Western civilization, on our own values, on the abuse of an international organization with no real legitimacy, the International Court, the United States should have Israel's back. Let's look back for a second at October 7th. Let's look at what Israel is dealing with in addition to a long history of being under attack, of facing foes in the Middle East, of having to live in constant fear of attack, of having to live under the technology provided in mutual relationship between the United States and Israel with Iron Dome and with David Sling and with all the technology to shoot missiles down. How many Americans would like to be sitting in Manhattan or in D.C. or in Austin, Texas, or in Dallas or in San Francisco or any other part of this country and be sitting there knowing that the only reason they're safely sitting there is that the missiles that are constantly being fired at them are being taken down by technology? I don't think that would sit too well with most Americans. I don't think most Americans would sit back if rockets were being fired into our nation from Juarez into El Paso. I don't think we just sit back and say, oh, that's great, fine, keep firing missiles, we'll just put up a shield and shoot them down. I think we would do something about it, and I think it would be pretty violent. And I think we would be right to do so. Look at October 7th for our friends in Israel. Let's start with the fact that 22 American citizens were killed. Let's add to it that 1,000 Israelis or more were killed. Almost 3,000 injured. 4,500 rockets were fired in from Gaza by Hamas into Israel. 1,300 targets were struck. Not since the Holocaust has this large a number of Jews been killed in a single day. That's the truth. Hamas beheaded at least 40 babies. Let that sink in for a minute. Hamas beheaded at least 40 Israeli babies. Hamas terrorists not only raped and murdered Israeli women, they forced husbands, families, and friends to watch. That happened. We have documentary evidence. We know this occurred. A compilation of those atrocities captured on video shows gunmen shooting the dead bodies of civilians in cars, militants in the process of beheading a body with a hoe, burnt corpses thrown in a dumpster. Eyewitnesses on October 7th, quote, "To be afraid for your kid's life and your wife, it's a whole new level of fearing. a survivor of the attacks in Israel on October 7th, said, quote, "I just waited pretty much that they will come and murder me, my wife and my kids inside our house. I thought maybe if the terrorists enter my house, I will go out so they will kill me and they will leave my family aside." There's another one. "It was the worst, horrific war scenes that you see only in movies around us," said another survivor. Another, "The gunfire was nonstop and we're waiting and waiting and it's continuing. You hear the only weapons of Hamas and realize no one is here to save us." Another one, "As a woman who was there, I can say that the fear is endless. It can't be described in words. To be a woman in captivity is to be in constant fear, but the men there also undergo abuse," said one who was abducted during the October 7th attack. There remain today over 100 hostages being held. So now steps in the International Criminal Court, the ICC. When President Trump came into office, he rightfully recognized the threat of the International Criminal Court. The International Court was created under the guise of investigating and prosecuting the world's most serious crimes, but actually represents a significant threat to our nation's sovereignty. In 2020, when President Trump came into office, he issued an executive order punishing by way of sanctions anyone at the ICC that goes after the United States service members, or our allies, such as Israel. What did President Biden do in all of his infinite wisdom? He revoked those sanctions as soon as he got into office, effectively giving the ICC a free pass to target United States citizens and our allies, such as Israel. They made an escalatory and unprecedented step just recently, threatening to issue illegitimate arrest warrants for Prime Minister Netanyahu and other Israeli officials for alleged war crimes in Gaza. The application marks the first time the ICC has sought to prosecute a major United States ally or the leader of a democratic country. What you are seeing happen is an unprecedented assault on Western civilization, on Israel, and by extension on our sovereignty as America. Now, I view this court as an illegitimate court. It has no authority over America. Technically, we are a signatory to the court because President Clinton signed on, but did not submit it to the Senate for any kind of ratification, so it has no legal force in America. But do you think that the ICC will target Americans? You bet they will. If we don't act right now to quash what is occurring with the ICC targeting the Prime Minister of Israel, think about that. An international court with no real legal authority in the United States is targeting the Prime Minister of Israel for responding with military force to the attacks, rockets, murders, rapes, beheadings levied against the citizens he represents as the Prime Minister, levied against them directly from Hamas. A nation, by the way, Israel, which has taken the unprecedented step in history to give warnings to citizens, civilians in Gaza, up to 2 weeks advance notice. In one case, dropping 15 million leaflets across Gaza to warn them, you need to clear out because we're going to take out these Hamas facilities. Leaving text messages, voicemails, taking every step possible to warn civilians to move away from Hamas targets. This is going to be studied for years to come, what Israel's been doing to keep the civilian to combatant casualty as low as it is. We believe somewhere between 1 and 2. Frankly, well below the norms and the standards the United Nations talks about, well below some of the historic norms even for the United States. This must be stopped because when they're going after the Prime Minister of Israel, they're going to go after us. But even put that aside, we can't stand by and allow an international tribunal to be targeting our ally and friend Israel for simply defending itself against attack? This is why I was proud to join with Representative Mass from Florida, Representative Stefanik from New York, to introduce the Illegitimate Court Counteraction Act to impose sanctions on the ICC officials who seek to go after U.S. citizens or our allies, modeled very similarly to the Trump executive order. Also mirrored in legislation offered by Senator Tom Cotton from Arkansas over in the United States Senate. As I've stated, the ICC, the International Criminal Court, is an illegitimate court. It represents a threat to the United States and our sovereignty. Frankly, we should be more aggressive than what we've put in this legislation. But we're seeking to move quickly in a world in which the current administration is at war with Israel while they're trying to contend that they're allies. In 2021, President Biden reportedly ignored a request for a phone call with the Israeli foreign minister. Earlier this month, President Biden threatened to cut off Israelis' military aid while they're fighting a war against Hamas. Now he's actively criticizing Israel's military strategy on the world stage. In a Politico article, top officials are publicly calling Israel's strategy in Gaza self-defeating and likely to open the door to Hamas's return, a level of criticism of the Middle East ally not seen since the war began in October. The Biden administration betrayed Israel and, frankly, our own well-being as a nation when at the United Nations earlier this year, when America abstained from a vote, when the United Nations was calling and demanding for an immediate ceasefire, which would have been a one-sided ceasefire, hamstringing Israel in its defense against Hamas. The United Nations lowered its flag to mourn the recent death of the butcher of Tehran, the president of Iran. The United States Deputy Ambassador to the United Nations, Robert Woods, stood for the moment of silence in honor of the former president of Iran. This is what this administration is doing. They're taking steps directly to undermine Israel. We have never seen this kind of unprecedented undermining of one of, if not our closest ally, at a time when they most need our support. And look, I am not one to believe in blind support. I've in fact voted against funding here because I thought the funding was foolish and misguided because it included funding that would go to Hamas. We voted for, I think, about $15 or $16 billion of aid to Israel, something I generally supported. But it included $9 billion in humanitarian aid, which we knew, based on history, common sense, and experience, would go to Hamas. And in fact, it is. We should not blindly support anybody. We should not just write blank checks. We should not pat ourselves on the back for support. But when you've got an international criminal court that has no legal force in the United States, when you've got an international criminal court threatening to go after the prime minister of our very close, if not closest ally, for defending itself when it's having rockets fired out of itself and against enemies that beheaded 40 of their own babies, I'm sorry. That criminal court needs to be forcefully condemned by the United States. But at the same time, this is all going on. And I hope we will bring forward this legislation forthwith. It is a good bill. It has, I think, 60 co-sponsors and growing with a cross-section ideologically of the conference. I hope we will bring this bill forward when we get back from the Memorial Day recess. And I want to compliment the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, for his work in trying to move this bill forward. I want to compliment the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Michael McCall, for his work in trying to get this forward and working with a broad cross-section of us to get legislation to condemn the International Criminal Court, pass sanctions, force them to understand that if they're going to act against our ally, if they're going to take an unprecedented step of issuing warrants against the Prime Minister for alleged war crimes, that we will sanction them and that they will have no welcome mat in the United States. By sanctioning, we mean that all of the actors involved would not be welcome here, their families would not be welcome here, their visas would be revoked, and other penalties and measures, including any funds that potentially flow from the United States to get to the International Criminal Court, which are not supposed to occur, but often do through these various NGOs, that we would take all the steps we can to undermine an International Criminal Court that has no basis. But while that is going on, remember this. At every stage of the war from October 7th, the regime of Egyptian President al-Sisi has undermined Israel's war effort in a bid to prevent the Jewish state from defeating Hamas. Now, the financial interests of the al-Sisi family appear to have been advanced significantly through cooperation with Hamas efforts to build tunnels across the border with Egypt. Now, how do we know that? Well, in the last 10 days or so, going back to May 11th, Israel revealed that during the early stages of the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, operation in Rafah, now pause for a second. The world geniuses, all of the elites in the world body said, no, Israel can't go into Rafah. They were adamant about it. These are war crimes. You can't go into Rafah. There's, civilians there. Well, Israel's been going into Rafah. They need to root out the battalions there. They need to kill more Hamas. They need to destroy Hamas, leveling it to the ground, minimize civilian casualties, and find every way they can to restore peace and well-being by destroying their enemy. We would want nothing less as Americans, I assure you. Israel revealed that during the early stages of their operation in Rafah, IDF forces discovered more than 50 underground tunnels that traverse the international border between Egypt and Gaza. This story is not getting nearly the attention that it deserves. What is it that the international bodies, what is it that the people and Palestinians in Gaza and the folks associated with Hamas and those that are enemies of Israel, what is it that they didn't want us to know? The scope of the cross-border tunnel project indicates that Egyptian authorities were not merely aware of Hamas's operation, they were supporting it. They were partners. They were making money. All by the way that there's all sorts of existing international agreements dating back to 1979 between Egypt and Israel. How much American money is flowing to Egypt? How much American money is flowing to the very countries, the very entities that are attacking Israel? And here, they didn't want people to go into Rafah. They didn't want Israel to go in. Why? Because they knew that the game was going to be given up. That there is a concerted, coordinated effort throughout the Middle East region to find ways to dismantle, disrupt, attack, and destroy Israel. That's the truth. And this president is effectively supporting it, pulling back on the resources given to Israel, undermining diplomacy, calling for one-sided ceasefires, funding Iran, lifting sanctions on Iran, allowing billions of dollars of their oil money to flow to China, which is enriching Iran and empowering China, undermining our national security, undermining our ally Israel. That's all occurring right now, all while the International Criminal Court is targeting the Prime Minister of Israel. Now look, there's nothing new. Egypt has tried to undermine Israel's military operations in Gaza every step of the way. Egypt has blocked the exit of Gazans from the war zone. Egypt has blocked humanitarian aid from entering Gaza while accusing Israel of genocide at the International Court of Justice. Egypt has threatened to abrogate its peace treaty with Israel and tied the future of the peace to Israel's bowing to pressure not to operate in Rafah. Egypt has undermined hostage talks and waged political warfare against Israel at the United Nations and other international arenas. There is nothing new here except we now know, right in front of us, the new information about Egypt reveals what we've known about the region's attack and assault on Israel. 50 tunnels, and they keep counting them. Bodies of hostages have been found in the tunnels. It's been clear that there's been the movement of weaponry through the tunnels. But this is just more of the same from an administration that is endangering America on the world stage, undermining the safety and security of the American people. A disastrous, radical, progressive Democratic regime in the White House. Basically, all that regime is propping up a president and using him as a puppet to carry out their radical leftist agenda. There has been no accountability for the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal. There's been no justice for the 13 service members who died there. No accountability for the billions in military equipment left behind. This administration has created the worst border crisis in the history of our nation, endangered our citizens. Authorities in this country apprehended an illegal alien just this week with a van they called a rape dungeon on wheels. They found children's toys inside with condoms and ropes. This is your country. This is happening in your backyard. There are little girls getting sold in this sex trafficking trade while we speak. An illegal alien from Nicaragua was accused of restraining and blindfolding a 12-year-old girl while attempting to sexually assault her. The alien illegally crossed the Texas border in October of 2021 and was released. 80 known or suspected terrorists have been encountered at the southwest border just in fiscal year 24, more than all of those encountered in FY 17 to 21 combined. Meanwhile, we've sent $175 billion for a proxy war in Ukraine. We have no clear strategy and no defined objective, no oversight on spending. This administration is endangering the citizens it is supposed to be taking care of under the Constitution and defending our borders and securing us against enemies, foreign and domestic. That's the truth. There is no defense. If organizations like the ICC, the International Criminal Court, if organizations like the United Nations, if organizations like the World Health Organization and the rest of them actually cared about human rights, they'd be going after the real war criminals. They don't care about Hamas's crimes. Yeah, they say the ICC, they're issuing warrants for Hamas. But they're trying to constrain Israel from going out and attacking and destroying Hamas. What they care about is attacking and tearing down everything that is great and good with Western civilization that has done more for more people around this world than any other civilization in history. And whether the president knows it's going on or not, that's what the Biden administration's actions have all been driving towards these past 3 years. They're destroying our sovereignty and weakening us on the outside while pushing chaos, economic ruin, and moral disintegration domestically. I hope my colleagues will support the ICC sanctions bill. It's important. I hope we'll all support it. But I have to address one other thing, because while I think we'll have unity among Republicans in pushing back on this International Criminal Court that's undermining our sovereignty and targeting our friend and ally Israel, and while I hope that we will be able to speak with one voice when we get back on that subject, there's another thing that's going on consistently here in this town. 18 months ago, some of us set out to change the institution. We set out to change the rules and open up the process and be able to have more amendments, have more voice for the entirety of the majority in the decision-making of the leadership. And for a while, that resulted in some changes. Last year, we were able to get Republican and broad support for what we call the Limit, Save, Grow Act in order to put forward a vision for limiting the increase in debt while expanding fiscal responsibility. It was good legislation. We passed the strongest border security bill that we've ever passed. It had no amnesty in it. It had legitimate border security measures that have been rejected by Democrats, but which would, by any objective measure, secure the border of the United States, and almost assuredly would have meant that the killer who was paroled into the United States by the Biden administration would not have been able to be paroled and would not have been able to kill Laken Riley. We passed that bill. We passed that bill as Republicans, uniting to do that. We passed 7 appropriations bills. We processed about 1,100 amendments. We were able to move the ball forward in order to unite, in order to get this train back on track to see if we could do the appropriations process the right way. But there are many people in this body, particularly among my Republican colleagues, who want to hide behind rules and hide behind votes on rules, taking down rules, to say that we're not actually carrying out regular order. Now, what does that mean for the average citizen out there? There are people in this town who want to have every excuse possible for blowing the budget of the United States, racking up debt, leaving the border wide open, sending more money overseas for endless wars, and then coming to us and crying about how somehow we don't get it. We don't get it, you see. We're supposed to all work as a team and agree to all the rules. Does it matter what's in the rule? What good is unity if your unity is for a terrible and stupid and destructive purpose? What good is unity if unity is going to rack up more debt and destroy our budget, destroy our children's futures, and empower bureaucrats, empower tyrants, take away liberty, leave borders open, allow people to die, empower China, send money to Ukraine? What good are promises to say that you're going to secure the border of the United States before you deal with Ukraine and then do nothing of the sort? What good are rules that carry out that as the result? When you hear a Republican decrying the fact that some of us want to say no and stand athwart history, yelling stop, to quote William F. Buckley, ask them what they've done. Ask them what they've done to limit spending, cut spending, secure the border, do anything they said they would do. Ask them to prove it. Ask them to show their votes. Because nothing is going to change in this town as long as people bow down to the power brokers who tell you how it is. I will again state on the floor of this chamber, I answer to God, the Constitution, and the 750,000 people who sent me here. I answer to no committee chairman. I answer to no speaker. I answer to no colleague. I answer to those Texans I represent, and following the law. My election certificate is every bit as valuable as anybody else's here. And if they don't like it and they want to go home and explain why they saddle up with Democrats for more Democrat support and majority Democrat support, and they want to try to explain their votes, go ahead. Explain the kill switches on cars that you voted for. Explain the Republicans who voted against defunding UNRWA last September, 3 weeks before Israel was attacked by people funded by UNRWA. Explain that. The American people sent us here to change this place. I had a colleague just a minute ago in a meeting who was just saying, been here 14 years, and we've done nothing of the things that we set out to do. Amen. We have an obligation as members of this body to actually do the things we said we would do. I believe that the efforts that we set out to do 18 months ago resulted in positive change, and I'm not going to let go of those things. We did manage to hold spending, non-defense spending flat. Defense spending that went up was paid for out of the hide of the IRS expansion and out of COVID money. We passed the best border security bill we could. We set the terms of the fight with the Limit, Save, Grow bill for the defense spending bill. We put caps in place, which have already been busted. We started to push this place in the right direction, and that is the direction we ought to go back to. Over the next 5 or 6 months, the American people are going to have choices to make. I believe that they ought to return a Republican majority of the House and give us a Republican majority in the Senate, and I think they ought to put Donald Trump in the White House. But none of that will matter if Republicans aren't willing to come here and do what we said we would do and put every ounce of your election certificate on the line to do what you said you would do. Because we didn't come here to sit around for 2 years talking about how we get reelected. We came here to save the country. I hope that is what we will focus on doing. And I hope most Americans will sit and watch my friend from Arizona's detailed explanations of where this country is headed if we do not seek not just fiscal responsibility in the broadest sense, but as he will no doubt say in a few minutes, smart ways that we go about doing what we can do to save this country with its mountains of debt piling up for a variety of reasons, all of which are things we could deal with if we just had the courage to do it instead of looking at each other, talking about the next election. Once we get elected, we should do something with it. With that, I will yield back.
The Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweiker, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. And to my friend from Texas, your intro was actually brilliant because we're going to try to do something this evening that is going to make a whole bunch of people really cranky. And that is, we're going to talk about, Mr. Speaker, let's see if I can frame this in a way that I don't sound too much like a jerk. Week after week after week after week, I've come to the floor here and walked people through saying, okay, you know, the blue here, that's portion we get to vote on. And that every dime a member of Congress votes on is on borrowed money. This is all borrowed, plus actually a portion of your Medicare, if you look at the math, is actually borrowed. And interest this year gross interest is going to be $1.2 trillion. Making interest the second biggest expense in this government. But one of the arguments I've come over and over and over is trying to find moral, effective ways that we can save ourselves. That you could actually impact this remarkable amount of debt where we're hovering around borrowing about $100,000 a second, every second of every day. We're just a little below that. And then the really uncomfortable is when you walk through the data, it's interest and healthcare. And I'm not a doctor. I'm good at math. The dear Lord gave me sort of one thing. I'm good at math. But I thought I'd try something new and exciting. How about if I brought my friend who just happens to be benefited with a medical school education, that's why we'll call you Dr. Harris, and talk about if healthcare is the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt, why not engage in the morality of a society that's healthier, that could be more vibrant? And I've come here and we've talked about diabetes being 33% of all U.S. healthcare, being 30% of Medicare spending, the cascade of conditions that come from obesity in America, and the fact that the morality of loving our brothers and sisters and having a healthier society. And my economists, right now, we're working on our reply to the president's budget, and this is a rough, we're vetting all the math and we're highlighting things, but a preliminary view, and this, we're still about 2 more weeks from our publication. We estimate that obesity will result in anywhere between 8.2 and 9.1 trillion in excess medical expenditures over the next decade. Maybe the most powerful thing you and I could do for U.S. sovereign debt and burying your retirement and our children, our great-grandchildren, our great-great-grandchildren in piles of debt would actually be working on policies to make us a healthier society. You get the benefits of the morality and really good math. And I just happen to have a medical doctor who's a member of Congress, who's on the Appropriations Committee, who has an expertise that I don't have and can talk about things that I can't say. But understand, we mean this from a portion of optimism. There is a path here. But we got to do something that's brutally uncomfortable for us. We got to tell the truth. Is that a fair setup?
Well, I want to thank the gentleman from Arizona for yielding some time today. The gentleman, if you to those who see the gentleman virtually every week come up here and talk about the economics of the United States and our debt problems and things like that. Today we're going to take a little different view, because we're going to talk about something that doesn't just have to do with economics. It has to do with providing a healthier America. An America where, yes, we would save money if we were healthier, but the other benefits are so tremendous. We're not doing this just because we want to save money. We're doing this because we think this is actually the right approach for Americans. And there are a couple of diseases. If you look at the cost of health care, about 70% is to take care of chronic diseases. And the big chronic diseases are hypertension, diabetes, and obesity. They're the big chronic diseases. Cancer is not a chronic, it's an acute disease. It's the chronic diseases that are costing literally hundreds of billions of dollars to the United States. So it would help. And today we're going to focus on obesity. Now, hopefully in the future we'll focus on diabetes, maybe on hypertension, but obesity. And the reason why it's so important to start with these three is that the amount of spending, as the gentleman indicates, is tremendous. I mean, the last time, and I'm going to pull some data from this study from the Milken Institute. It's called America's Obesity Crisis. It was from 2018, so it's 5.5 years ago, October 2018. But it's subtitled "The Health and Economic Costs of Excess Weight." The health and economic costs, because they're both costs. Again, it's not just dollars and cents. They count, but the fact of life is just not as good for someone who has a chronic disease. So let's do something to prevent it. But the first thing you have to do is you have to say, okay, well, what's the history of obesity in the United States? Because I think if people look around and people are honest, they go, well, yeah, look, I've been on this earth 67 years. I will tell you it's been noticeable that more Americans, and it's true throughout the world, but concentrate on America, more Americans are obese or overweight. And these are medical definitions. If you are higher than the normal range of weight, you are overweight if you're slightly higher, and then you're obese if you're higher than that, and then severe obesity if you're, or we used to call it morbidly obese as well. But the interesting thing is, back in using these definitions, the same definitions, in 1962, 3.4% of adults were considered obese, 3.4%. So that's, again, it's not overweight, it's obese. It's more than overweight, it's obese. In 2000, so from 1962, 3.4%, in 2000, 30.5%. In 2016, 39.8%. So 8 years ago, 39.8%. And the latest data the CDC has, which is from 2017 to 2020, 41.9%. 41.9% of Americans classified as obese. Now, why is that classification important? By the way, the demographic breakdown is very interesting, because as we go to say, what we ought to be doing is we ought to be looking at the demographics and paying attention to where it exists in the population. 49.9% of black adults are obese, 45.6% of Hispanic adults, 41.4% of white adults, 16.1% of Asian adults. So it actually is overrepresented in the black and Hispanic communities. But why is that important? And oh, by the way, children, that's adults. The striking thing is, for children in the last year that we have data, 16.1% overweight, 19.3% obese. 1 in 5 children are considered obese. 1 in 16, 6.1% severe obesity in children. And again, that severe obesity in children number is actually higher at 6.1% than the entire adult population back in 1962. But it begs the question, so why is it so important that we identify obesity? It's because I think a lot of people don't understand the broad range of diseases, including expensive healthcare diseases, in which the risk of that disease is higher if you are obese. Now, it's not everybody who's obese has these problems, but if you're obese, you're statistically more likely to have these problems. And I just want to read the list so you understand why this is such a large economic problem. Alzheimer's and vascular dementia. Most people don't realize obesity is a risk factor for that. And we worry a lot about that because the cost of Alzheimer's in America and the treatment is measured in, the hundreds of billions of dollars. Asthma and COPD, breast cancer. We know that cancers are chronic back pain, colorectal cancer, congestive heart failure, again, a large consumer of healthcare dollars, coronary artery disease, diabetes, of course, and again, diabetes and obesity kind of go hand in hand, but only 20% of the cost of obesity, the approximately $1.7 trillion annual cost back in 2016, only 20% of that can be attributed to the coexistence of diabetes and obesity. So again, diabetes has to be handled by itself. Obesity a risk factor for it. Dyslipidemia, so people with high cholesterol and lipids, end-stage renal disease, endometrial cancer, esophageal adenocarcinoma, gallbladder cancer, gallbladder disease, gastric cardiac adenocarcinoma, so stomach cancer, hypertension, liver cancer, osteoarthritis, ovarian cancer, pancreatic cancer, prostate cancer, renal cancer, and stroke. All of these have a higher incidence in someone with obesity. So scientifically, they say, okay, if we can reduce obesity, we'll reduce the incidence of all these diseases and the costs associated with them. And the costs associated with them attributable to obesity is over $1.5 trillion a year. Both direct costs, the cost to actually treat someone, and the indirect costs, the cost of decreased productivity and decreased contribution to the GDP and the economy by someone who is ill. So always indirect and direct costs. But these numbers are just staggering.
And yet, I promise you, tomorrow we'll have things on our phone attacking us for telling the truth. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to argue our willingness to come here and tell the truth. I love people. I want them to flourish. I want you... Look, we're about to have, We're about to have our 5th year of prime-age males. Their life expectancy is shorter. You were actually walking me through some of the math earlier. Does anyone care? The concentration I see of the lack of family formation, of the productivity, the ability to participate in society, the healthcare costs. What would happen if instead of having a society where we were afraid to talk about it, the stigma, but we're saying there are policies, and I have the stacks of charts and these things, but there are policies we can engage in to make a difference. Look, this is on topic and uncomfortable, but one of the things I've come here and over talked about, let's just use this chart down here. Medicare is singularly our primary driver of our debt. It's healthcare costs, but it's an earned benefit. You paid your 40 quarters for Social Security, you paid in, but the average couple will have paid in $227,000 in FICA taxes, that portion that goes towards Medicare. But they get back $725,000. That differential right there is the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt. Do you do what some of the folks around here want to do, my Democrat colleagues, where they want to basically say Medicare for all, we're going to ration it, it's going to be government, everything from the doctors you have are going to be government employees, that sort of model? Or should we actually take on something much more moral, much more creative, and much more, actually, I would argue, doable? Let's actually look at the government policies we engage in where we functionally subsidize people's misery? Could we actually turn some of the very programs we have and make them more moral and help make our society healthier? And Doc, I know that's been one of your fixations. You've been in front of committees over and over and over talking about things we could do, everything from agricultural legislation, nutrition legislation, the things I do in Ways and Means of trying to finance access to therapies to make people healthier.
Sure. So just today, in my subcommittee, I chair the subcommittee on agriculture on the Appropriations Committee, and we're in charge of funding the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP program. Now, if you were paying attention about an hour and a half ago, the folks from the other side of the aisle, all they want to do is like, look, let's just push more money into the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Now, the second word there, by the way, is nutrition. That program was founded, if you go back to the original founding, the program was founded to provide nutrition. Now, in the early days of the program, there were a significant number of people in the country who actually did not receive enough calories. Like literally, they didn't receive enough calories. So at that time, it was, the emphasis was, okay, let's get food of all kinds to these folks so that they're not calorie starved. But what we see from the trend, again, I talked about the trend in obesity. Something is happening. And you have programs like the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, where the last time they looked at it was in 2016, where it might have been earlier actually than that, where 10% of the funds, now remember, this is a $122 billion a year program, taxpayer dollars. We ask taxpayers to pony up or to borrow $122 billion to put into the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. 10% is on sugary soda. 10%, $12 billion, our best estimate, spent on something that we now know. Maybe 40, 50 years ago, when the obesity rate was 6%, we didn't know that, or 3+%. But we do know now what contributes to obesity. We do know that insulin resistance, the presence of sugars and processed foods in the diet directly cause obesity. And of course, diabetes, which again we'll get to in the future, and probably also hypertension to some extent. These are all interrelated diseases. But we actually know that that's bad. And I've proposed just saying, look, let's just take out non-nutritious, it's about 20%. It's 10% sugary soda beverages, another 10% salty snacks. Ultra-processed food, again, raises your insulin levels, does all the bad things that ultimately lead to increased amount of fatty tissue and obesity. So let's just say, well, yeah, we'll allow states to restrict that in a program and take that money and spend it on fruits and vegetables or something, right? Now, that sounds like a pretty novel idea. Sounds like a pretty good idea based on the scientific evidence. And the pushback has been tremendous, mainly from the other side of the aisle, which is, no, all we need to do is spend more money on this program. Well, I would suggest to the gentleman from Arizona and to people who are watching, and Mr. Speaker, we have enough proof that what we've been doing hasn't been working. In fact, it's been making the problem worse because the data on people who receive Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program is they are more obese and more overweight.
And sicker.
And of course sicker, because we know these diseases relate to them, than individuals. But the studies were done against individuals who had the same socioeconomic status, same income, but were not getting SNAP benefits.
But Doctor, the argument here, the morality argument I really want us to make is the way we've designed these programs. They originally, as they were designed decades and decades and decades ago, we now understand we're financing people's misery instead of financing the opportunity to be healthier, to be part of society, to actually live longer. It's uncomfortable, but we have to have a moment of honesty. And I don't understand the left's fixation on basically using borrowed money to finance misery.
Look, I agree. This is not just about economics. It's using borrowed money to actually cause the need for more borrowed money in the future.
On the economic side, we call it knockoff effects, second degree, third degree effects. In some ways, they're not even that. They're the principal effects.
It's direct.
Yeah.
And again, even if this were economically neutral, but it's not, one would make the argument that the right thing to do for people is to give them a better, healthier life.
Yeah.
And to use, we had, in the hearing today, we had, someone suggest, well, all we need to do is do public service announcements. We'll just do education. And one of the experts says, quite accurately, that when you deal with an addiction, and we won't get into that today, but by the way, so just so everybody understands, it's now pretty clear from brain chemistry that sugar, and when we mean sugar, mostly it's fructose, because the other sugar is, cane sugar, which is sucrose, a combination of fructose and glucose, but fructose, basically, that we understand that it is actually physically addictive in the brain, because it results through the modifier of MGO, a chemical called MGO, which binds to receptors in the brain. It actually releases dopamine.
Yep.
Now,
would this explain my ice cream problem?
Well, it could. Every single addictive issue in front of us involves, and this is whether it's a addiction like opioid addiction, whether it's an addiction like sugar addiction, or addiction like gambling, or take out your cell phones. The fact that our youth now spend 7 hours a day on a cell phone, on the internet and playing games and things, is because this is designed to release dopamine in the brain. So we understand the exact same mechanism, and it's up to us. And then the people will say, well, just educate, or government shouldn't be involved with this. Wait a minute. We're talking about regulating the industry for children with regards to apps. We're talking about regulating the opioid industry because it's addictive. We talk about dealing with gambling because it's addictive. Why wouldn't we talk about a food addiction that leads to misery and huge economic costs?
Well, but, Doctor, look, in this, my personal philosophy, I'm probably a little bit more libertarian here. Have what you want, but understand, should government finance things that make our population less healthy? Matter of fact, make many of them very, very, very sick. And the reality of it is, when the majority of healthcare partially is financed in some fashion through government, we have an interest. And it's, in some ways it sickens me, but that's the reality we have to sort of mechanically deal with. And then the statistics, the data is just crashing on us since the pandemic. The curve of our brothers and sisters who are getting sicker and sicker. And now I'm dealing with, some of the data we're looking at of those moving into their retirement benefits being also much sicker, and trying to figure out how we finance that. And we're financing it with partially borrowed money. It's an honestly good economics and a moral argument. Maybe we should change the way we do nutrition assistance in America. Maybe we should change even down to some of the agricultural policy of adding more variety. And I've given presentations on concentration of certain crops and the whole way commodity pricing works, and the black swan theory of that level of concentration. God forbid something ever happened to one of the crops. But it all ties together. It is a unified theory. If I care about healthcare spending, and understand, Obamacare was a financing bill. It was about who got subsidized and who had to pay. Our Republican alternative was a financing bill. We're right now doing the hardest thing possible in Congress. We're actually talking about what we pay for. Could we actually reduce healthcare spending by having a healthier country, a healthier population? And that would actually be much more egalitarian with prosperity.
Look, there's no question that's true. The fact is that we can send a strong economic signal through our ability to modify what is available under food programs, not only direct payments, but also the fact that over the past 50 years, we've kind of funneled all the production, as you said, into only a handful of major crops. In my district, for instance, they used to grow tomatoes. It used to be one of the tomato capitals of the country. I didn't even know this, but it's not anymore. It's just soybeans and corn, partly because we have a big poultry industry. But the variety of crops has just disappeared.
So
and again, everything comes together and everything points in the same direction. We must address the obesity crisis. We know what causes it. We actually have a pretty good idea of how to solve it, how to get there. But we have to decide that that's something that we're going to do. And I think the average American understands it.
Oh, yeah.
I think they do.
No, it is fascinating. When I'm home in Arizona, the number of folks I walk up to and will almost pull me aside and say, I can't believe you were willing to talk about that. You told the truth. And it's almost like they weren't ready to have those of us from the political class do something that's uncomfortable. Let's say, but the math is the math. If you take a look at mortality statistics, is it moral to have a society, particularly working prime-age males? I mean, you were actually quoting some of the statistics in our previous conversation. They're dying younger and younger. What we've done to younger people in the country, what we're doing to seniors, we can fix this. We just got to be willing to do some difficult policy here. And it's not difficult policy. There's some experiments out there, and you and I have not talked about this before, so we're winging it, where it was the food box and saying, okay, we're actually going to deliver to our brothers and sisters who need nutrition support a box. And there was the problem. Sometimes the fruits and those things were thrown away, so they actually experimented with other ways to deliver them. It's in a microwave pouch. And it turns out it was working. And they actually were making people healthier. And then that pilot program disappeared. Look, we're talking billions and billions and billions of dollars, which means there'll be armies of lobbyists in the hallway here tomorrow really cranky about what we talked about. Can we make the argument we should do the right thing? And is this Republican or Democrat? It should be just the right thing.
That's right, and you bring up a good point. The first thing you start with is say, look, we don't have to change this. Let's do a few pilot programs. Let's get some data, because otherwise it's incredibly difficult to see whether some of these ideas work to change the way people buy and their habits. And obviously, it'll take a generation for the obesity that already exists to plateau.
I'm more optimistic than you
are.
With
Ozempic and Wegovy, maybe it's quicker, but these are not the solution. The solution is not to become obese and then take a drug to reduce the obesity. It's not to become obese in the first place. But your point is critical. Right now, a 3-year-old has a lower life expectancy than a 60-year-old had at the same age. That is because our adults are getting these chronic diseases. They will actually, at an increasing rate, that 3-year-old, if we don't change the trajectory, will actually have a much less of a chance to live to the same age as their grandfather did or their father did. We cannot accept that in America, that our children, we are in a situation where our children have a lower life expectancy than us. Oh my gosh. This is the opposite of everything anybody does anything for. As a father, you want to do everything for your children so they have it better than you. We're actually, kind of intentionally, because we intention how we spend dollars, we're actually forcing our children to a shorter life expectancy than we had. Shame on us if we don't fix this.
Look, we're already crushing the next 3 generations. My wife's exactly my age, so I have an 8-year-old. I have a 23-month-old. Mathematically, my 23-month-old, when he is 20 years old, U.S. taxes will have to be double what they are today to maintain baseline services. This is what we're doing to our society. And we're coming behind these microphones and trying to say, we've done the economic presentations. Hey, we can do the Democrats' tax scheme. You get about 1.5% of GDP if you were able to tax maximize everything. For those of us who want to cut things, we get about a point of non-discretionary, a discretionary non-defense. But that's, 300 billion there, if we could cut that much. Okay, so 2.5%. This year, we're functionally, this fiscal year so far, we were expected to borrow about 5.5% of GDP. We're closer to 9. Does anyone see a math problem there? If this is everything, the political rhetoric of they want to raise taxes, we want to cut, and you only get this much, maybe we need to promote policies that disrupt the cost of government, the cost of health care. A couple weeks ago, I gave a series of presentations here of using technology, using AI, those things, to make government much, much smaller. We can do things like this. There are a path. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, are we up against time?
Your time has expired.
Doctor, thank you for joining me. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
Do you have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to move that the House stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.